Good morning and welcome to finals day here at Boomerang for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. What a day for finals day here, Robbo.
Yep, what a fantastic day it's going to be. The wind has backed off a little bit. We've still got swell out there. We're on a great bank and I've just looked through the field for the finals day, and it's going to be sensational.
It certainly is, and look at that. Look at the sunrise behind those clouds. What a beautiful morning here. We are at South Boomerang again this morning. We have been here the last 3 days. We'll be starting with the women's round of 16, heat number 1. Emily Burke will be in the red, Sarah Baum in the blue, Kobe Enright in the white, and Jarly Stokes in the green.
Yeah, an amazing day. We're going to crown champions today, and it's, will be incredible. They will be well-deserved winners. They've gone through some serious increases in swell. They've battled rips, they've battled wind, and by the end of the day, we'll have 2 new champions.
We will, and who will take the win this year? Last year it was Nixie Ryan in the women's and Joel Vaughan in the men's, so it'll be interesting to see who takes the win this year. It was a QS 1000 last year, and there's a lot more points on the line this year, Robbo. It is a QS 3000.
And it's a fantastic field, so you want me to give a prediction?
I'm all here for it.
Okay. I liked Kobe Enright's form yesterday. I think she's a big chance, and she's in the opening heat here, so she's got to get through this round of 16. And in the men's, no, it's obvious. Xavier Huxtable.
Victorian.
Hometown boy. I'll go with Xavier. And here we go. We're off and running.
Live action in the water. That looks as though it might have been Emily Burke in the red, but what a cracker of a heat for the first heat of the morning. All 4 surfers have been in form this entire event. Did have a low tide just before 6 a.m. this morning, so just about an hour ago we had the low. Water will start to make its way back in on the bank. We have a high tide around about 12:15 today. We'll watch those conditions change throughout the morning. Winds are light from the east-southeast, and it has dropped a little overnight, but still plenty of swell out there, Robbo.
One thing's for sure, they'll be familiar with this bank. We've been on this bank every day and through every conditions. We've had offshore, onshore, large, small waves, so they'll be very familiar with the bank. There's our surfer in white. My prediction for the event, Kobe Enright. She's away to a flying start. She's already got a 3-point ride on the board, and she'll back it up with that wave. There were a couple of neat manoeuvres there, and Kobe probably reflecting on yesterday's heat where it was in the final minute that she got her second scoring ride, and she only needed a tiny wave score, and she managed to find it, fortunately for her. And maybe she's reflected on that because she's off to a very quick start this morning with a 3-point ride and another backup ride to come in.
Kobe, she is a good competitor. She's been around for a number of years now. She had a really, really good run a few years back on this QS leg, and just went from one to another, found that momentum. So it'd be good to see Kobe do that again here for the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. This is, of course, our first event of this series. We've got another 3 after this one in the water. Sarah Baum looks as though she may have just taken off, but Kobe Enright, she's locked in a 5.67, so she's backed it up with a 3. Great start there from your pick of this heat and for the event.
Yep.
She recently...
I didn't sit on the fence, Britt. You haven't chipped in with your tips.
My chip in is also in this heat, Sarah Baum.
Okay.
Just to get interesting, both in the one heat.
Yep.
Which means they're both on the same side of the draw as well, leading into finals.
Okay. Yep.
We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This is Kobe Enright from Gold Coast region. She does surf for Snapper Rocks board riders. She surfs her forehand a lot along that coastline. And plenty of conditions like this up the coast as well. She had a quarterfinals finish just recently at the Tweed Coast Pro in a QS 5000. And she's currently sitting 3rd on the WSL regional ranking. So I feel like a good result here will really, look to solidify Kobe into that Challenger Series qualification.
And that would be fantastic for Kobe because, she's an experienced competitor and she's a great surfer, and to take that next stepping stone forward would be fantastic. So you gave us your women's selection. You're still sitting on the fence, Britt.
Sitting on the fence for the men. Well, let me have a to re-look back through the men's
Okay,
draw.
I'll give you time to have a look.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, there's a few decent heats there coming up.
Good score in for Sarah Baum, a 4.83. She's right in form, Sarah. A number of her waves have been scored just off one big move. She's not afraid to take some of the larger waves that might be looking like they're going to close out, but she has the mindset, well, if I can get one big move, I can score big. And that's been an impressive aspect for Sarah Baum's surfing here and last week at the Tweed Coast Pro. She's got some very powerful moves in her repertoire. So, yep, I definitely see Sarah as a major contender today.
For sure, Robbo, and we've been talking about it throughout the event. Sarah Baum, she is from South Africa. She lives in Australia, but she's actually competing here and not able to keep the points. So for Sarah in this event, it is all about experience, keeping that contest rashi on and just finding that momentum as she works her way through the events here in Australia. But yeah, she is on the African regional leg. And,
no points. She starts from round one, no seeding whatsoever. And a bit of prize money as well. That'd be a little bit of a motivating factor.
Oh, it certainly helps, Robbo, and it is. It's a long leg. Once you get through your regional series, you've then got the Challenger and then potentially the World Tour, and they just go back to back to back. There's no downtime between events.
I think she's already qualified for the Challenger Series, so this is a really good warm-up for her. She'll go into the Challenger Series with an enormous amount of confidence, and look out. She wants to get on the big stage.
Great opportunity for competitors to not only, I guess, apart from Sarah, but not only do these events and look to get some good points on the board, but as you mentioned, just the financial backing. And I think, it is an expensive sport and it is quite hard for surfers who don't have those major sponsors who are funding their way. And, a lot of them do work behind the scenes, and it can be a good thing. They're earning money to travel, but then from personal experience, it can also be detrimental as well, because you're working as much as you can, but then you're not spending as much time in the water or in the gym or in other areas that you're trying to build on your surfing. So I feel like it is quite a juggle, and if surfers can do well in these events, they're making some pretty good money to then fund the rest of their year.
That's it. And it's like a lot of other professional sports, golf, tennis, at this level, they've got to work hard, and it increases their competitive edge. They want to get the points, they want to get the prize money, they want to advance and achieve the dream.
Certainly would be a dream, competing at Snapper Rocks and North Narrabeen for those first two Challenger events.
The Challenger Series is a fantastic series. It was only been recently developed, but it's been well thought out. They've regionalised the US events. They've made a pathway that's logical, understandable, and just better for the competitors right around the world. And if they can get onto that Challenger Series, there's some fantastic events right around the world. And it starts here in Australia with Snapper Rocks. Oh, that's the dream venue. And then on to North Narrabeen this year, which is just another fantastic venue for surf. I'm not sure where they're off to after that, but they've got venues all around the world that are high-class quality waves, and great prize money on that tour. It's extremely elite tour. You have emerging surfers desperate to get onto the championship tour, and it's just a fantastic pathway.
You asked me earlier who I would pick for the women's, and I chose Sarah Baum, and you asked me who I'd pick for the men's, and just looking back through the heat draw, there's quite a few names in there that I'd want to pull forward, but I just feel like at the moment, Geordie Lawler's going to be hard to beat. He's in fine form, he's put in the work, he's put in the hard yards, and I just feel like he looks the most comfortable in these type of conditions. That's going to be my pick, Robbo. Otherwise, It might have been Reef Hazelwood or Hedgie, but I just couldn't decide. Or Backhand on their rights.
Can't sit on the fence. You've made one choice, Geordie Lawler. I tell you what, our co-commentator Adam Hennessy, he'll be right behind you on that one. He'll have two picks. He'll have Geordie Lawler and the boy Pittar.
George Pittar.
Yes, he'll have both of them.
Here we have action in the water. Surfing on her backhand. This is like, that is Charlie Stokes in the green, working this one all the way through. Great opening wave here for Charlie. She'll put a decent number on the board. Look to make her way back out into the lineup and get another one. These are 20-minute heats. Priority is at play. This is, of course, finals day here at Boomerang. There it is, a 5 for Charlie Stokes. A great start for Charlie. She's only now looking for a 1.16 to move into second. Just over 8.5 minutes remaining. I feel like there's going to be a lot more waves ridden. Emily Burke takes off. That is our Newcastle competitor. We've got 3 goofy footers up against the 1 natural here, Robbo.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether that's an advantage for Kobe or not, because all week I've made reference to it a few times. Surfers on their backhand are doing extremely well because this wave and this sandbank stands up and it allows, you know, solid in the power pocket surfing. So I think it's the goofy footers are surfing really well. Jarvis Earl in the men's event, he's been ripping. Brief Hazelwood. But, yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. Excited.
Wait for that score to drop for the surfer in red and see where that places her on the leaderboard with 7.5 minutes on the clock. It is currently Kobe Enright in first place with a 3 and a 5.67. Sarah Baum in second in the blue. They are also holding first and second priority. They do have right away to a wave once it makes its way into the lineup. Still only small scores required at this stage to move into second place. It is a 50-50 progression. They are still 4-person heats in the round of 16. Moving on through into the finals, they do become 2-person heats and 1 person will move on through.
Yeah, there's nothing in this. 3 surfers, they have a decent scoring ride on their scorecard. Our surfer in red has also added a decent score with a 4.77. So all 4 surfers, they have 1 decent score on their score chart. They're all looking for that second important wave, and it's now down to 6.5 minutes. Kobe Enright holding priority. How important is it for her to choose the right wave? She'll be hanging on to that, sort of like the ace in the pack, the priority right at this stage, knowing that all 4 surfers have a decent score. They're all closely bunched in the scores, and it's going to get down to the these backup scores. Second wave scores, really important, and it's 6 minutes to go.
We have a Mad Max recap of the heat so far. That's Kobe Enright in the white. Belts a couple of turns there. That's the best wave of the heat so far. It was a 5.67. Charlie Stokes answered straight back on her backhand. Bit of a frothy wave this one, but she made the most of it, linking this one all the way through the number of turns on the inside section. Great backhand surfer. Gets the connection. All surfers locking in a mid-range score in that opening exchange. Emily Burke answered back also on her backhand, came hard off the bottom, carved into the pocket, really trying to stay the power source of that wave. That was a better turn there. She got more vertical, more critical in the pocket, but just unfortunately the wave kind of just fizzled out. So far, that is the action from heat number 1 of the women's round of 16. Looks as though Kobe Enright did ever so slightly improve her lead, a 3.5 on her last wave, Robbo.
Debatable whether that was a good move. She's improved her score by 0.5 point, but she's now lost priority. I mean, we'll know at the end of the day if that was a good move or not. At a 3.5, she would have wanted a bigger score than that. But that said, she's got 2 scores on the board, and we've got a replay here. Nice opening turn. She's in the pocket there, backing it up, looking for the wave to stand up on the inside. But it's not standing up as critical as she would have liked, but she's still milking it for everything she can. And finishes off. So 3.5, she's got the best wave of the heat, so that is definitely in her advantage. But this is a close heat.
It is extremely close between these four competitors. Just looking at their top waves in their scoreline, pretty closely bunched.
Less than a point separating that top wave.
All going to come down to that second wave as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Emily Burke. Great first turn, straight into a second. So this is one of the better waves of the heat, I feel, just because she got a little more critical on those sections, put the board up there in vertical, and there it is, a 5.9. So the highest single wave of this heat so far, Emily Burke goes straight into first place, back up of a 4.77, and that now means that Kobe Enright in second place, chasing a 5.01 for first, and Sarah Baum in the blue, well, she's been bumped into third place, looking for a 4.35. She can do that on one big turn. She was getting 8 yesterday for one solid manoeuvre, and the positive here for Baumie is that she's also holding first priority there, Robbo.
Yep. She's in third position, but she's in a good position. So she holds priority and she only needs a 4.35. She'd take that every day of the week.
As you alluded to before with Kobe Enright, she had priority. She opted to take off. She only improved her scoreline by 0.5. And you did mention, like, I don't know whether that was a good move or not. And now getting into the dying stages of this heat, there's just under 3 minutes on the clock. Kobe Enright's out there, but she's going to be in fourth priority by the time she gets back out.
I know, she's vulnerable. That's for sure. But when we looked at the replay of that wave of white, it looked like a good wave at the start. But it didn't stand up for her on the inside, and she couldn't get to work with her vertical attack. It limited her scoring potential. So I think she made the right move. I think just unfortunately the wave didn't stand up for her, and she got what she could out of the wave, a 3.5, improved her scoreline. She's in second place. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. She's got a hold of that second place at the moment, but this is close. I mean, look at the surfer in fourth position at the moment. She only needs a 4.18. She needs a less score than what Sarah Baum needs to get to second. So there's nothing separating. There's nothing separating the whole four of them, and priority could play a part, but it's a wide playing field out there now, so who knows? Another exciting heat that's going right down to the wire, and two surfers will come out of the water very happy, two will be disappointed. That's the way it plays. You'd know that all too well, Brittany.
Hey, you lose more heats than you win, and I think you know you've got to be a good loser to become a good winner.
It's a tough game.
It is, and unfortunately not everybody can progress through on into the main finals, but it's all part of the learning process, and it's all part of that, I guess, journey to make that world tour. With 1 minute on the clock, we've hit the Mad Mex minute. And thanks to Mad Mex, they're proud to partner with Surfing New South Wales again across the New South Wales Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and to make people aware of their sponsorship program. So for anyone tuning in, the Mad Mex Fresh Fuel for Life sponsorship program is comprised of a team of junior athletes across surfing, skateboarding and motocross, all working together to help achieve their goals. But just wanted to look at that live action in the water. That was Sarah Baum.
Wow. And look at this, our surfer in white, kicking off a wave, 20 seconds to go. Can she improve her score? Can she get a 5.01? Oh, this heat is right down to the wire. 5 seconds.
Kobe Enright making her way in, and it looks as though Baumie can't quite get to her feet before this heat would have finished.
There you go. Unofficially, it looks like the surfer in red and white have progressed. Unfortunately, your selection, Britt, could be packing her bags. So that's the end of that heat. We'll go to a break and we'll come back for another exciting round of 16 heat of the women's.
back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Boomerang Beach for finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. And well, we're straight into heat number 2 of the women's round of 16. Looks as though that was Nixie Ryan in the red. Having a great start to this heat. We also have Paige Harrop in the white, Willow Hardy in the green, and the local competitor in the blue, Layla Salt. She is from Boomerang Beach Board Riders. Great opportunity here at her local beach.
It's a fantastic opportunity for the local surfers. And there's been a big score early in this heat. 6.33, I believe.
We watched the Destination New South Wales replays. This is what happened in the ad break. That's the surfer in red, Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head, looking to maintain her form carried on over from last year. She did win this event last year, and she's opened up with a 6.33. So Nixie straight off to an early start here in an early lead.
Great way to start the heat. And yeah, she'd be loving Boomerang Beach. If she's the defending champion here, she'll be keen to defend her title. And she's well on the way to progressing through to the next round, that's for sure. With an opening ride of 6.33 early in the heat, and plenty of time to get that decent backup score, which has been the story of this event so far. All surfers seem to be able to, definitely lock away a good score. It's getting the second scoring ride that's all important. Paige Harrop, reasonable start, 3.83.
These are 20-minute heats. We're moving into the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finishing with the main finals here today at Boomerang. For finals day, this is day number 4. It's been a great week here at Boomerang. We are just south of Foster, along the New South Wales coastline. This is, of course, our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. While we have a break in the water, hop on down to Amelie Burke, the winner of heat number 1 of the morning. Amelie, it's Britt Nicol and Steve Robbo. How are you feeling getting the first heat out of the way?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty happy. Normally first heat of the morning I'm got jelly legs, but yeah, that felt nice to get a couple.
Being first heat of the morning, do you find it a little bit tricky finding your positioning in the lineup? I know it's kind of like a little bit of a guinea pig heat. It can be a bit hard having all the free surfers out there and trying to distinguish where the spot is on the bank.
Yeah, I went for an early but only got one wave, but yeah, it's kind of just trying to find your position the whole heat and then hoping one comes to you.
Amelia, you were languishing in 4th position for the first half of that heat, and then you got really busy and came home strong and won the heat. So tell us how you were feeling at the halfway mark. I don't think you had a really good score on the board at that stage. Did you start to get a little nervous and a little anxious, and maybe even, lift up the intensity a bit there?
Yeah, there's actually a really big bait ball right where we're sitting, so that kind of spooked me out. But yeah, I was kind of just thinking just do a couple turns and then that should get me through, hopefully.
Oh, well done. You came home with a really strong ride and went from 4th to 1st. So that's a good start to the day, and you can build on that.
Yeah, should be good, hopefully.
Well done, and a lot to prepare for. You will hopefully be surfing many times today, so go away, rest up, and be ready for your next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we have our troubles. I'm not sure which one, but I saw
That's not good.
some footage of Nixie with the jumper leads.
Oh no, nothing worse.
But back to the live action in the water. That is Paige Harrop, former World Tour surfer. She is from New Zealand. Layla Salt, well, this is the local surfer we've been talking about, up on her forehand. Just a quick up and out there too. She does a lot of work with one of the coaches just further down the coast at Old Bar, Vincent Primmel. So hi to Vincent if you're tuning on in. I'm sure that she'd be making the most of this opportunity, just being able to surf the home break and use that local knowledge.
It is a great opportunity for her, and whenever these events turn up at the local regions, they always try and include the local surfers and create that opportunity, and it's a learning experience for all the surfers in the area. They get to see the talent and understand the pathway, and more often than not, they wildcard in local surfers to give them that opportunity as well. So, it is a fantastic opportunity for our surfer in blue.
Here we go,
There we
Paige
have.
Harrop.
Yes, I thought there was a good score coming for Paige, and a 6.63 has put her into the lead. It's going to be hard to beat here. All that experience, and it's a really solid surfer on her backhand. This is a replay of the wave, and that's a well-ridden wave. Great first turn, connection through to the inside, finishes off strongly. Paige Harrop, and I think you mentioned yesterday, leading the rankings and well on her way to the Challenger Series, where all that experience and determination will shine through for Paige. There's a good turn. It's our surfer in red, I believe.
That is Nixie Ryan, and she looks to keep the board moving through that inside section. Change of direction several times here on this wave, Robbo. You were talking about it earlier in the week, and look at the connection that she's managed to get on the inside.
Well, that was a right, left, right.
There's
And
not many locations that you can get
You
that.
do that. I was thinking about this sandbank. I mean, wind conditions and swell conditions haven't been ideal, yet it's delivered. Imagine offshore winds and a beautiful little groundswell hitting this sandbank. Would be amazing. That's Boomerang Beach in a word. It is an amazing break.
We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Nixie Ryan. She's already locked in a decent score. She's looking to back that up, or will she improve on it?
She's going to the lead, I reckon.
There it is, a 4.83. So Nixie Ryan in the red from Lennox Head goes straight back into first place. Paige Harrop in the white now in second, chasing a 4.53 for first. That leaves Layla Salt and Willow Hardy out there chasing excellent numbers if they're wanting to move on through into second place and into the next round. 10.5 minutes remaining.
Plenty of time, but interesting to see the two probably more experienced surfers have opened up strongly, and they're backed up rapidly as well. So they're in first and second position, red and white respectively, and a lot of work to be done now for our surfers in blue and green. They can do it, they've got time. They hold first and second priority. They're going to have to use that wisely as they choose their next waves.
That experience is certainly paying off. Well, Paige Harrop should be one of the older competitors in this entire heat draw, and as you mentioned, she's sitting first on the QS Regional Series at the moment, so just showing us that age does not make a difference. If anything, I feel like there's more maturity there and more experience, and it's paying off. And you've got guys like Hedgie as well in the men's side of the draw that they're up there with the younger surfers and the best, the cream of the crop, and showing it that they're still here to make that world tour.
And Paige Harrop, I think you mentioned to me yesterday she's 32. That's not that old.
It isn't.
We think of her as a veteran of the tour because she started extremely young. She was on these circuits, these World Surf League circuits, at around 16 years of age. She was a elite junior competitor, and she had success very early in her career. So she's been around a long time, but she's only 32 years of age, and in surfing terms, that can be the prime of your career. You can be surfing at the very top of your game at that age bracket, because I think surfing, it doesn't damage the body. It's not a contact sport, and we see a lot of surfers surfing well into their 30s and 40s at the highest level. So I think Paige has got a lot more to give on her career, and even though she's off the CT at the moment, it will be no surprise to see her back on. Here's a good wave for our surfer in green, and she needed this wave. She needs to get a first score on the board. Still plenty of time, and that will be her best scoring ride and put her right back in this heat. But yeah, I was actually surprised at where Paige sits in her career at the moment, and I can envision a comeback for Paige in these coming months.
Oh, for sure, Robbo. And she mentioned it in a post-heat interview yesterday that for the next couple of years at least, that's her plan, is to be on that world tour. And she's definitely, I feel like she's done it before. She qualified and she competed on the world tour from 2010 to 2014, and then she fell off tour and then re-qualified, had the opportunity to be on that world tour again in 2018, 2019, and then unfortunately fell off again. So I feel like she knows what needs to be done. She's more than capable of it, and at the moment she's well on her way to making that possible again.
And then there's the wild card of representing New Zealand in the Olympics, which comes in, which probably adds to her funding, because New Zealand would love to have Paige Harrop surfing Chopu in the Olympics. She'd be an absolute medal contender for them. So all these things coming into play, and Paige Harrop, she's in, she's a veteran of the tour, yes, but she's in prime condition, and she's got a lot more to give, and she's such a determined competitor, and the better the waves get, I feel, the better Paige surfs. So watch out as we head into these challenger events for Paige Harrop. I feel we're seeing a super determined New Zealand surfer ready to get back on that elite tour.
In the water, Nixie Ryan, she's the one leading this heat from Lennox Head. She's got a 4.83 and a 6.33 in her scoreline. She is the defending champion of this event. She had an amazing run on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series last year. She won a number of the events in the series, and Nixie Ryan should be looking to do it again this year for 2023. We've had an increase in points for this event. Last year it was a QS 1000, it's now a QS 3000, so I feel like if she can get the win here, it's really going to push her up in the leaderboard and look to qualify for that Challenger Series with a number of events remaining.
Willow Hardy, she has posted a decent score, a 4.9. That puts her back in the game here big time. Just under 6 minutes. We know Willow, she's had some very good results on the qualifying series. She's very capable of getting that 5.57 and that 4.9. She needed that score, and she's back in the game. She needs a 5.57. Needs her best wave still to come, so plenty of time to do it. Just under 5.5 minutes, and she's right in the game. We've got a recap coming up, a Mad Max recap. Talk us through a few of these waves, please, Brittany, with your surfing expertise.
We had the surfer in green, just one big solid turn there. Just unfortunately unable to make the completions. Nixie Ryan answered back. A bit of a soft section to start with, but really puts it up there for the second section. She is an exceptional surfer from that Lennox Head region. And a shout out to Tash, who I know is tuning on in, biting her fingernails, hoping that Nixie's going to get on through. Paige Harrop from New Zealand, you cannot look past Paige Harrop. She is a savvy competitor and such a strong goofy footer. Just watching the stall on the back foot there. But Nixie Ryan, this is one we were talking about earlier, just the change of direction. It happened a few times on this wave. It looked like it was just going to fizzle out, but Nixie, she had a great read, knowing that she was going to get the steeper section on the inside. She decided to stick with it and managed to get in another number to back up her mid-range 6. Great surfing there from Nixie Ryan, and a smart play as well. And we had the surfer in green just trying to stick with this one and get a solid section. That is Willow Hardy from Margaret River over in Western Australia. So she's no stranger to solid conditions, surfing over on that west coast.
Absolutely.
And, well, it's an important heat for everybody, but it is also an important heat for Willow Hardy. She is sitting 4th on the rankings at the moment. So a good result here will look to, you know, help her get onto that Challenger Series, but she's also still quite young. She's just come off a win a couple of weeks ago back at the Taj Small Fry event. In that recap, we had Paige Harrop potentially locking in another number for her scoreline. Will it take her to the lead? There it is, a 5.33. So surfer in white from New Zealand goes into first place. Nixie Ryan in the red, now in second. Willow Hardy in the green in third, chasing a 6.27 to take second. And Layla Salt now looking for an almost perfect number of a 9.39 at the moment. Nixie Ryan in the red, she's sitting in second place, but holding first priority here, Robbo.
One move from Paige Harrop on that wave, but it was a critical move, and that's why it was well rewarded. A 5.33 puts Paige into the lead, and that made the equation for Willow Hardy significantly more. She now needs a 6.27, and you can get that.
Nixie Ryan, she's opted to take off because priority did change. I feel like there must have been a committed paddle in there somewhere, and she's been pushed to the back of the priority line. So just taking a little insider. And this is Willow Hardy. She's chasing a number. 6.27 will get her into second place. Couple of great turns there from the surfer in green. So this will get very interesting with just under 2.5 minutes remaining. She's a Mad Max team rider as well.
Well, there you go. And there were some impressive moves at the start of that wave. So it's in the hands of the judges. Still 2 minutes remaining, so Willow Hardy, she knows she needs a decent score, but not enough, a 4.47 by the looks of things, so still requiring that 6.27. If that wave hadn't have crumbled out at the end and she was able to get to work on the inside, she may have been able to chase down that score, because she started the wave well. The wave didn't deliver on the inside, and she has a task in front of her. It's to get out the back and into the lineup and then get a good wave and get a 6.27. So it's a big ask, but here we go. That was our local surfer, and yeah, she's got a monumental task in front of her, a 9.39, but the experience has been great for her. She managed to get through a seeded round heat yesterday, and that's a task in itself. So Layla Salt will come out of this event knowing that she's, you know, she can match it with these ladies. So
she is still quite young. She's a New South Wales junior competitor.
Under a minute remaining.
Watch Layla progress over the years through that Surfing New South Wales program. And well, Layla Salt, she is the local surfer. She does surf for Boomerang Beach Board Riders. This is her home break. Just not able to find rhythm with the ocean this morning, chasing that 9.39. Willow Hardy, feel like green. She's the one to watch. I'm not sure she's going to get back out there in time. We are into the Mad Max minute. 30 seconds on the clock. Will there be another opportunity? At the moment, Paige Harrop and Nixie Ryan sitting in first and second. Extremely close between those two competitors. 0.8 separating the two. Putting together an excellent heat here for round of 16, heat number 2 of the women's division. We've got another couple of heats of this round, and then we'll be moving into the men's round of 16, into our quarters, semis and finals. Looks as though that concludes heat number 2 of the morning here at Boomerang for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Willow Hardy up and riding. I'm not sure that was before the hooter. She makes her way in. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of the women's round of 16, heat number 3.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back to the live action here at South Boomerang Beach for finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first event of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. We're now into the women's round of 16, heat number 3. And who do we have in the water, Dimmy?
Yeah, good morning, Brett. Good morning, viewers out there in Webland. And yeah, we're excited. It's finals day. This is where we start to take it up a notch, both the competitors and us.
We do. We've had our coffee here this morning as we are on screen. Hello to everyone tuning on in. Great to have you here for finals day.
Yeah, big day too, and a lot of important sort of scenarios going to play out when it comes to the athletes and what they're trying to achieve and where they're trying to go with their qualification standings. So it's going to be awesome to watch this as we see Ellie Harrison up and riding. Great first turn, just nice rail work, just trying to find that little inside corner. And this young star, rising star, has really started to hit her straps in the last couple of years. A bit of a interesting post-heat interview yesterday where she just couldn't keep it together, which is pretty fun. Meaning that, you know, she can see the lighter side of the sport as well, which is great. But yeah, we are in the finals day. This is heat 3 of the round of 16. This is where, you know, those points start to really apply and come really important when it comes to the end of the qualifying series and where you actually end up. And look at this, a 717, the destination New South Wales, action replays, I love it. So a great way for Ellie Harrison to start. This is Surfer in green, getting busy, but this wave, watch the depth of this turn and just the amount of water she pushes through the rail of that manoeuvre, Brett. That was really sick.
Oh, and it looked like the wave was almost going to fade away and she just carved into the pocket, stuck with it. So great read here for Ellie Harrison. She's from Victoria, and look at this. She gets the inside bonus section. She locked in a 7.17 and a great start here for Ellie.
Yeah, she's the youngest of 4 surfers, or 4 kids in her family. And fun fact, her dad was the English national table tennis champion. Bing bong. And
Well,
I do believe we have Paige Harrop down there. Good morning, Paige. Finals day, how you feeling? What was it like out there?
Still pretty tricky, but a little bit more manageable than yesterday.
it looks like it's tricky out there this morning, Paige. Hey, you're sitting first on the regional series rankings at the moment. What would it mean to you to get the win here for the QS 3000?
I'll take any win any day. But yeah, that's definitely a goal of mine to finish on top of the rankings this year. So yeah, the more heats I can get through, the better.
They consider you a veteran these days, but you're not. You're still right at the top of your day. We say that in the 30s you actually hit your prime in surfing. How are you feeling towards this year, and how's the body going, and are you just feeling as fit as you've ever been?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely don't feel like I'm in my 30s. Still definitely feel like mid-20s. So yeah, body's really good. I've actually trained more and harder than ever before. So yeah, feeling super fit and just coming into my prime.
And what about conditions out there this morning? A little bit different from yesterday. How is it? It's dropped off a little bit, but are those sort of inside corners still there for you guys to work through?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely still tricky, but slightly easy paddling-wise. I still lost my board on a duck dive. But yeah, the faces are clean and it's still fun when you get the right one.
And what about moving forward today? How do you keep yourself in tune and keep yourself mentally ready to go? Because it's going to be quite a long day for both the men and the women.
Yeah, just the classic, take it heat by heat. I'd really love to get through the next one, so I'm just thinking about that right now.
Hey Paige, I know that you've been around the sport for some time and you spent a total of 7 years on the World Tour. For someone that's coming into their prime even just now, what does it take to just remain in the zone, have that motivation? Like, what do you keep changing every single year to just stay determined?
Yeah, I guess after you've been doing it for so long, it is a bit of a roller coaster ride. Some years are better than others, and I think just because of COVID, and I decided to stay home for 2 years, and just realised how lucky we are to do this sport of surfing, and I missed it, and I know that my years probably not many left in doing it, so I just want to make the most of it and give it a good crack for the next couple of years.
Oh, come on, Paige. You've got plenty of years left in you. We're stoked to see you into the quarterfinals.
Kelly's 51, Paige, please.
We want to see you back on that main stage.
Got another 20 in you.
We're great to have you through, and we'll be excited to watch your quarterfinal. Congratulations.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, she's a champion. She's such, a great insight into someone who has done the hard yards, spent a lot of time on the championships circuit, and realistically, as we said, like on the serious side of it, she's so right there ready to go, and it'd be great to see her back where she feels really comfortable. She's had some big results on the championship circuit, and she's primed and ready to go. And she made a really great point about having to reset after COVID, and I think a lot of the athletes did that, where sometimes you can get into the grind bit of the tour and having to travel and stuff, and when everyone had to go home and reset and really think about how lucky they are, they all came back with that sort of fresh enthusiasm to the sport for sure.
Well, most competitors like Paige have spent pretty much all their years travelling, and to have that period where they had no choice but to stay home, it's probably the longest that they've actually stayed home in the one spot for quite a number of years.
Yeah, it was weird. I did a podcast with Isabella Nichols when she first qualified, and she basically had to sit out a whole year because no one knew what was going on. So, ready to go, primed, in the best shape of her career, feeling great, but then everyone had to sort of press the pause button to go back to, staying at home and trying to work out how we're going to get through this sort of COVID pandemic. So it was really weird to see how everyone sort of went about their business. But yeah, I think Paige said it perfectly when she said, you sort of, sometimes you can forget how lucky we are, and what a sport. And it's so good to see how we've transitioned into the post-COVID era with the way that we've set up the actual structures and the systems for the regionals, and then into the next two scenarios, which is the Challenger and ultimately onto the world stage.
Yeah, you're right there, Dimmy. And not only did the surfers have to adapt, as you just alluded to, then WSL had to adapt to the situation as well. And that's, how this restructure for the QS happened. And it used to be a global series. You used to have to travel internationally for the entire QS leg. And now with the 7 regions, this one being the Australian Oceanic region, it allows those competitors to surf in their home region and then step onto that Challenger before the World Tour. And I just think it's actually worked for the better, despite why they had to restructure. I think it's probably the change that the sport needed, and the competitors needed it too.
100%. As we see surfers in this heat. A little bit of a slow start. We did see that 717 for the surfer in white, just really great rail work, a 717. We see Dimity Stall with that 3.17, and here we go, a bit of a replay here. It looks like a little bit of a funky one, that one, with that left peak sort of coming onto the right as well. So right now it is Ellie Harrison out there in the lead. Here we go. Looks like Surfer up and riding, and looks like Holly Williams up and out on that one. So Rosie Smart, very impressive. We spoke about Rosie yesterday from the Coffs region, really smart competitor. She'd be loving the fact that she's in a heat with so many great surfers, and sort of putting her young mind, into play when it comes to trying to work her way through that next level of competition. You come through the juniors and you establish your reputation and establish how you go about your business. But when you get to this level, and especially in something like the round of 16, you've then got to sort of raise the bar just that little bit more.
For sure, I feel like the stakes get a lot higher once you get to the finals day. Round of 16, quarterfinals finish is normally a pretty good result, but I feel like, with the amount of talent in these events, it's really going to take semi-finals and finals to look to qualify for that Challenger Series. And there's so many events in this leg. We had a few events towards the tail end of last year. There's a couple of 5,000s. We're now into a QS 3,000. We had a 5,000 last week. We've got one to finish. I just think it's going to take a lot to finish in that top number to qualify for that Challenger Series.
Yeah, 100%. You're going to need some... I think the word that everyone would identify with, if you're going to qualify, you're going to have to be consistent. Consistent in your performances and consistent in your ability to just, get through that grind of surfing many, many heats at a regional level. And when you consider someone like Dimity Stall out there, I mean, she had 2 years on the championships circuit, and she also had 2 semi-finals as well. Like, she's got so much experience. Much experience.
She does. She's, come through kind of that same era as Paige Harrop. Like, we used to compete on the juniors
31.
together, and used to compete through that whole cycle. And, Dimity Stoyle, she's from the Sunshine Coast, and I feel like she's surfed plenty of waves like this before. As we watch the replay here for Ellie Harrison, well, she's from Victoria. She's currently leading the heat. We've also got the replay there for the surfer in red. Looks like that might be Rosie Smart on her backhand.
Nice wave.
Linking this one all the way through. And not able to finish that ride there, but a great number there for Rosie Smart, a 4.23. She's opened up her campaign here this morning for the women's round of 16, heat number 3. It's going to be a tough heat here, Dimmy.
It's definitely going to be a tough heat, and it's just going to... We've seen that 717, so that is definitely the benchmark of what the judges are trying to identify. Had a chat to head judge Ben Dunn last night, and he said he felt like the surfing was going really good. Everyone was on point, and he said it's been a tough couple of days on the beach, but it's been so well rewarding as we see a replay of the surfer in white. That is Ellie Harrison. But yeah, he said surfing's been on point, and to be honest, I just feel like, those surfers who can get in a really good rhythm early in their heats put himself in a real strong position, because we've seen a lot of heats where it's been a struggle towards the back end, but someone like Ellie Harrison locks in a 717. That gives you so much sort of confidence as you build towards the back end, because these heats are still 20 minutes. I do believe we're going to go to 25 minutes as soon as we go to semis, and then a 30-minute final. But right now, it is Ellie Harrison out in the lead. Holly Williams got a 4.33 and a 2.30. And then you got Rosie Smart with a 4.23 and Dimity with a small score as well. So it's still early days, but it's just going to be that point of difference that the judges are really trying to identify on finals day. And I love that word, finals day. Doesn't take me much to get excited when it comes to watching our next generation and the best we have, putting it all together. But finals day, it adds that, that texture of pressure when it comes to the surfers, and you can definitely feel their mindset and their psyche definitely goes to a new level, and you can see that really steely look in their eyes in their post-heat interviews. They want the win. They know if they get here, Brett, it is game on, and it's an important day for these surfers.
Oh, it is certainly game on here at Boomerang, and Dimity Stoyle, well, she's going to have to get moving. She only needs a 3.47 to move on through. She's holding first priority. Really slow heat, this one, Dimmy. Ellie Harrison opened up with that 717 at the beginning stages of this heat, and with 5.5 minutes on the clock, there really hasn't been much else ridden. that is creating a bit of substance in this.
No, and that was a great way to sort of come out of the box and just go bang. I need to really get to work early. But I felt like yesterday that there was a number of heats where there was an inconsistency in the swell during the course of the middle stages of the heat, and that did put a lot of pressure on surfers. Exciting for the viewing public, but ultimately for the surfers themselves, they were looking, they don't want to get waves in the 2 to 3 point range. They want something, they want to identify something that's going to really offer up a lot of scoring potential. And definitely the surfer in white led the charge with that 717, and it is going to be a real tight battle with 5 to go.
You were talking about the pressure earlier and the pressure coming into finals day, and just watching so many of those heats yesterday, how many competitors took off on a good wave and then left it to the last minute. It's almost like they put that pressure on themselves. So hopefully surfers learnt from that situation yesterday and don't add that extra pressure to finals day today.
Yeah, I think sometimes they'll sort of sock it into that scenario, especially yesterday. I felt like the paddle was a lot more difficult. I felt like there was a lot of water moving in the ocean. The lineup was a little bit scrambled, so it was a little bit more difficult to sort of set exactly where you wanted to be. And you only have to listen to some of those post-heat interviews where a lot of the athletes were saying, I set myself a landmark on the beach, but it was so hard to get to that point and everything was so shifty. So, yeah, I felt like yesterday was really exciting because of that scenario where people were just left sort of trying to get something late, as we see Demi. What about the rail work? She just has such a strong foundation in the way she goes about her surfing. But yeah, I felt yesterday was a real kind of eye-opener when it came to strategies for the surfers, and they're going to have to keep an eye on that today. But I feel like when we go to the 2-surfer format, I feel like as soon as we get into that scenario, that again is going to change the dynamic of how these events play out.
Yeah, 100%, Dimmy. You can really create that separation when there's only 2 people in the water. If someone runs away with the heat, it can be really hard to fight back. And with conditions like this, as you were talking about yesterday, it was tricky. Like, competitors were leaving it till the last minute, and some surfers needed like a 0.66 and caught away with 30 seconds left. And I feel like in these situations, it can be quite difficult, and the swell's picked up. There's a lot more water moving in the lineup, and as you just talked about, competitors had their landmark but just couldn't quite get there, and it's going to take that, I guess, versatility and adaptability from the surfers to just readjust while they're in the lineup and just know that, okay, I can't fixate on one location. I'm going to have to make this work for what it is.
Yeah, I think that today is going to be critical when it comes to wave choice as well. So it'll be interesting as we sort of go through the men's and the women's, as we fight, especially through this round where there's still 4 surfers in the water. I think the sort of frantic nature of these heats too will play a part. I think that there'll be a bit more of a calming situation, more of a strategy, more of a game plan when it goes back to the 2-surfer format. But yeah, definitely now with the amount of talent in these round of 16 heats, this is like really, these all could be finals, Brett.
They could. You look at the names on paper and you're like, are you sure that's not a final? No, we're in the round of 16. Every single one of them could be in that main final.
Such is the strength of our region, You look at these names and you go, wow, these athletes could match it on any stage in the world. As we see the surfer in red, that is the surfer from Coffs, and she's got such a great read, such a really fluent way she goes about her business. And look at that, just rail to rail, very little movement in the body and really nice rotation. Unfortunately, again, Britt, she comes unstuck, but I just love how fluent her surfing is.
A really strong goofy footer from that Sawtell region in Coffs. She's only looking for a 2.41. Will there be another opportunity to make her way back into that lineup? I feel like she's going to get the score, personally.
Yeah.
She didn't make the landing on the inside.
Didn't light it up, but I think she did enough.
I feel like she just done enough, and it might be Holly Williams and Dibbity Stoyle now chasing a number, but there's going to only be a small requirement needed, and looked as though that might have been Dibbity Stoyle in the green. We'll wait and see. With 1 minute on the clock, we are into the Mad Mex minute, and it is getting mad down here at Boomerang Beach.
Certainly is, and great to have Mad Mex involved at one of our partnerships of these series of events, and great food, supporting, and developing the sport within this country. And as we speak, there it is. Brett, that last wave of Rosie Smart was enough to change the tide. and she goes into second. So Holly Williams now has first priority, and we just discussed this scenario about how little these scores are required at the end of these heats as we see Surfer up and riding. So Holly goes back to third position. She needs a 4.31. Dimmy Saw needs a 5.36. I can see someone in the glare flying down the line and coming unstuck. So yeah, so Rosie Smart just thinking her way through that ride, and as I said, I really enjoyed just the speed and the rhythm of that little right-hand peak. She did actually come unstuck, so that probably hindered the scoring potential, but with another heat run and won, we're going to throw up to a commercial break. We'll be back very shortly. It's been so good to see what we've brought to you in the last 3 days. It's finals day. We're all excited. We'll throw to a break. We'll be back very shortly here at Boomerang Beach.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back everyone to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. We are in our finals day, the QS3000 at beautiful Boomerang Beach in New South Wales. I'm in the box with Steve Robinson, I should say. And what a great day we have about to unfold, Robbo.
Yes, and Ali Harrison, that's who you were thinking of. She won the last heat. She's a Victorian. She's a Victorian. She'd be loving these conditions. Uncharacteristic weather at the moment. We've got that subtly pouring through, but it didn't deter Ali Harrison whatsoever. She scored a 7.17 and a 4. I believe she won that last round, and she's a real threat to take out this heat, Adam.
Yeah, definitely. And I felt like that early doors wave, that 717, established a really solid foundation for Ellie, and she really went to town and just sort of, I felt like she was comfortable the whole way through. I felt like the other three surfers were sort of vying for second position, but if you can establish that one wave, that 717 at the start of a heat, and myself and Britt were discussing the fact that yesterday there were so many heats where the men and the women were scrambling late in the heat to get their second scores on the board.
That's been the story of the event for sure, and when they get down to man-on-man heats, it's probably going to be a little bit easier for them.
Yeah.
But look, Adam, I'm interested in your opinion here. I'm always interested in your opinion. I don't always agree with it, but both Britt and myself, we went out on a limb and we made a selection for the men's and women's today. It's finals day. The heats are stacked. Put yourself out there, Adam. Who do you think's going to win?
Well, I actually think in the women's, Ellie is a massive chance, to be honest, and yes. I really like how the thought process with Paige Harrop as well. So for the women, that'd be my two picks. In the men's, there's so many. It's so hard to sort of break down. For me personally, I'd like to see one of my guys, Axel Crotter or George Pitter, come, burst onto the stage and have a win. But I have a feeling if I was to pick one individual, Ruth Hazelwood
Yeah.
Takiwa Butler. Like,
Okay.
to be honest, the Kiwi too, he's going to be very, very dangerous. So for me, yeah, I think Reef has been ultra impressive, and I feel just that his surfing's going to suit this little peak down, down to the ground. But you've got so many good surfers. Joel Vaughan, there's a plethora of guys who are absolutely on point who can win this event, but I'll go out on a limb and say Reef.
Okay, well, I'm still recovering in shock that you haven't chosen a Northern Sydney Beaches surfers to
I
win.
want them to win.
Yes,
I'd love to see
we
George
know you do.
and Axel win, but yeah, I just watched, yesterday, and those top guys, how incredible they are when they sort of are able to raise that level, and you can see them going through the gears. You literally will see them, explode more and more as they go through the draw, and I think that separates, those elite surfers.
They're
Their
going
ability.
through the gears today, mate. They'll be in top gear because to win today, these ladies and men, they're going to have to really perform. So they'll be in top gear today, and the heats are stacked. Here's
Let's
another
see how
great
we
heat.
go. Our predictions. See how we are at tipping.
Yes. Ali Harrison. Okay, Ali, from Victoria, there's strong winds blowing out here today. You'd be feeling really comfortable out there, and you've just posted another great heat win. So talk us through it, Ali, please.
Yeah, it was fun out there. It's definitely mellowed down a bit from yesterday. Still a bit of chop in it, but not as many like dumpy sets. So yeah, I felt comfortable and tried to get a couple and got lucky with the 7.
Okay, so early in the heat, you posted that 7-point ride. That must have made you feel really good about the whole heat.
Yeah, that was a huge confidence boost, I guess, getting it that early. It was kind of just a bomb and it just came my way, and I don't know, I just tried to safe surf it in and get a good score to start.
And Ellie, yeah, the importance of getting off to a good start in these heats are critical. How were you feeling towards the back end of that heat? Did you find your rhythm when it came to trying to set yourself a platform on that bank? Was it hard to get into the position that you wanted to?
I got when I was watching, I kind of had a landmark, so I just tried to stay around there, but it was so shifty, you couldn't really just sit in the one spot. I did get a bit scrappy trying to get like a backup, but I don't actually know what my backup was, but I think I just did like a one-turner.
And how are you feeling towards today? You know, you're into the finals, really important day for yourself and all the competitors out there. How are you feeling? And it's good to see your friends aren't behind you today in the camera. You look a lot more relaxed on the post heat.
Yeah, no distractions today.
No distractions.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty cruisy. Just I'm going to take it heat by heat and yeah, keep watching it, go fuel up, and yeah.
Okay, Ali, well, good luck for the rest of the day. You've got a lot of Victorians behind you watching down there, and they want to see you in that final. So remain focused and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's ready to roll for our finals day for sure. You can just see the, the serious nature. You can see she's really in tune with what she wanted out there. Great performance to get that wave at the start of the heat, because we've sort of been, stuck in that vault of, 3s and 4s. And for Ellie to open up with that 717, it sort of just typified her standard of surfing. She said she's one of these rare athletes who has the ability, she sort of reminds me of saw Marlon Harrison, where at a junior level, their ability to get like those 2 excellent scores in heats it's unique. It's hard to do.
Ali's a very experienced competitor. She's come through the ranks, the pro junior ranks. She knows how to win. She knows how to compete, and most importantly, she knows how to surf. Very talented, natural surfer, and yeah, I'm excited for Ali Harrison's future. She's focused. She's looking at that Challenger Series. You can see it.
You can see it in her eyes. She's ready to roll.
Yeah,
she's ready to roll.
She wants to get on she wants to take that stepping stone, and she's confident to do it. And if she gets on it, and there's a good chance she will, she'll step up again. Young, emerging competitor.
we're in this scenario again, mate, with 11 and a half to go, where we're sort of in that corner of the 3s and the 4s. So no one really established a big score so far. We can see a surfer down the peak, maybe getting onto this wave.
That's a good wave.
And I think that could be red. It could be Ellie Lampkin, but maybe not. But yeah, a 3.4 for the surfer in green, the best wave. We see True Starling with a 3.33 and Zali Kelly with a 2.17. So again, we're in that scenario where we're just trying to sort of separate those low scores to get himself into the good to the excellent range.
I know.
And I feel like as the tide, feel like in the last couple of days, as the tide has gone out, the waves got better. So we know we're in for something special today, but right now it's just about, you know, getting your game face on and really focusing in on trying to get yourself a wave that allows those 2 to 3 really nice turns.
That's true, and we've got the glare factor today, which is adding to it. Really difficult to make out the colours here from the beach. But yeah, you're right, Adam. Look at these scores. They're low scores at the moment. We're almost at the halfway mark. These surfers will be desperate to try and find some decent wave scores as we hit the 10-minute mark. At the moment, Zali Kelly, 2.33 and a 2.17. She's in the lead, but she doesn't have one of the 2 top-scoring rides. Surfer in green, Isabella Caldo. Okay, finally, we've got a good wave score, Adam. And that's our surfer in red with a 5.83. So that's a decent score on the board.
Yeah, I felt like that was that strong ride. That was a little bit off the bank there on the right. And we spoke yesterday in that post-seat interview with True Starling, see that you know, very rarely would you ever get through a heat at this level and this deep in the competition with a 0.5, and she did just that. So I think the importance of trying to back up that early door score is so important. Even if you could get yourself another 3, it just puts yourself in a more comfortable positions, because we've seen a lot of second places in the last 24 hours go down to a 6 to 8 point range 2-wave combination.
Yeah, that's true.
Down to 9 to go, and it looks wild and woolly out there, but if we have a consistent onshore breeze, you discussed that yesterday, that it will still keep those wave faces nice and clean. The devil wind is the cross shore, but yeah, you want it onshore, like fully onshore, just to give these surfers the opportunity to really unload without this sort of the chatter and the bum that you find on the faces of the waves.
Yeah, that's very true, and we can only imagine what this bank's like on a beautiful offshore day. I mean,
this place bumps.
it's handling the onshore and it's handling the mixed up swells and standing up on the bank, so it must be a great sandbank. But imagine a light westerly and a nice little groundswell running across these banks.
Middle of May with no one around.
Banks right up and down the beach.
Yeah, it's a beautiful coastline, the Barrington Coast.
Yeah.
And we really suggest you get online and check it out, because if you haven't visited this location, you are missing out, because this is one, just such a beautiful landscape and great area to visit. You're only a couple of hours away from Sydney, but you feel like you're in tropical heaven. So, you know, get down, check it out, get amongst it, because it is one of the most funnest locations. When you talk to the surfers, they all want to surf this event purely because of the quality of the wave on offer.
If you're a couple of hours away from Sydney, you've got a number of speeding fines to take care of.
Yeah, but those highways now, Robbo, 110.
110, you're right.
110.
I know. No, it is and it's a pleasant drive.
Oh, it is a good drive these days.
Here's a good wave.
Here we go. I think this is Surfing Red trying to back up that 5.83 Ellie Lampkin. So has a 0.50, that's definitely going to go south now. But yeah, she's trying to just consolidate her position with 7.5 to go. And this is where it is tricky, because the other 3 surfers, Isabella, True and Zali, have those scores in that sort of low range, and it's still game on. I mean, they're at such a level in their skill set, Robbo, that they can absolutely blow up and get 8. It's just about opportunity out there.
Yep, it'll come, but only under 7 minutes remaining. Time to get busy. There'll be a lot of nervous energy out there in the lineup at the moment. Our surfer in red, slightly comfortable with a 5.83 in the bank, but a 1.7 to get rid of. And in 4th priority, Zali Kelly. She's probably the most experienced competitor in this heat. has a 2.33 and a 2.17. She will really want to get rid of both those scores with 6.5 minutes or chase a really good score. So plenty going on, and there's a good move. That is our surfer in blue. So this is a good wave. Watch this, lining up on the inside. Nice snap in the pocket. Backs it up again. I think this is the best wave of the heat, Adam.
Yeah, that is great flow from Zali Kelly on that wave. It's just so well ridden. Even when it came to that inside corner, the way she was able to hold herself up, that first turn, she just leaned into it, strong off the rail, Robbo, and just I love how patient she was just here. She eyed it off and really got right tight in the pocket of the power source of that wave. So I am feeling this, like you said, will be the highest score of the heat so far.
It doubled up on the bank. Look at that. 7-point ride for Zali Kelly, straight to the lead. 5.5 minutes remaining. She needs to get rid of a 2.33. She's the most experienced surfer in this heat. And, yep, nice work.
I think she was nice and patient too with the priority there. She sort of identified what she wanted, and it was such a great read on the wave, and the judges rewarded that with a 7-point ride. The object of the game now for her is to go back out in the lineup and try to get herself something better than a 2.33. So if she can get a 5, Steve, and get a 12.2 wave combination, she basically puts herself in a position of, of dominance in this heat.
She would shut the door with a 5, and that's a great score. 7-point ride. The wave was great. It doubled up on the inside, which was good.
There you go, surfer up. Nice. Fluent first turn over the lip. She comes back, and you spoke about this yesterday, how many waves will go in, right and then coming back to the left. Such is the sort of the way the bank's set up.
Earlier today, Adam, we had a surfer go right, left, and right, scoring all the way.
Incredible.
It is.
That is going to be a second score for the surfer in green, I do believe. But yeah, so 4 to go, and True Starling has first priority. So the surfer from North Narrabeen has all the aces when it comes to whatever wave she chooses to have in the lineup, and it's going to be a really critical wave for her because she's still right in the game. She just needs to find that one nice score. And Ellie Lamkin, she's in a pretty vulnerable situation because she's holding on to a 1.7 as her second highest scoring wave, so she needs to offload that just to put a little bit more pressure on third and fourth.
She does. And yeah, my gut feel is it's all about second. I think that 7-point ride has got Zali Kelly into a relatively safe position, but not really. The 2.33 as you back up, you're not really safe.
The amount of quality in the water, no one's ever safe. But I feel like you're right, a bit much like Ellie Harrison in that last heat. As soon as she established that score in the good to excellent range, I felt like it gave her a little bit of breathing space. And so this is the final heat of the round of 16 of the women's, as we see surfer up and right in. Nice, clean first wrapping turn. I feel like that was True Starling. So again, really nice surfing, but the problem for True was that wave just did not offer a lot of scoring potential after that one turn. So she's going to put herself back in the game, but she's going to need to get into the lineup and find herself a really solid number. And I have a feeling what she'll do is she'll move away from the main peak and try to get down towards where the surfer in red located that 5.83, which is to the north, and find herself a wave that sort of keeps on giving. And we've seen plenty of them in the last day and a half, especially as the waves got bigger and the swell kind of has changed direction.
Just on 2 minutes remaining, so look at those scores. White only needs a 4.21. Green looking for a 3.94. Red desperately wants to get rid of that 1.7. And even the surfer in blue keen to get rid of that 2.33. Okay, we've got a surfer right in the glare here.
I think that is green, and it is. A nice wrapping turn, just trying to find her groove on the inside. She needs a 3.94, Robbo, and I don't know if that's going to get the job done. By the body language, she thinks she might have got it, but out the back we can see Surfer in red. Very glary out there this morning. Judges have their work cut out, but I feel like it's going to be a really important last wave of red, if that was red, because she was only holding a 1.70. We're down to the Mad Max minute, but it's been intriguing to watch the first 4 heats of the day in the women's. We're going to be transferring over to the men's and then into the 2 surfer format, and that's where the dynamic of the day changes completely, Robbo.
Yep, we're in for a big day. Okay, here's a few replays, and there's some significant scores to come in. This is not a bad wave. I'm not chasing a big score, Adam.
But I have a feeling the surfer in red
is going to better her score.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Ellie's last wave, and
this is a good move here.
Yeah, that's a strong turn.
Yep, and one strong move does score well.
We saw yesterday a couple of 8s.
There we go. You're right. 5-point ride put her in the lead. So our surfer in green, the requirement went up to a 5.74. So while she may have got the score on a 3.94, it's not a 5.74, and that's the change. And we're counting out this heat, so it's going to be our surfer in red and blue unofficially progressing through, and we're going to go to a break. We'll be back to Boomerang Beach shortly, and we'll be into the round of 16 of the men at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. So don't go anywhere. We've got a fantastic day ahead of us, and we go to a break now.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000 event. We are into the men's round of 16, and it is game on. Finals day. We're all excited. What a heat we have to start this round. Taj Stokes taking on Mikey Clayton Brown, Reeve Hazelwood and Ben Spence. Joined in the box by Robbo, and let me tell you, mate, we're just looking through the draw in the men's. This is going to be such an amazing round of action.
It is. And straight away we have a surfer up and riding. I think that is our surfer in blue.
No, that is red. That's Taj Stokes, and this guy's been absolutely performing
hammered that last turn. Yeah, hammered it. From the Sunshine Coast, very familiar with this sort of surf, and he put on a good show yesterday. So, yep, these heats are on.
Here we go, surfer having a look at this wave. So you can see they're trying to make the adjustments to get into a nice situation nice and early. Yeah, Taj Stokes, let me tell you, he's sort of been the coming under the radar surfer, if I was going to suggest that, because his performance levels have just been right up there with the best. His power, his read, and it's going to be exciting to see what Taj brings into this format today. A 4.67, nice way to start, but what a stacked heat. heat number 1, round of 16. We are into finals day. We'll be crowning a champion later. Of course, as soon as we go into the semi-finals, we're going to extend the time out to 25 minutes. And then when we hit the finals, the 2 surfer formats, it's going to be a 30-minute final. So don't go anywhere. It's Friday, but who cares? If you're at work, just put on your computer and watch some of the best surfers on the planet do their thing.
Or at school.
Don't encourage that.
Why not?
I've got a lot of students who have their phones on in the middle of class just watching the surfing. Do believe we've got a post-heat interview with the last heat winner, Ellie Lampkin. Congratulations. How are you feeling on finals day, Ellie?
Oh, I'm stoked to be here. Thank you.
And talk us through, how were the conditions out there? Was it very similar to yesterday, tricky and hard to find those really good ones?
Yeah, it was pretty similar to yesterday. I waited a fairly long time for my first wave, which got the nerves going a little bit, but I ended up getting onto a okay left-hander. I haven't got a left in a heat yet here, so a bit of a shock, but yeah, I got a couple turns on it and then paddled straight back out, tried to get another backup because I knew that I needed a backup. So yeah.
So what a result like this is such a strong result. How are you feeling? Like, what is your goal? I know the ultimate goal is to win this event, but what is the ultimate goal for 2023 in your own mind?
At the moment for me, just experience and trying to enjoy everything about getting better and improving my surfing. I haven't really thought about it too much, what I'm going to do, but just heat by heat, I guess, and yeah, see how good I can get.
And what about now into the 2 surfer format? How do you feel towards that? How much experience have you had surfing, you know, just with one other competitor in the lineup?
I've only ever surfed like 3 2-man heats, so I wouldn't say I'm very experienced, but I'll give it a good crack.
Does that change the way your actually mindset is now that you can actually be a little bit more patient and really focus in on, you know, there's a strategy that goes with that, so you're excited to have a crack at that?
Yeah, definitely. I'll try not to change up too much because what I'm doing seems to be going all right. But yeah, it's definitely, you get more waves, I guess. There's less people to hassle out in the water. But yeah, see how I go.
Well done on making the quarterfinals, and you've got a lot to think about. The man-on-man heat coming up, so we'll let you go and concentrate on that quarterfinal. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Format now, Robbo. And,
Absolutely.
yeah, it's going to be great to watch because there is definitely a change up in the way the strategy applies to that, because I feel like you've got to be thinking a lot more on your feet, you know, utilising your priority in a positive manner and stuff like that. It's going to be exciting to watch. But right now, again, look at this, Robbo. We have nearly 7 minutes gone and we have 2 surfers without a ride yet. So it's been a bit of a struggle as we see red again up and out. So that 4.67 is really the only wave to talk about so far. But
true.
Yeah, here we go, the Destination New South Wales replay. This guy's been keeping so busy, and I'm pretty sure this is that first wave. But look at how smooth and the transition and the way he actually times that final manoeuvre. As I said, I've been so impressed with how he's been going about it.
Yeah, agree. And he generally stays very busy in the water. That's what I've noticed.
Yep.
I think you'll find Taj Stokes will be one surfer that's always getting his scoring rides. He stays busy out there. He's hunting the lineup. And
you said it. He'd feel comfortable because this is very similar to like the conditions he'd get up on the sunny coast at home. So it's about, you know, taking full advantage of what's on offer. And I feel like he's been one guy who's really identified that and hasn't looked under pressure during this event yet.
Right now, Hazelwood and Spence, a little bit of pressure starting to move in on them with...
See what happens when I start tipping people?
Exactly.
We've seen a lot of these heats where they'll explode towards the back end. Both those surfers have been in good form leading into this round of 16, and right now when you consider Mikey Clayton-Brown from Merriweather only has a 0.5 and a 0.33, that's just start again kind of stuff. So the only wave, as we said, Robbo, is at 4.67.
It is, yep. And Hazelwood and Spence are sharing first priority, I guess you'd say. They haven't had a wave, they haven't paddled. for a wave seriously, so they share first priority.
We are down to 12 minutes to go, and it is finals day, Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000 event, the first event on the New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. And as we said, there is a lot riding on this result, not just because of the amount of prize money up for grabs, but more importantly, those critical qualifying points. So if you're a bit of a novice, if you win this event, you get 3,000 points. Surfing Red, again, you said it, Robbo, he keeps busy. Keeps that roll going, so keeps himself nice and limber. He'll hunt out waves in the lineup when he hasn't got priority, and that is the current situation for Taj. He's sort of just scoping around on the inside, looking to see if he can get anything that's going to better his situation.
That strategy doesn't always work. Sometimes you've got to be selective, but on days like this, remaining busy can often work in your favour.
Yeah, right now in this heat, we've got two surfers who are in the cut-off for the current qualification for the Challenger Series. We've got Reef Hazelwood, who's in second, and Mikey Clayton Brown, who's a bit of a, you know, not an undergun, because we all know how good he is, but he's sitting in eighth. He's impressive. He's from the Newcastle region, and right now in eighth position. If he can get through a couple more heats, he's going to be really consistent. Pretty sure in Indo, in the two events in Indonesia, he had a quarterfinal in both. That's
right.
Impressive.
Yep.
But he needs to sort of reset and start again. Here we go. Surfer up and riding. Pretty sure that is blue. Or was that Reef?
I think that was Reef.
Yeah, so very hard to see in the glare, but
It
yeah,
is.
a little bit tricky out there. So we're 10 minutes through these first heat of the round of 16, and yeah, it's been tough work.
That was blue.
It was, Mikey.
It was, yes. Reef Hazelwood now has first priority. He'll want to use that priority because half the heat is done. We've only got half a heat to go. Hazelwood's not on the scoreboard apart from that letter P next to his name. He has control of the lineup, but he's going to want to use it well.
Yeah, but I feel like all four surfers would be pretty much in tune with what everyone else has got. So
yeah.
I don't think there'd be any panic stations from either Ben or Reef or Mikey, because they basically know, you know, no one has really lit anything up at this stage.
Here we go. Doubling up on the inside, sticking with it.
That is
Look
Reef.
at this. And, of course, he's going to finish off beautifully.
Yeah, he
so,
does.
yep. Used his priority well, patience, plenty of time left. He's going to have the best wave on the board, maybe.
Maybe
touch and
or
go.
maybe touch and go. But what I did like about that was the pace he set on that wave, and the fact that he was thinking, I just need to get something on the board. I don't need to do anything really, you know, fancy. I just need to surf it to its potential. And this last turn, really well timed, and I love the way he leant into that rail and flared up. And the great thing about that was the control of that turn. So we'll see what the judges think. But yeah, I felt like that was, you know, Reef at his best, just thinking about where he was situated. He knew he had first priority. He knew that the other three guys haven't got huge scores, and he just wanted to put something on the board. As we see surfer in red, I do believe. Is that red or is that... Yeah, Look at him. This guy's got such a great readout here. This is Taj Stokes again, Robbo, where I felt like he's... In his heats, he's been on all the good waves.
Yep. And that's because he's so busy. He is super active out there. And for Reef Hazelwood, that wave was important.
100%.
Adam, it's not what you want, it's what you need.
That's exactly right.
He needed to get going, and he did get going. So he's on the scoreboard, and it's game on.
That was a great first turn, just elevating over the lip. And then he just got this chip shot into this corner, and I love how aggressive that manoeuvre was. But never ever losing that momentum as he shifted down the line. And like we said, we've identified the fact that his readout here in the last couple of days has been exceptional. And again, I think, you know, part of his game plan is to be nice and busy. And look at that, a 6.40. Taj Stokes again asserting his authority out there with a nice ride. Reef Hazelwood, like we said, very tradesman-like, a 4.83, getting off to a start. Now he can start to build on that with 7 to go, and it's up to Mikey Clayton Brown Benny Spence to make the shift if they're going to get on through to the two-surfer format coming up very shortly today. It's going to be exciting to watch the last 7 minutes of this heat for sure.
It is. One thing in their favour, they have priority, first and second. Ben Spence, it's been a slow start for him. He will start to get a little bit anxious. He needs a wave. He needs a wave. Needs to use this priority and needs to get a score on the board.
Pretty sure with the wind sort of backed off quite a bit, they're going to be able to hear a lot better from the announcers on the beach.
Here's a nice wave.
Lovely turn there, and that looks like Mikey Clayton Brown into it, and a nice transition into that final manoeuvre. Is this wave going to give him some more? Maybe it will. Yes, it does. And unfortunately comes unstuck. So that's a better ride for the man in blue, and I do believe, Robbo, he will go into second.
Absolutely.
And that's going to put a bit of pressure on Reef and Ben Spence, who needs to get busy. 6 minutes to go.
Yep. So Mikey Clayton Brown, that'll be his best ride, and he will go into second position. Look at that.
Turn.
That's strong.
Wow. I'm really calling this could be the best wave of the heat, just
yeah,
based
well,
on
yeah,
that
he's
turn.
got the connection as well and finishes nicely. So, yep, it's game on here.
Mind you, there was a lot more on that wave of red, that 6.4, when you think back to that wave. But yeah, I love the strength of that first turn of the surfer in blue. With 5.5 minutes to go, you're at the WSL Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000 finals day. We're going to be rolling right through to the completion. There it is, a 6.10 last to blue. On the strength of that really nice first turn, just judges rewarding that. They love to see that commitment.
Yeah. So it is, it's game on. Reef Hazelwood is in third position. Has that 4.83, only needs a 3.85. But Mikey Clayton Brown, just under 5 minutes, only needs to get rid of a 2.57. The 6.1 is a solid score. So it's right
Interesting
on.
that Mikey found that on the left as well, because a lot of the scores have been coming off that right.
Yep.
And he found that connection with that left. So right now it is Red, who has been really impressive, but this is still game on because they're all sort of, no one has really set the joint alight right now. 6.4 and a 6.1. These guys do that in their sleep normally, but it's just trying to find and isolate a wave that's going to offer that scoring potential. Right now it is Reef Hazelwood who comes into this rank number 2 on the series, and so if he bowed out in the round 16, that would be considered an upset, to be honest.
Absolutely.
And Ben Spence, who's been absolutely powering through the draw, and he now has just put himself in a really tough position. Needs an 8.17, which will be probably the highest one single wave score of the day so far.
It's been a tough heat for Ben. You have those heats.
Happens at all levels.
Yep. We're now down to under 4 minutes remaining, so it's part of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2022. Surfing New South Wales put this on. It's just fantastic for all surfers in Australia, but particularly the New South Wales team of surfers surfing on their home breaks. And I'd like to see the other states produce surf series like this as well. Queensland, Victoria, they're going to have to, because they need to keep up and they need to provide the opportunity for their surfers in their home states.
Yeah, I feel like New South Wales is definitely, I mean, I'm biased, but leading the way when it comes to
They've led the charge.
100%. In the last 5 to 10 years, they're incredible work from everyone in the office now. The CEO, of course, the boss, Luke Madden, and his team. And I go in the office and quite often and sit down and talk to the crew, and they are developing events from the grassroots level, so from the lowest level right up to the QS, and the amount of work they do and their dedication to developing the next generation has to be, you know, you just got to shout out to these guys as
Absolutely.
Charge up and riding again. Yeah, I mean, it's such a great series. They have so many events, you know, in New South Wales alone.
Yep.
That are world class.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great benefit to surfers all over Australia, but particularly in New South Wales. And that was a good ride.
Again, looking to back that 4.67 up.
He can do that on that, I think.
And it is tough times out there for
Watch this.
Reeve Hazelwood. Well, that first turn, he
Yep,
just
strong, floats that section beautifully.
even when that board once wanted to chatter, then he just really held his composure and surfed through a multiple of turns. So again, building house, and it looks like that could be an in and out for a surfer with 1.5 minutes to go. And where is the surfer in green
White.
and white?
Yes.
They are the two in the lineup needing to score. That was Mikey Clayton Brown, I do believe. And that last wave, we're waiting for it to come in for the last of red. Will it consolidate? Will it better that 4.67? But right now, it is time to get a wriggle on. This is where the anxiety levels sort of go through the roof, and you're really trying to just find yourself not only a wave, because they both need to score, they need something of substance that's going to give them the opportunity. Here we go.
Reef needs a 3.85. He can get that easily. He's just got to get the wave.
Oh,
What happened there?
that is the first time I reckon I've felt like he's made an error and slipped. So he's been in absolutely perfect read with the ocean during the course of the event. But right now he's in a strong position. He's in the lead with 40 seconds to go.
That's a
And this
classic over the handlebars.
Yep.
How did that happen?
Dive in for fish, they call it. But yeah, that was weird that happened. It just skipped out under his feet. Maybe one of the fins sort of disengaged. But right now, I can see someone out there. I think that's Reef trying to get in position.
He's got 20
Will he
seconds.
Get an opportunity. I actually feel like this set might actually come to him before the time elapsed. So
He's sprint
you see him
paddling.
kicking.
Yep. Under 10 seconds is I don't think he's going to get it, Adam.
No, and that is a massive upset.
Upset, yep.
Sure, Reeve Hazelwood not having the opportunity. So it is Mikey Clayton Brown who sits in 8th on the ratings. Again, his consistency is amazing. What a great way to start the round of 16 in the men's here at Boomerang Beach. We're going to throw up to a break. Don't go anywhere. We're all excited, and we'll be back very shortly as we see a wave from Reeve Hazelwood after the bell.
Too little, too late.
See you soon.
Welcome back to beautiful Boomerang Beach. It's part of the Barrington Coast, and we have finals day here at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. I welcome back Britt Nickel to the commentary booth, Britt, and what a great day we've got in store, and what a fantastic heat we've got here right now. Look at the surfers in this heat. Tell me what you're thinking about this one.
This is another stacked one here, Robbo. I just feel like every single heat today is going to look like a final, and that makes it exciting and more entertaining for us as we call the action, but also for the viewers tuning on in. It's going to be a great day here for finals day.
It is. We've seen exciting surfing going down, and look at this heat. We've got Tikahuku Butler from New Zealand. He's been a standout lately. He's a strong, powerful surfer. Joel Vaughan in the blue. Alistair Reginato is having a breakout season, no question about that. And look at that other name in the lineup, Nathan Hedge. He's won his first 2 rounds here, and he's determined. He wants to get into the quarterfinals, and here's a wave.
This occurred in that ad break. This is Joel Vaughan in the blue. He opened up with an 8.5, so excellent start
Wow.
here for the surfer from the Central Coast. He also is the defending champ of this event from last year. You're looking to go back to back.
8.5. You've got to love that, starting your heat off with an 8.5.
It is an excellent number, so judges rewarding that surfing there from Joel Vaughan. Thanks to Destination New South Wales for that replay. One of our supporting rights partners is, of course, Destination New South Wales. More than 2,000 kilometres of spectacular coastline, New South Wales is the home to some of the world's best surf beaches and is Australia's premier surfing destination. And I'm pretty sure that Boomerang Beach just also got #1 beach on this east coast.
Doesn't surprise me at all. Beautiful part of the world. And the weather's starting to fine up, which is a good thing. We've had a cold front come through the last few days, which is uncharacteristic for this time of year. Normally it's just perfect weather. Look at this wave down the beach. That's our New Zealand surfer. And finishing strongly. That was a strong finishing turn, and I'm predicting a good score for that one as well. So Tikahuku Butler has been in stellar form this season, and we're expecting big things from him. He wants to get onto that Challenger Series, and we await that score to come in.
As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. First backhand turn there, stays in the pocket, waits for the steeper section on the inside. This is our New Zealand competitor, comes hard off the bottom, cracks the lip, just blows the tail as well, so adding that extra bit of flair to that last turn. That was the surfer in white. He opened up with a 5.17.
Okay, we've got Taj Stokes, winner of the last heat. Taj, well done on your performance. One thing I've noticed about how you're surfing and your strategy in these heats, you seem to stay very busy out there and catch a lot of waves. Is that part of your strategy?
Yeah, for sure. It's really bumpy today, and there's a lot of junky waves. So that was definitely part of my strategy. Just go out there and stay busy, get a quick one, and then stay busy.
And conditions like this, you'd be quite familiar with these sorts of waves coming from the Sunshine Coast?
Yeah, that's right. I was saying in my interview yesterday, it's just like Sunshine Coast. When we get a bit of swell, we've always got a bit of wind, so it's yeah, it feels just like home.
Speaking of the Sunshine Coast as a training ground, I know you've got a few Sunny Coast crew here competing in this event. Some of them have been knocked out, but I know you're travelling with them. What's it mean to have a crew like that in your corner while you're on the ground here at the event?
Yeah, it's always good. I've got my family down here and a few mates and my girlfriend, so yeah, it's good to get those guys from home down here supporting me, and we all support each other, so yeah, it's really good.
And Taj, you're through to the quarterfinals. How important is this event for you at the moment on the rankings, and what's your goal?
My goal is to just focus on the moment and just focus heat by heat. I know it's cliche, but it's easy to get ahead of yourself, so I'm just enjoying being out in the water and enjoying every heat I have. So.
Well, we've loved how busy you've been in the water. You're racking up the scores. You're through to the quarterfinals. Go away, prepare for that next round, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Perfect. Thanks heaps, guys.
I said to Adam in the last heat, this guy stays busy. He's always getting waves. He's one surfer who won't come out of this heat without 2 scores on the board.
And I feel like that it's helping him find rhythm as well. Like it is easy to kind of just sit and wait, and then you lose rhythm with the ocean. And I just feel like he is one surfer who, like you said, he's keeping busy, and I feel like he's just gaining momentum as he works his way through the draw here at Boomerang Beach. Also got Alistair Reginato. He's from the sunny coast as well, working his way through this inside section. Beautiful turn there as he looks for the steep section on the inside. Gets the finish. Not a clean turn to finish, but he gets the completion.
There's some work done on that wave early, so Reginato's going to open up his account with a decent score. And we saw the New Zealand surfer post a 5.17, but looking at this, great in the pocket surfing here. There's a strong turn here which will get the score really going. Nice, opens the shoulders, gets the link up onto the inside. So interesting to see how the judges decipher that wave. Alistair Reginato, he's been a standout in the last few events. And there it is, a 4.57. So he's on the scoreboard with a reasonable first ride. Nathan Hedge, he's going to have to call on that experience, and he will. He hasn't got a decent score on the board yet, but we know Hedgie, he will get determined, and as each second ticks down, he'll want to get those scores rolling.
Hedgie is normally one of those surfers, like we were just talking about with Stokes in that previous heat. Hedgie is normally a surfer who is quite busy in the lineup.
Yeah.
I feel like he's just changing his approach in this heat. And here we go, Joel Vaughan, just a quick up and out there. Well, he's already in first place. He's got an 8.5 and a 1.07. Vaughnie, he'd be looking for something better than that. He really needs to just kind of put a stamp on this heat and close out the competitors in second, third and fourth. Nathan Hedge, as you mentioned, sitting with first priority. He'd be looking to use that experience. He is an excellent competitor. He has that mental strategy with surfing, and he's still got the talent. He's looking fitter than ever. He's surfing probably better than ever, and he's fired up. I love the emotion that Hedgie brings to the sport, and you can just see the passion and determination that he has. And he's also the type of person who is here in providing help to that generation that's coming through underneath him.
And Nathan Hedge has always been that way. When he was on the championship tour, he was the leader of an Australian pack. He was behind the Aussies all the way. I went to a lot of those events, and one thing you noticed about Nathan Hedge, yep, it's about me, but it's also about Australia. He had Australian flags on his surfboard. He would, if an Australian was in the water competing, he was in their corner. He's just that positive, passionate character. He's always been that way. He always will be. And it's been an incredible career. And the career's not over. Last year he went to Chopu, and I think he knocked out the world champ, Felipe Toledo, and just an amazing character and an amazing surfer. But right now, Hedgie, he needs to get busy.
Looking for that 4.58 to move on through at the moment. The surfer in red sitting in fourth place. Still enough time on the clock, 9.5 minutes remaining. These are, of course, 20-minute heats for the round of 16. Moving into 25-minute heats for the semi-final and 30-minute finals for today. But a fair bit of surfing going down today, Robert. You talked about it earlier with saying to Stokes in that last heat to go away, rest up, get re-energised and ready for the rest of the finals day. But if surfers get through to the final, they're actually surfing 4 times today.
Yep, that's why they do the work in the gym and in the pool and in the water.
One there for Alistair Reginato on his backhand. Well, yeah, with conditions like this, fitness is certainly going to come into play. Not only do they have to surf 4 times throughout the day to make that main final, but there's going to be a fair few runarounds again today as this incoming tide makes its way onto the bank. I think we've got a high around 12 o'clock today.
Okay, so we're just under 9 minutes. Interesting heat again. Joel Vaughan, super well placed. Here we go. You can recognise Hedgie, not by his singlet, but by that bald head shining out there. And he's getting on the scorecard. Look at him working his way, workmanlike. And yep, he knows he needs to get started, and he's milking this for all it's worth onto the inside. And finishes off. He knows he's got a score on the board. He needed a score on the board, and he knows he's got plenty more work to do. He'll be out there as fast as he can, trying to back that up and get into that first and second. Let's watch this wave again. Nice first turn. It's a bumpy wave. There's plenty to deal with here for Hedgie, but he's making the most of it. Nice second and third turn, and just keeps working it over. He knows there's, if he can get an extra half a point out of it, he'll get it. So Nathan Hedge, he needed that ride, and he needs to get back out there.
That is Joel Vaughan on screen. Not able to get the completion. Not sure what he did before that out the back, but he does already have an 8.5 in his scoreline. First wave of this heat. This is, of course, heat number 2 of the round of 16 for the men's. 4 heats in this round, and then we move into the quarterfinals of the women. We have a jam-packed day of action here for finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000 in the water. Beautiful first turn. This looks like it might be the Destination New South Wales replay of the last of blue. This is Joel Vaughan, current heat leader, just not able to get the completion.
But he'll get a decent score for that first turn, I feel.
There it is, a 3.67, so Joel Vaughan in the blue, in the lead. Does extend first place position. Alistair Reginato in the green, now in second place, chasing a 7.61 to take first. But I tell you what, look at those requirements for third and fourth to move into second place. Kihikihi Butler chasing a 1.37 and Nathan Hedge just a 2.65. So it is still anybody's game here for this heat. Just under 6.5 minutes remaining.
And Butler holds priority. With 6.5 minutes, that's a comfortable position to be in. He's got a reasonable first ride. He's got priority. He's in third position, only requires a 1. He's going to want a much better score than that. 1.37. He'll want a good wave, and he'll want to use this priority in a smart way, and I'm sure he will, because he is an experienced competitor now at this level, and he has an enormous amount of hunger to get onto that Challenger Series.
He was on the Challenger Series last year, so he did compete last year on that Challenger leg. It'd be good to see him there again this year. Give it another good crack. I'm sure there's plenty of learnings from last year that competitors can take into this year. As we just watch a quick one there for Alistair Reginato. Just coming off a third place at the Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000, so a great result.
It was a third place, but to a lot of spectators and a lot of people at that event, he was a standout. If you look at the scores throughout the early heats, Reginato probably had the biggest scores of the entire event.
Here we go, Vaughnie up on his backhand, drives into that first turn, bit of a check turn to set up, and just a bit indecisive there, the man in the blue.
What was that? Almost a bunny hop?
I think he thought about, but nah, just changed his mind.
The wave ran out of legs.
Joel Vaughan will make his way back into the lineup. Still enough time to capitalise on that first place. He's looking to replace a 3.67 to extend the lead, but at the moment I feel like it's a bit of a battle for second place.
It is.
Super close between second and fourth. First priority with the competitor in the white from New Zealand. Had a quick one there in the distance. That was Alistair Reginato in the green, looking to replace a 2.03 as his low score.
He may have done that. It was one strong turn.
It won't be the 7.61 that he's chasing for first, but he may just extend second place. Well, look at this thing for Hedgie.
Oh.
Lays into that first turn. He's going to stick with it. He's hoping for this inside connection. Can he get it, Robbo?
Well, I like the start of the wave, and he will find the inside bank here and finishes strongly and gives a pump as well. He's claimed it. It looked impressive out the back. It looked like a beautiful left that he's picked up under priority. Only needs a 2.71, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get that.
Well,
actually, the requirement may have gone up. Look at this first turn. Beautiful, smooth, stylish, back into the white water, and then works it into the shore break. Nathan Hedge. And lets the judges know.
he certainly does. I think the requirement went up to a 4.35.
Yes.
Quickly catching that on the screen before we went to the replay. But Hedgie, he wears that heart on his sleeve when it comes to his surfing. He is passionate. And look at the sprint up the beach. He definitely got that number, a 6.33. The surfer in red goes into second place. Alistair Reginato in the green now in third, chasing a 5.67. And look, Hedgie's just taking a couple of deep breaths. I feel like he's deliberating on whether or not he's going to make the paddle back out with 2.5 minutes on the clock. He's not a man to give up, but I feel like he's calling it a day. Leggy comes off. Conserving energy.
Well, he knows what the situation is, and what a story. 6.33. He went from 4th position up into 2nd, and the requirement is for Reginato is a 5.67, and for Butler in the white, it's a 5.07. So they need decent scores to try and overtake Nathan Hedge with 2 minutes remaining. Incredible. He didn't have a wave at the halfway mark.
This is going to be a nervous wait. I feel
It
like
is.
With a bit of anxiety might
Oh,
step
long
on in
2
for
minutes for Nathan Hedge right now. On the beach, he'll be looking at it, just counting the seconds down.
That is a surfer in blue. Well, that's not going to make a difference for Nathan
No.
Hedge. Joel Vaughan in first place. He's locked in an 8.5, and I feel like this is going to extend that lead, looking to drop a 3.67 with 1.5 minutes on the clock. He gets the inside connection. Catches a rail, but manages to recover.
It's all about second place.
Mid-range 5, that's still a highly achievable score.
It is, and those two surfers are out in the lineup by themselves. They have priority. They sit in the lineup. TK Butler has been very patient, but right now, with under a minute, there's no patience. He's got to get a wave.
Joel Vaughan in the blue, he did extend that lead, a 5.93 on that last wave as we hit the Mad Mex minute. 45 seconds on the clock. We are on the edge of our seats. Alistair Reginato on the green chasing a 5.67. Butler chasing a 5.07. And, well, he is up and riding, Robbo.
Yep, going left again. And he'll want the connection here. Now he's going right. And smacks that last turn. And looking for more. And gets more. Wow. Butler in the white, the Kiwi in 4th position, needs a 5.07. He did that classic go left, go right, and he milked it, and there are 2 strong manoeuvres on the end there as we count out this heat. It's in the judge's hand. We're going to get a replay, a strong first turn as well. I think he's got it.
I feel like he's got this score too,
Yeah.
Robbo. Bit of a flat section through the middle, but like you said, he
Look
had
at
a
it.
strong turn to start with and then belted a couple of turns on the inside here.
Oh, what would Nathan Hedge be thinking? He would have seen all that play out before his eyes.
There it is. Ehukihu Butler gets the score required, moves into 2nd place, unfortunately for Nathan Hedge. Bowing out in 3rd, Alistair Reginato in 4th, and that concludes heat number 2 of the men's round of 16.
Kiwis will be celebrating on the beach, Britt, as we go to the break.
We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of the men's round of 16, heat number 3.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to Boomerang for finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Adam Hennessy, and what a heat that one was, Dimmy.
Yeah, what a heat. I saw Hulk stand on the beach just praying for no more waves, and the Kiwi came flying home with a wet sail and got the job done. Yeah, just as you expect, these heats are so stacked, and it's going to take something incredible to win this event. And wow, even going off the first two heats in the round of 16, it is exciting to watch. We've got the Destination New South Wales action replay, surfing red up and right in straight in. I think that's Morgan. And look at that turn, just really flaring the tail and connecting with the lip. And yeah, that was exciting. I felt like Vorney had a really strong heat as well. So these surfers were now going to man on man, but now it's all about these last two heats of this round. And Morgan Siblick, the former World Tour surfer, in with a 4.67, Jarvis Earl with a 4.33. We've got Geordie Lawler and Mikey Madonna. Here we go. Oh, nice turn. You can just see the performance levels, Britt, starting to, you know, their ability to raise the bar as they go through the draw is the one thing that really impresses me. They know they're going to have to switch on to win this event, but more than that, they just seem to have that ability to really go through the gears.
You're right, Dimmy. I think coming into finals day, I feel like some of the competitors have just kind of reserved that energy a little bit, doing what they have to get through, but not putting it all out there on the line just yet. But finals day, they're going to have to leave it all in the water. They go big or go home. They're going to have to surf 4 times today if they want to make that main final, and that's a lot of fitness coming into play with conditions like this, and adding in the runaround too.
That is a lot of stress, both mentally and physically, for these surfers to get the job done. So there's so much that goes into the to what formulates a successful campaign at an event. And like you said, 4 heats, they're going to have to surf 2 20-minute heats, a 25-minute heat, and then the final. So it's so important as we see surfer up just jamming away on the forehand. So yeah, there's so much that goes into it, but these guys are so finely tuned. They know their situations. I'm pretty sure that might have been, I don't know, on the left. I couldn't see it in the glare, but right now, if you look at the scores, 6-point right and a 4.33 for Jarvis Earl. Geordie Lawler, a 3.73 and a 1.50. Morgan holds first priority with a 4.67, and Mikey Madonna with a 4.37. So game on, heat number 3. But yeah, I think, you know, their ability to turn off in between heats is key too. So you want to make sure that you're ready to go for your heats, but you also need to, you know, reserve that energy levels as you go through the day, because it is a big day, finals day.
For sure, I mean, it can get exhausting if you don't know how to manage that switch on, switch off mechanism. And I feel like if you're on all day and you're just constantly hanging around the event, watching the surf, you get to the end of the day and you'd be absolutely cooked.
Well, it sounds like we've got Vorney down in the post-seat interview area. Joel, congratulations, buddy, into the next round. How are you feeling out there?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Stoked to take a win on that last heat. It was some tough competitors, and yeah, just kind of got a couple lucky waves, and yeah, stoked to get through.
Mate, I want to go back to last year. How did you feel coming through the Challenger Series events? Does that give you a lot more energy and a lot more confidence moving back to the regional format? Because you had some really good results towards the back end of that Challenger Series. How are you feeling in 2023?
Yeah, I feel really good. I'm stoked to be here and doing some comps. There's still so many good surfers in these events, so you can't take it lightly. And like, you just got to go out and surf as well as you can. And yeah, I'm feeling good. And yeah, that last year definitely helped out with my confidence a lot. Just surfing with some really, really good surfers, and yeah, it was just a really good experience.
And talking about the boards today, what kind of equipment are you having to use? Do you have to change up your boards with the wind and the kind of swell direction?
No, I kind of just stayed on my normal shortboard. Just got a really good radius squash tail that I'm riding, and it just feels nice and stable under my feet. And yeah, just goes real quick and holds rail well. So yeah, I'm stoked with the boards under my feet.
Well, your boards certainly look good under your feet, and you've been able to adapt to the conditions. Going back to last year, Joel, you did do the Challenger Series. Are there any key learnings that you learnt from last year that you're now bringing into 2023?
The main ones were just kind of to take the opportunities as they come, and you never know what the heat's going to bring, so you're gonna just got to give yourself as many opportunities as you can to get through the heat and just surf as well as you can and just commit, I guess.
Well, you definitely committed on that 8.5. Leading into quarterfinals now, we were just talking about to make the main final, surfers are going to have to surf 4 times today. If you're going to be in that main final, what's your strategy with energy and conserving that energy leading into the final?
I'm definitely going to get out of the sun right now, just maybe jump in the car, get in the aircon and stay nice and hydrated and eat some food, nothing big, but just stay full and stay hydrated and yeah, just kind of switch off and reset before my next heat and yeah, just try to get ready.
Well, we'll let you do exactly that, Vaughnie. Congratulations on moving through to the quarterfinals. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, Vaughnie looking strong, looking focused, and talking about, you know, the experiences of the Challenge Series last year and what he can, you know, take away from those experiences. He had a 5th in the Challenge. He made a quarter and then had another result. I'm pretty sure it was in Brazil he had a result too. So it took a little bit of time to find his feet in that scenario because there's so many good surfers on the Challenger. But I feel like, you know, his maturity and his level of surfing is right where it needs to be, and he's going to be hard to stop today. And talking about hard to stop, just on paper this heat is just so incredible as we see. Pretty sure this is that last wave of Morgan, just really flaring that first manoeuvre, comes off the bottom, nice connection with the lip, just trying to bring that board into that transfer position on the inside and get himself a little bit more scoring potential, but he got across so much dead water then to basically have nothing happen. That'd be torture. But surfing so well, so strong. And right now it is Jarvis Earl with a 6 and a point, 4.33, the current QS leader of this series, the junior world champ as well. And he is looking serious for qualification for the Challenger Series events as we see the surfer up and riding. But yeah, so this is a cracker. We've got Geordie Lawler, who's just come off a huge win last week at the Tweed Coast Pro, and you've got Mikey Madonna, who we've spoken at length about how we feel his development is starting to progress. So these 4 surfer heats, wow, round of 16, looking good.
It is a huge day here at Boomerang for our finals day. Camplify Great Lakes Pro US 3000. We are happy to be here. We are in a beautiful part of the world, just south of Foster. And well, if you're looking for a road trip, come check it out.
You're good on the road trips.
Thanks to Camplify, Australia's largest van sharing community. You can chase a swell. It's never been so easy. You can hire a camper van. They have a wide variety for you to cruise that coastline and search for that next set and style. Be sure to download the Camplify app today. And well, yeah, I love a road trip, Dimmy.
Yep, been travelling up and down the coast for many a year, but yeah, great to have such an amazing partnership with Camplify for this event. And as I said, right now in this heat, we're halfway through Britain. It's so important for these guys to identify that next big score, because at the moment, best wave in the heat is a 6-point ride, and to be honest, for these guys, they do that in their sleep. So it's the difficult nature of the peaks at the moment, the way they're shifting across the banks, and yeah, with Mikey and Geordie in 3rd and 4th respectively, not a lot required. So right now the surfer in white has a 4.37, needs a 5.47 to go up from 4th to 2nd. Geordie Lawler, we've spoken about the fact he's coming off a real confidence boost for himself, winning up at the Tweed. He needs a 4.98, and Morgan Siblick, you know, it's just incredible to think how, you know, at times how complicated our sport can be for a competitor. He had a year he was on everyone's lips when it came to the tour, and then the next year he basically fell out of contention as we see Mikey up and riding. Really nice rail carve. I love the way he holds that line, slides the tail on that one, gets a little bit looser, but he's going to get this inside corner and check that out. Really strong performance at the end. So just looking so in tune with the ocean, so in tune with his equipment, and strong on his feet. That was a great ride. Nice timing. I love how compressed he got on that first turn, Brett. So
really opened up through the second. I just love this bonus section here, Dimmy, on the inside.
Well read. Very much like Taj Stokes. I feel like Mikey's had such a strong read on the banks out here so far this week. So that was a really strong ride. But I did love the amount of coil he got out of that first turn. Really, really impressive.
Mikey Madonna, he is an impressive surfer from that Lennox Head region. Thanks to Destination New South Wales for the replay. Just over 8 minutes on the clock. It is now Mikey Madonna in the white in first place, a 6.57 and a 4.37. So just like that, he goes from fourth to first. Jarvis Earl in the green, now in second, chasing a 4.95. Morgan Siblick, Geordie Lawler, they're both chasing mid-range fives, and they are well and truly more capable of getting those scores. Like you said, they can do those things in their sleep, Dimmy.
Yeah, it's just about opportunity right now. So welcome in to everyone online for day number 4, finals day here at Boomerang Beach for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. As we said before, big prize money on offer, and more important, 4 qualification big points on offer. And we're going to be here all day as we round out right through to the finals. And we've spoken about it at length about the physical nature of our sport and the fact that these surfers, both men and women, are going to have to surf 4 times to get the job done today. But the reward is definitely going to be there for these athletes. But right now, 7 minutes to go, we are down to the final stages of this heat. We've got one more heat in the round of 16, then we go to the 2 surfer format, both men's and women's on finals day. So exciting battle this. Mikey Madonna bouncing back with that last ride. It is the best wave of the heat, a 6.57. And like I said, I feel like he's just been in sync when it comes to his performances in the ocean this week.
He has been, Dimmy. Well, you can't rule out the other competitors, though, because I feel like they've also been in sync, not only all week, but you've got the likes of Jarvis Earl, who's the current WSL World Junior Champ. He's currently first on the rankings. And you've got Geordie Lawler just coming off that win at the Tweed Coast Pro. This is an exciting matchup between these 4 surfers.
100%. Geordie can drop 9s at a drop of a hat, as they say. But yeah, this is really an intense heat, because when you consider the experience of a Geordie Lawler and a Morgan Siblick, you know, if you looked at it on paper, you'd think that with the amount of experience those guys have got, they're going to be the 2 who are going to be hard to stop in this heat. But such is the skillful nature of these young guys now, it's just game on for everyone. But yeah, this is definitely not over, because when you consider first to fourth, basically there's about a 2-point difference. It's going to come down to that next lot of waves, who can isolate a big score and put himself in that transfer position.
And judges have been rewarding those big turns on the big sections, and we have been watching it the last few days. Surfers in this heat have been locking in excellent scores with just one big turn.
Yep.
They don't necessarily need something that runs through that entire bank.
That's what the judges are looking for, that point of difference, that, you know, that superb sort of visual, and that's what they look for. They go to the judging criteria, power, speed, flow, but they also want to see aggressive innovation, progression, and they'll reward that.
They will, and with just over 5 minutes on the clock, red and blue in 3rd and 4th place. However, they are also holding 1st and 2nd priority respectively. A massive big backhand turn there.
Wow.
But unfortunately unable to stick the landing. I think that might have been Jarvis Earl in the green.
Just trying to back that 4.57 up, and like you said, if he had landed that turn, even for a one clipper, I'm thinking that's going to be a really nice score. But unfortunately, the power of the ocean sometimes can overpower a surfer. But yeah, nice commitment to that turn.
Only looking for a 4.95 to take first place. I just feel like Jarvis, he'd be looking for that score, just wanting to get into first place, knowing the competitors that he is up against at the moment. This is, of course, the men's round of 16, heat number 3. Coming up next in heat number 4, we have another cracker. Xavier Huxtable, Axel Carota, George Ida, and Caius King.
Wow. A couple of my boys in the next heat. I get a little bit nervous. Yeah, it's going to be an amazing battle, and it's all about this heat with 4 to go. It's an intriguing battle, because all these 4 surfers are still in line to get themselves into the man-on-man format. Right now, Geordie Lawler needs a 5.71, multiple wins on the QS at a higher level. He did win down in the Sydney Surf Pro at Manly, and also last week. So he's got the game. He's had experience on the World Championship circuit. Morgan Siblick, well, wow. as we said, he is such an amazing athlete, fighting his way back, trying to get back to where he believes he should be. And I dare say the eyes of the world are watching what Morgs is doing moving forward. But right now they've got a bit of a battle on their hands, Britt, because it is the world junior champion and Mikey Madonna who have the first and second position in this heat. But it's still 3.5 minutes or just under. That's a lot of time.
It is a lot of time. Well, I feel like the surfers in third and fourth will be thinking, I wish I had more time. And the surfers in first and second are probably thinking, I wish this 3 minutes would go quicker. But
it's a two-edged sword.
That is a quick one for Jarvis Earl from Cronulla. It's not going to be the score that he's chasing to move into first place. But as you're talking about, Dimmy, it's still a fair bit of time considering what has been happening the last few days with these heats. A lot of surfers have locked in good numbers and then left it until the last minute to get the score that's required. So it is not over until that hooter sounds.
Yeah, and when you consider the priority situation right now, Morgan's got first priority and Geordie's got second priority. That in itself is an advantage for anyone needing a score, because when you look at what they actually require, a 5.41 and a 5.71, that is not a lot for those guys to actually achieve. So they know under pressure they can perform. And as I said, the greatest thing for those and the most positive part of their scenario is the fact that they do hold first and second priority.
And most of the time, this quality of surfing with competitors like we have in this heat, they'd be looking at mid-range fives as throwaways in a normal heat.
100%. But such is the nature of the ocean. Sometimes that does not allow that scenario to play out. So you just got to fight what's in front of you. And for right now, for Morgan and Geordie, we're down to 2 to go. So pulling the trigger on the next wave, I feel, is going to be really a defining moment in this heat. And what they take, as we see Geordie actually looks like he's lost priority. So maybe he's taken a wave we haven't seen. We'll just have to try to get a replay on that one. But yeah, 1.5 minutes to go. This is exciting.
This is an interesting situation. So Geordie Lawler in the blue, he's now got fourth priority. Going to get very interesting with 1.5 minutes on the clock. He'll be chasing a 5.71. However, he's got 3 other surfers in the lineup that have right of way before him.
That's an issue. And but we saw yesterday he was really switched on towards the back end of that heat where he needed a score, came to the inside and got the job done. So he's definitely in the game still. But with 1 minute to go, the pressure is starting to build on both Morgan Siblick and Geordie Lawler if they're going to advance into the quarterfinals. And it is the 2 young guns who are at the moment first and second, Mikey Madonna and Jarvis Earl. But it's very tight between all 4 surfers. Such is the nature of these heats.
We are into the Mad Mex minute. There's 40 seconds on the clock of the men's round of 16, heat number 3.
Mad Mex, wow. It's burritos for lunch, dinner and breakfast. Gotta love it.
I love their burritos, but my favourite food is Mexican, and I love tacos. They have a thing called a Mexicali taco, and they're only $3. I feel like I could probably eat 10 of those and
wow. Fresh is best, baby. That's what they say.
Continue to want to eat it and not get sick of it. So thanks to Mad Mex, they have partnered again with Surfing New South Wales across the entire New South Wales Pro Surf Series again this year to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and make people aware of their sponsorship program. But back to the live action in the water. This is crucial. That's the man in the red, Morgan Siblick, looking for a 5.41.
He's going to need something big on the inside. A nice turn, release of the tail. Can he ride out? And unfortunately, no, he cannot. So is that all she wrote when it came to this third heat of the round of 16 at this stage? We'll have to see what happened on the outside, but it looks like Mikey Madonna and Jarvis Earl may have just got the jump and put themselves into the man-on-man format. We'll be thrown off to a break very shortly. We'll be back welcoming everyone on finals day. I hope you're enjoying the action. And this is that last of Morgan. Nice turn out the back. Wow. There was quite a bit to this wave. And we didn't get to see this before, but now we're looking at it. This is ultra interesting because that was some strong surfing, Britt Nicol. Wow.
It was, Dimmy, but I just feel like the last section, he really needed the completion. Well, that was from earlier.
Oh, that was his best wave. So we're going to throw after a break. We'll be back shortly. Enjoy the morning session because it's finals day down here at Boomerang Beach in New South Wales.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back in, everyone. We are at Boomerang Beach Finals Day, the first event of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and we've got the last heat of this round, and it looks like we've got a surfer up, and that is George Pitter. I know that style. Bang, just banging away on that right and finding that little inside corner to work with. Those CI surfboards look very in tune with his body.
Yeah,
nice start for Georgie Pitter.
Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday, Dimmy. I asked you what he might have changed in that last 12 months to bring in that form for 2023. Then I asked him in the post-heat interview, and he did mention the equipment change. He went from DHD over to CI.
Yep.
And it seems to be working. Those boards are looking crisp under his feet.
I'm sure all the boys at onboard will be watching this heat and love the depth of the way this guy goes off the bottom and into the lip. He's got a fantastic ability to read the wave, and he looks ultra fit this year. He's done a lot of work, and as I said, those change-ups to the CIs, the onboard crew looking after him, I feel has been a real game changer when it comes to George and his confidence levels as well.
It is certainly showing in his surfing. We'll wait for that score to be locked in. This is, of course, the men's round of 16, heat number 4. We have Xavier Huxtable in the red, Pius King in the green, George Pitter in the white, and Axel Carrotta in the blue. So a 5.5 first of white.
Nice start.
Great way to start this heat, but I feel like watching those last heats, you might need some bigger numbers, like looking at the names in this draw.
Well, interesting heat is for the people out in Webland. There's the three of these guys are really good mates, as we see Axel up and right in, I do believe. But yeah, it's interesting when you have to go up against your mates in such a big event and such an important heat. So Axel, George, they travel together, and so does Xavier. So those three mates just having to sort of give themselves some space in the morning. I wonder if there was any bit of banter going on between the three of them this morning. I'm pretty sure they would have had their game face on and just sort of focusing in, because to be honest, this is such a critical heat for these guys. If they can get into that man-on-man format into the quarterfinals, they've got a big shot at actually winning the title here, and all of them want to surf the two-surfer format, so it is game on. And then you throw in the mix one of the most dynamic surfers on the planet, Pius King, and wow, what a heat we got.
It is a huge one here, Dimmy, for finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Live action in the water. That is Axel up and riding, carving into the pocket, waiting for this wave to stand up on the bank as the water starts to come in with that high tide. He's just trying to stick with it, but not able to quite get there, Dimmy.
Yeah, he's ultra strong in these kind of conditions. At home at Manly, he really spends a lot of time in the water in all conditions, so he'd feel comfortable. Down in the interview area, we have the man himself, Mikey Madonna. Congratulations, mate. That was such a solid heat for yourself, mate. How you feeling?
Thanks, Dimmy. Cheers. Yeah, I'm feeling good. That was such a hard heat. It was always going to be so tough. You know, Morgan and Geordie's just two such so established guys, and then Jarvis, obviously, the world junior champs. It was going to be such a tough heat. Yeah, I was just looking forward to get out there and ride a few waves. It's good. We still got some swell, and it's tricky, but you can find the right ones. It's fun.
I feel like you're really comfortable on these peaks, and your reads are perfect as well. What was your strategy going in? Just concentrate on yourself more than what else was going on in the heat, or just trying to find your connection with the ocean again?
Yeah, you know, obviously yesterday I managed to find two pretty good waves out there, so you know, it was definitely in my mind. I wanted to go out and do the same thing, but it was very different out there. There wasn't as many I think it's definitely harder today to pick what a good wave's going to do, because right now the tide's in between, low and it's that sort of mid-tide-ish where it's out the back, and sort of that halfway zone, it's not connecting as well. So yeah, it was tricky. I just wanted to find some waves with some energy in it, and lucky I got that one halfway through the heat, because it sort of stopped in the last 10 minutes.
Same board? It looked good. Did you change your board, or was the same one
Yeah.
as yesterday?
Yeah, same board as yesterday. Rode a different board this morning just to freshen myself up a little bit, and then jump back on the magic today. My heat, yeah.
Hey, Mikey, it's Britt. You knew what you were up against coming into that heat. You talked about it yourself with those two established surfers and then Jarvis Earl, WSL World Champ. But you took the win in that heat. You know that you're capable of winning against guys like that. What does it do for your confidence now moving into the quarterfinals and finals day?
Yeah, it's definitely massive for my confidence. I've had so many heats with Morgs in the last year, and he smoked me. Yeah, so it's good to actually finally get on top of those guys. I mean, like I said, they're such amazing surfers. Yeah, definitely feels good. But like I said, I'm just taking it one heat at a time, and everyone in this draw from here on in is such amazing surfers. So just focus on myself and get the right waves again, and I believe I can go all the way. It's just a matter of taking my time and just enjoying
well, Mikey,
it. I think.
You're on fire this morning, mate. Rest up, get ready for the quarters. Now you're going man-on-man scenario. That changes the dynamic as well. We wish you all the best moving forward, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy. Cheers, Britt.
Yeah, what a performance. And as I said, I love the maturity and how, calm. Just the way he's speaking these days, he's very calm. He knew what he had. He knew he had Morgs and Geordie and Jarvis, and he just set about working out his own strategy. And that's what I like about these young guys now. They seem to have found that formula, and it's working for them. As we see Surfer up and riding, that is man in blue. That is Axel Carrotta. So Axel from Manly, from North Stain, and this guy has really put in a lot of time in the water in the last couple of years, spent a lot of time over there in Indo this year, and he's starting to find his feet on the QS, and it takes a while, but look at the way he just jams away at these turns. So he's got game, and these kind of experiences will play a big part in his development moving forward. So we're waiting on a couple of scores. We've got the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Got a solid game, these guys, all these four surfers. This is George Pitter's backup, and unfortunately he fell at the end, but again, just that CI surfboard looking very in tune with the ocean and with his body, and this is the wave we were speaking about. Unfortunately, just that first bit of that wave, but once he got to open up, he really sort of extended through the body and got that board working in tune and found this little corner. At North Stain, he does spend a lot of time going left because there's a pipe down there, but he's so strong on the back, on the forehand, backhand. That nice backhand whip at the end, that's going to put a little bit of a punch in the scoreline as well, as we see Axel locked in at 3.57.
Well, at the moment, it is the two North Stain surfers in first and second. You'd be happy about that one, Jimmy?
Yeah, look, all these guys, I love the way the four guys surf. Zave, I've spent a lot of time with him, and he's such a dangerous competitor. And we spoke about this yesterday about someone like Zave, who he's so comfortable in these kind of windy, kind of wild conditions coming from down in Vico. And even George spoke in the post-heat interview early in the event saying, Zave is probably the most comfortable, as we see man in question right now. Look at the way this guy surfs. He's got plenty of experience, and you don't get a lot of body talk from Zave, and I felt like he knew that was a good wave. Yeah, he's had experience on the championship tour, so he'll win events moving forward in his career for sure. It's just about putting those consistent performances together.
For sure, Jimmy. He's just such a strong, powerful surfer, and just watching him link those two turns together as we watch this Destination New South Wales wave replay. Beautiful first turn. Comes off the bottom, carves straight into the pocket, and gets the steeper section on the inside, puts it up there, and then gets the bonus section here.
Wonder why he was giving that little shaka. That was exceptionally well read. Wow. And that was George Pitter out the back. But yeah, that is going to be the best wave of the heat, in my opinion, by far. And as I said, how well did he lay that rail down? An 8.17 last of the surf in red, and backs it up with a 5.17. So, as we said, feeling very comfortable in these conditions, coming from Victoria. But I love the depth of how much he held the rail on those turns as he went through. And as I said, he's not the kind of dude, you don't see a lot of emotion from Zabe. He's pretty much a machine, and that was really well placed and an excellent score.
Well, the subtle little claim that he threw was certainly worth it, that 8.17.
It was a half shucker.
It was like a no claim, but we just kind of saw it.
It would have felt good. Those first two turns were done with speed, power, flow, and the judges really identified and rewarded that last score for sure. So with 8 minutes to go, we switch over very shortly to the two surfer format for the men's and women's. Here we go, surf up and right in, lovely first carve. Again, just trying to find that inside link. I'm pretty sure that is Axel. And you can just see the body language there, and out the back, here we go. One of the stronger, powerful hackers on the tour. And it's Kai's King, and out the back, George Pitter swooping. So this is a great heat starting to sort of unfold before our eyes. Xavier Huxtable out there in the lead with that 8.17 to 5.17. Who was your pick? Robbo asked me, and I said Taku Butler and Reef Hazelwood straight away. Reef out.
I went Bormy, and then she got knocked. And
yeah,
and then
we shouldn't say anything. We're deaf right in.
And I went Geordie, and I was like, well, I'm tossing up between like Geordie, Reef, and Hedgie. And so I stuck it on Geordie, but yeah.
Here we go, look this way.
All out of here.
I'm very interested in the one of Kai's King behind as well. You can see Axel just trying to formulate to get himself over that corner, but this one coming deep on the peak. So he had to basically transition and set up this ride, but then he gets to work. Look at this thing. It lines up, really nice connection with the lip, nice and patient off the bottom, wrapping back into the power source, and then he gets to work on the inside, and the camera pans over to George Pitter. So that is going to be a nice ride for the surfer in green with 7 minutes to go. There it is, a 6.10. So it is starting, as you'd expect, Brett. These heats are so action-packed, so many great surfers. It's starting to really tighten up.
It certainly is. Well, Kai's King in the green. He's only chasing a 3.97, and that is a pretty easy score for him, but he's going to need the wave. I'm sure another opportunity will pop up with just over 6 minutes on the clock. Kai's King from Byron Bay. He did win the Tweed Coast Pro last year. He had a pretty good run, and then he actually had a back injury, which saw him out of the water for 6 months. So it's great to see Kai's back in the water, back in the Rashi, and well, you can't really tell that he's had an injury. He's surfing in fine form.
No, he's got such a great fluent style, and his ability to put that board right into the power source of the wave is really tailor-made for competition surfing. But he's also got the sort of innovation parts of his game too. He can bring everything to the table, as all these four surfers can. They're all strong in the air, strong on the rail, and that's what you need to do to get to that next level.
Well, at the moment, it is the Victorian out in first place, Xavier Huxtable. He has got a stranglehold on this heat so far, an 8.17 and a 5.17. He's also holding first priority, so he sits in a good position at this stage of the heat with just over 5 minutes on the clock. George Pitter in the white in second place. 7.85 will take him to first. Kai's King a 3.97 and Axel Rodder a 6.5. As we watch the live action in the water, we have a surfer up and riding. That is George Pitter.
Yeah, up on the forehand, trying to get around, and I could just feel like the timing of that wave just wasn't to his liking, so he's had to pull out, and looks like Xavier Huxtable might have got one and out as well. So right now, you can see the priority situation sits with Axel Carota, the talented natural footer. He knows he can get a 6.5. He would have been really confident going in this heat because he's come from really deep in the draw, and he's starting to put multiple heats together, and the consistency is what it's all about for these young guys. Yeah, they can all win heats, but it's those guys who can be consistent through their performances are the ones who are jumping up to that next level of the Challenger Series. So with 4 to go, it is our priority with blue and then second priority with green. And at the completion of this heat, Britt, we're excited. We're into the quarterfinals. This is where big points, big money starts to sort of come into play, and that's the serious nature of this event. It's all about points, really. Yeah, the money's good, but the whole objective of this series of events is to get on the Challenger. And here we go. Looks like someone up and riding.
That is Caius King in the green. He's only chasing a 3.97, and well, I'm going to go out there and say that I think he's got the score ready, Dimmy.
Yep, on the basis of that one turn and the read of this wave, he's done a clearly better that 0.70, and he might even put himself in a really strong position. And just a tradesman-like performance on that wave. At 3.5 minutes ago, he only needed a 3.97 to overtake George Pitter, and that is game on. We see the Destinations New South Wales replay set that up with a lovely rail carve, nice and patient. But I feel like this turn right here was the money turn, and he came out of that wave with just such speed to put himself back into this corner. So a well-ridden wave for the man in green. And you can just see how he's trying to connect the dots towards the back end of that heat. Just put an exclamation mark for the judges to think about.
Well, there it is, a 7.33. Caius King in the green goes straight into first place. He has a backup of a 6.1. Xavier Huxtable now in second, but look how close it is between first and second.
Yeah, both third and fourth now have a lot of work to do with 2.5 to go. George Pitter needs a 7.85. Axel Carrotta needs a 9.77. So they do have the thing for Axel. He's got first priority, and he'll be backing himself in on the next set. And George Pitter, he's got a 5.5 and a 4.57. He needs that 7.85. So those are both scores are going to have to be pretty amazing rides into the excellent range if they're going to progress through to the man-on-man.
Yeah, they would have to be up there with the highest single waves of this heat. With 2 minutes on the clock, will the opportunity arise for the two surfers from North Stain, George Pitter, Axel Carrotta? They've been in form the entire event. They've made their way through to the men's round of 16. Can they get there, Dimmy?
Back them in. They've got the talent. If they want it, they'll get it. And the whole thing about these heats, there's no easy heats. And making the round of 16 is a big deal in itself. But they know opportunity presents himself, and so it's going to be really interesting this last minute and a half. Of course, Caius King, that last wave, that 7.33 was enough to set him alight and put him in first position. And Zabe is out there with a 8.17 and a 5.17. So he only needs basically a 5.26 to move on up into our second to shut the gate on third and fourth.
As we approach that Mad Max minute, we have a surfer having a look, scratching into this one. That is a surfer in blue, Axel, up and riding. He needs a 9.77. He's probably going to have to look at breaking that up into two scores, chasing a total of 13.35 if he's wanting to move into second place.
Nice ride so far, but has the opportunity been there for him? So I'm feeling that could be his best way, but it's definitely not a 9.77. And with 40 seconds to go, is there enough time for him to get back in the lineup? Now, surfer in red has first priority and white has second priority. So white needs a 7.85. We are counting down to the last 30 seconds of this heat. At the moment, it's a surfer from Byron Bay with that 7.33 and a 6.10 in the lead. In red from Victoria, Xavier Huxtable. He needs a 5.26 to move up. He has first priority, but time is the enemy right now, Brett.
It is. It looks like it may just be Caius King and Xavier Huxtable moving on through to the men's quarterfinals. This is, of course, finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Another beautiful day here at Boomerang Beach.
Certainly is.
We are going to move into the women's quarterfinals. Heat number 1 coming up next. Cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action.
My name's Rolly. I'm from the northern beaches of Sydney. I love making coffee and I love picking up rubbish. And I love surfing. That's probably an important one, right? Yeah. As surfers, we have such a unique experience in the ocean and almost begin to develop our own language with it. Having Surfing New South Wales and the weight of the EPA behind the New South Wales government's Stop It and Swap It campaign, it's great because it formalises the issue and it really connects with everybody at this first touch point of how much waste we're producing in the first place. Stop it and swap it so that surfers get to surf in a cleaner ocean for generations to come.
All right, welcome back everyone. Welcome back everyone to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS3000, joined in the booth by Robbo, and what an exciting afternoon we got, mate. We are into our finals day. We're now into the two surfer format for men and women's, and this is where the strategies start to change up just that little bit.
Woman on woman here we have, and we've got the defending event champion in the water, Nixie Ryan and Amelia Burke. And yes, two surfers in the water. It's an absolute change of strategy, and it's a more pure surfing competition once you get down to two surfers in the water, Adam.
This is it definitely changes it. It definitely changes the way they go about it, the strategy, the thought process. I feel like in the two surfer format, there's so much more breathing room to work out, and you can play your own strategies. And sometimes when it comes to this format, you know, it's what you don't take that becomes more important than what you do take towards the back end of these heats.
Yeah, it's going to be intriguing. We've got a surfer up and riding, but that wave did not deliver. But they'll be way more comfortable with just two surfers in the water.
100%.
Yeah,
it's a completely different mindset.
Very pure way of determining the champions, and all surfers that have made it through to the quarterfinals, there'll be a feeling of relief that, yeah, we go into man on man, woman on woman surfing, and exciting stuff. It's going to be intriguing to watch it out. Those quarterfinals of the men's division, they're stacked. The talent pool is amazing, and we're going to see great surfing through these quarterfinals for men and women. And we have a surfer up and riding. I believe that's our surfer in red, Amelia Burke. Nice opening turn. She's working through to the inside here. She'll be hoping this wave stands up. It looks like it will. A lot of white water to contend with. Too much white water there, Adam.
Yeah, a lot of white water to negotiate there for Emily Burke, but a nice way to start, just finding her feet in this ocean out there. Very tricky. Spoke to a couple of the boys earlier about it, and they said, yeah, it's hard to identify what the good ones are in the lineup, but if you can chip shot into a nice right or one of those lefts, there's scoring potential out there. And we've spoken about it at length, Robbo, about the fact that even though there's a lot of wind, you can see it on the face of the wave. For the most part, the waves themselves and the face of the actual scoring potential is nice and clean. And we saw in that last heat with the men's, you know, Zabe got a 817, incredible ride, and then you had Caius King, who was just so calculated in his performance in that last heat. It was incredible to watch. He wasn't, you know, he didn't get over excited when he was behind in fourth position. He just sort of built house, as they say, and in the end he came through with a solid score to win that heat. But yeah, now it is the two surfer format, quarterfinal number one. Two exceptionally talented surfers in the water, Nixie Ryan and Emily Burke, and surfing red locked in that 3.33. But there is definitely a different pace when they go to only two surfers.
It is, and Nixie Ryan is our defending event champion. She'd love to emulate last year's performance, particularly now that it's a 3000 QS. The stakes just go up higher and higher.
It's interesting that, you know, when you go to a venue where you've had so much success, how much confidence you take out of that. And you see so many, both men and women, they'll double up on wins at certain venues.
Yep.
Because they just have this, you know, unique kind of energy with the venue and feel so comfortable in the lineup, as well as we see the surfer up and riding. Pretty sure this is Nixie Ryan. Really nice rail work from the surfer from up at Lennox Head. And look very solid indeed yesterday. She's found a nice connection. The board looks nice under her feet. And look how well she held that rail. I love just how patient off the bottom
Beautiful
was
wave.
on that rope.
Yep.
Well ridden.
That's her first significant wave, and this should be a good score. Obviously, it's the top scoring ride of the heat. That goes without saying. but this wave delivered. It stands up. I saw a lot of these waves in the previous heat.
Yeah.
The waves are getting better. They're clean on the face, the wind's light, the weather's fining up overall, and look at that finishing turn. She laid into it, and I don't know.
I think that's a great insight for any young grommet watching it, how, you know, she did not rush that final turn, and how still and how much stability she had in her body off the bottom on that final turn, gave her that direction into that final move. So great work. I do believe we have Caius King down in the post-heat interview area. What a performance, Caius. Bit of a slow start, but wow, didn't you come home strong in that heat? You must have felt so good at the end.
Yeah, thanks guys. Yeah, it's a really tricky lineup today. It's definitely a bit of victory at sea. I had a plan at the start and just wasn't really working, so I guess I saw where Zay was getting his ones from, so I just kind of had to adapt and change and shift, and you know, luckily I got two that just doubled up and hit the inside well, and yeah, it was a tough heat, but I'm starting to get through that one for sure.
Caius, you're into the quarterfinals and it's man on man now. Is there a feeling of relief that you've escaped these four-man heats now and you go to man on man surfing?
Yeah, for sure. These four-maners are definitely pretty gnarly. They're obviously, you know, there's more people to take the opportunities off you. This event's stacked too. You know, you got crew like George Pitter and Axel and you know, all the other guys is ripping, and there's been a few upsets today too. I think the waves have something to do with that. It's definitely really tricky out there. So getting to the two-man is pretty nice. Just like Cabarita, I've just been taking it easy and having a lot of fun. I've got a great support crew with Duffy and Edgy and the rest of our little crew. It's really cool. So we're just having a good time and, you know, learning and, yeah, surfing. It's epic.
I want to ask you, mate, about the body at the moment. How's the body feeling? I know you had an injury last year, but how's the body feeling? Because you look really fit. You look ready to go in 2023.
Yeah, it's a lot better for sure. I mean, I had about 8 months off out of the water last year into the sort of almost the start of this year. I've had my first surf on New Year's Day, which was pretty epic. So did a lot of rehab, a lot of training, and yeah, just, you know, getting back in the ocean was my goal, and just to be surfing is epic. Doing these events is a bonus, so I'm just stoked on that and feeling stronger. I've had to change a lot, change how I sit and paddle and that, but you know, you got to be careful with your backs. You want to make sure you take care of them, especially if you want to be surfing when you're older. So, yeah, just doing my things and feeling good. So, yeah.
Well, you look really strong out there, mate. I wish you all the best moving forward. It's going to be a big day. You're going to have to surf 4 times, and we wish you all the best, mate. I'm sure you got plenty of support online, and well done. See you in the quarters.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Yeah, Caius King, what a talent.
Oh, I'm super impressed with the way he surfs. Super stylish, super smooth, and he's a absolute serious contender.
He's another one of these guys. When he was young, you saw him dropping a lot of clips, and they were just impressive clips of airs and all these different kind of innovations and stuff like that. And I love the fact that these guys are able to transfer that skill set into our competitive arena. And like you said, the hardest heats have been those round of 16 heats. It's just so stacked. So having that breathing space when you go to the man-on-man heats for the men's is such a great change-up and gives you just that little bit of room to move, I feel. And even though the heats are still 20 minutes for the quarters, I feel like some guys really excel in that arena.
There's going to be breathing space. And Nixie Ryan's away to a good start here, a 6.33. So the defending champ has a 6.33 on the board, plenty of time. Woman on woman surfing here. Amelia Burke with a 3.33. She'll want to get some good scores on the board, but plenty of time and plenty of space out in the water now. So quarterfinal number 1 and a good start for the surfer in blue.
Yeah, should be comfortable. Both these surfers coming into this 2-surfer format in really good form. So that 6.33, courtesy of that really solid rail work, that foundation, and the judges lap that up. So for Emily Burke, she does have first priority. And like I said, even like looking at the ocean now, Robbo, it feels like, you know, there's a different pace being set. So there's a more strategy, more thought process, and it's still the same game because ultimately you just have to beat one person. But I feel like there's a definite change up in the kind of energy levels. It's not so frantic.
I think the waves are better. I'm loving this. A lot of the rights that are running off down the beach there are offering a lot of potential, and we're seeing the good scores drop, as we have right throughout the event.
I have been asked not to tip anyone anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Myself and Brett.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Hey,
I'm in a
Takumi
good
Butler,
space.
I did say Takumi Butler and I did say Paige Arab, but yeah.
No, you didn't. I didn't hear that.
My second one was Takumi Butler, but I did say Ruth.
You had to give an outright selection. You gave it, and they're no longer there. They're packing their bags, moving on to the next event.
Yeah,
Davey
very tough.
Huxtable. Davey Huxtable's my man.
Oh, that's your man.
Yeah.
Is that
He's
with
a
your
Torquay boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you've got to get behind them.
What a strong board riders club that is down there. They've got so many good juniors.
There's no shortage of politics in the board riders clubs down that way, let me tell you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's
Oh.
a Jan Juck board riders club as well.
Wow.
They've got some good surfers in there too.
I think we're pretty blessed, you know, throughout the whole country when it comes to our grassroots kind of development program. And I think that's what, over the course of generation to generation and decade to decade, that has given us that slight advantage on the world stage, because the fact that we have such a great development program through the grassroots. I mean, I know because I've been involved for a long, long time, and it gives the kids a chip shot into what they're going to be facing as they develop.
Absolutely, it does. And the board riding clubs throughout Australia are massive. You talk about a population of coastal Australia and the board riding clubs that run through that entire population, and it's amazing. It is super, super strong, and
it's all volunteers. That's the great thing about it. It's just community based, and they become like family, and it's such a great thing, because I feel like the support mechanism that goes with that has a positive effect on these athletes trying to come through and sort of develop their skills.
And in competitive surfing, that's the number one stepping stone. Yeah, it becomes the first step into that arena is through those board riding clubs, and they do a great job.
So right now, down to 7 minutes remaining, and it is Emily Burton needing a 3.51, and when you consider how many big scores she's been dropping in this event, that's really nothing. But the best wave of the heat so far is that 6.33 for Nixie Ryan from Labar Board Riders, and she has a 0.50. I got a message from Crispy a bit earlier, who's down there, probably out there on the ski right now. That's probably him out there, and he said that his picks would be Nixie and Mikey Clayton Brown. But yeah, such a vast playing field of talent, and to get into this situation and give yourself the opportunity, it's really important to identify that and really take everything for what it's worth. And a win here, Robbo, is going to set you up for qualification on the Challenger Series Tour.
Yep, high stakes surfing for sure. I wish I had had the mindset of Caius King, what he mentioned in that interview. Look after your back when you're young so you can surf later in life.
I think that's the hardest thing to do when
Look
you
after
coach
the
young.
body.
Yeah, to coach young grommers. They're so fearless, and to look after their body as well. That's such a mature approach, as we see the surfer in red rolling the dice, pulling the trigger on this one, and that is Emily Burke, not happy with that wave. But yeah, I think that comes with the territory, Robbo. But I also feel like the advancements in the training and the precise training they're actually taking on these days. It's not just fitness for fitness. It's surf orientated and surf Pacific. So yeah, I think that naturally the athletes are looking after their bodies even more anyway.
Okay, so that was another throwaway score for our surfer in red. Chasing a 3.51, but in reality she's chasing more than that, because Nixie Ryan only has a 0.5 as a backup. Down to 5 minutes, and yep, woman on woman, but they're still chasing that second score and only 5 minutes remaining. So interesting heat. Sure, Nixie's going to get rid of that 0.5 and distance herself in first position from her competitor.
Yeah, this is where sort of the priority situation will play out. So the surfer in blue has first priority. So she gets the pick of anything in the lineup she wants. She only has to basically get to her feet to get rid of that 0.50, and that's going to put a little bit more pressure on the surfer in red. So you can see sometimes towards the back end of a heat when it's two surfer format, they'll move closer together, they'll put themselves in the visual line of their fellow competitor, and just to not out-psych them, just to make them aware of where they are. But right now, the surfer from up at Lennox, she is such a fierce competitor. She knows what she's looking for, and she knows she holds all the aces because she has a 6.33. So
and priority.
And priority. So when you think about it, she's in such a strong position in this heat, and she's going to have a look at this wave. So rolling the dice, up and right in, just sets this up, nice pace, trying to generate some down the line speed, really leans into the rail for that second manoeuvre. And like I said, Robbo, she's only trying to put a better score of a 0.5 on to put more pressure on. And I feel like that was, you know, in that sort of low to 3 to 4 point range. But what it has and what it will do is put a lot more pressure on the surfer in red.
Yeah, I got a feeling it's more in the 5 point range, but we'll see.
I think it's
But
under.
good choice of wave. She activated her authority, took the priority, and here we go. We've got a good look at this wave now, and let's see.
Nice pace.
Yep, nice bottom turn, smooth surfing, transition through to the inside. Looking for some solid moves. Comes through to the left, yeah, maybe you're right.
I think it might be just under. But yeah, that, I mean, at the end of the day, that's a great backup. And there it is, a 4.83. So
good call, Adam.
And now it puts the surfer in red in a really tough situation. She now needs a score of a 7.83 in the excellent range. And when you consider the timing of how long it takes to get back into the lineup, I have a feeling she's only going to really get one more roll of the dice.
Yep. Dixie Ryan, well surfed heat.
Oh, don't forget, Robbo, the 2-for-1 burrito. Maybe I can shout you lunch. How about that? Get on the Mad Mex, of course. Fresh food brought to you by Mad Mex. Great to have them involved as a partner of the New South Wales VISSLA Pro Surf Series. But yeah, scan the little logo there and get yourself a 2-for-1 burrito. They are so good, those PR codes. So, wow.
Yep. That's a great deal.
Good
Fresh
deal.
food, healthy.
Mexican is the next
is.
thing, isn't it, when it comes to fresh is best.
I've always thought Mexicans are super healthy. Mad Mex, great partner. Surfing New South Wales, great organisation.
Yep, you can't sing the praises of the crew, you know, behind the scenes. Yeah, we get to sit here and talk about the events and stuff like that, but the amount of work, it's 12 months a year, and they put in, and they've got such a big team that they're like a well-oiled machine, the Surfing New South Wales crew, and congratulations to everyone. As we hit the 1 minute 30 marker, it is game on for Nixie Ryan, and the surfer in red, Robbo, needs a 7.83. The positive for Emily Burke, who's been in good form. She knows she has the ability to get that score, and she has first priority.
Yep. Just down to a minute remaining. And there it is. We are into the Mad Mex final minute.
Sort of makes you hungry watching that thing spin around on the TV screen. But yeah, down to the final minute.
If you're hungry, you'll demolish both those burritos.
That is true. I shouldn't laugh. But right now, it is 40 seconds to go. Quarterfinal number 1 of the 2-server format. The quarters of the women's division will then be run and won, and then we'll be into the men's quarterfinals, into the semis, and then ultimately the final. We're going to crown a couple of champions this afternoon. We are so excited. We're gearing up for the best day of competition and some of the most exciting surfers on the planet. And right now, everyone up at Lennox would be pretty excited, Robbo, because Nixie Ryan has a pretty strong foundation when it comes to a lead in this heat.
5 seconds, count it out. She's going to progress through to the semi-finals, and
defending
champs going in with confidence for sure. So Nixie Ryan is our first semi-finalist decided. We'll go to a break from Boomerang Beach. We'll have you back shortly for the second quarterfinal. Stand by, don't go anywhere.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. We're at the beautiful beach, Boomerang Beach, one of Australia's best beaches, both for surf and just for all-round beauty. It's a fantastic beach. I welcome back Britt Nicol, my co-commentator. Britt, we are into the second quarterfinal, woman-on-woman surfing. We've just seen the defending champion, Nixie Ryan, progress through. She's into the semi-finals and the action is hot.
It is certainly not stopping here at Boomerang Beach. We are in the southern corner. Conditions are still highly contestable out there today. Swell sticking around. The tide is making its way in. We've got a high tide just after midday as we watch quarterfinal heat number 2 of the women. Kobe Enright in the red, Paige Harrop in the blue, and what an exciting matchup this is going to be.
This is, and Paige Harrop took the first ride, but it didn't pan out the way she would have wanted. So priority with Kobe Enright, and just a 1-point ride for Paige Harrop, but plenty of time. 2 surfers in the water, and great to see the defending champion winning that first quarterfinal. He goes into the semis with a lot of confidence.
She certainly does, and there are the 2 previous heat surfers. That is Nixie Ryan in the blue. She took the win over Emily Burke, who was in the red. They're actually travelling with each other as well, I'm pretty sure.
That's got to be difficult, doesn't it, when you come up against your travelling companion?
Yeah, it would be tricky. I feel like, especially in a 2-person heat, only one of you are guaranteed to get through, and I feel like, you know, there's a positive that one of you will get through, but at the same token, it's, you know, you're both in that same heat. I feel like in a 4-person heat, there's a chance that both of you can move through together.
End of the day, quarterfinals, still not a bad result, so well done to all the surfers who make it to the quarterfinals. If you're eliminated, it's unfortunate, but it's still a decent result, especially at QS 3000 level.
Sun has come out to play. It's a bit overcast earlier today, but great to have a bit of heat back in the air. Still got that east-southeast breeze on the lineup. A little bit onshore. Conditions are still contestable, as I mentioned before. We do have a fair bit of swell that's managed to stick around. The first 2 days of the event were quite small and really clean and glassy. And then we had a front move through. We actually had to call the event early on the midweek session, and yeah, we've moved on into yesterday with bigger conditions, trickier conditions, but I feel like competitors are preferring the waves the way they are. Just a lot more energy in the ocean, a lot more opportunity to pick up the scores that they're needing to move on through.
Absolutely agree with you, Britt. I think all the competitors would prefer the sizable, chunky waves to the really small stuff, even though it was quite good. Here we go, Kobe Enright. This looks like a nice wave. She's got a good start to it. She's looking for it to wall up. Watch for some vertical moves as she makes her way onto the inside. Wave standing up, smooth transition turns, cutbacks here, and a nice turn there. Works it through to the inside. She'll be looking for a nice finish and a pull out there. So a good start for Kobe Enright in the red. Used her priority well. Plenty of time in this heat. I'll be interested to see what the score is. Mid-range is what I'm predicting.
Oh, we'll wait and see where the judges go with that one. They are the professionals, the WSL judging panel. Do have Ben Dunn as the head judge for this event, and there you go, you've called it. You should be the judge there, Robbo. You set a mid-range 5, and there it is, a 5.17. So Kobe Enright goes into the early lead here at Boomerang. We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Talk us through this one, Robbo.
Yeah, there's smooth turns on the outside and well connected. She's staying busy. She was hoping for the wave to really stand up and offer some vertical snap opportunity. That's a nice transition wave, and yeah, it just lacked the vertical opportunities for Kobe there, but still, that's a decent score, a 5.17 on the board. She'd be feeling good about that, but yeah, she'd be certainly hoping to score bigger than that, because when you're up against an experienced surfer like Paige Harab, who's been on surfing's biggest stage, you know that she's capable of the very good and excellent scores. But still, Kobe Enright off to a reasonable start with a 5.17.
This is quarterfinal heat number 2 of the women. But coming up next in heat number 3, we have Ellie Harrison up against Zali Kelly. And then in quarter 4, we have Rosie Smart and Ellie Lampkin. So exciting matchups here for finals day. We do have the women's division in the water. Men's quarterfinals will be after this, and then we'll move into the semis and finals. So we've got a jam-packed day of action here. And just a reminder to anyone that's viewing our broadcast, you can tune in and watch the presentation later today by heading to Surfing New South Wales Instagram page, if it's at surfing_New South Wales. I do believe that we do have our previous heat winner and defending champion of this event, Nixie Ryan. How are you feeling after that quarter up against good mate Amelie?
Yeah, super stoked to take the win, but yeah, it was a hard one with my best friend in my heat with me. I wish we could both get through, but I don't know, I had to do what I had to do, so yeah, stoked.
And Nixie, as the defending champion at this event, does it give you a bit of confidence here? Like, you've done well at this venue before. Do you feel confident out there, and can you go all the way again?
Yeah, I definitely feel confident. Like, every year I come to Boomerang, like, there's always waves here, so it's super fun. And yeah, winning it last year definitely gives me confidence going into the semis, but I don't know, just have to get the 2 best waves and see how I go, yeah.
Well, I'm backing you in the booth here, Nixie, and I'm sure the entire town of Lennox Head is too. Hey, coming up against good friend Amelie, I know when you're competing against a good mate, you try and leave your friendship on the sand and competitors in the water, but with your approach leading into heats like that, does anything change when it's a good mate?
I don't know, I was super nervous in that heat, I don't know why, but yeah, we went home and packed up all our stuff, and we were like in the same car because my car ran out of battery, and yeah, we were together like the whole time until we paddled out into the water, and yeah, we kind of just like, I don't know, we still have a little chat, but yeah, definitely leave the friendship out of the water, and yeah, we both wanted to win, so yeah.
Well, someone has to win, someone has to lose. You're the winner, and we wish you the best of luck as you go into your semi-finals and for the rest of the day.
Thank you guys, see ya.
See you, Nixie. Well, it sounds like Nixie's car battery didn't get the win out of that one. I was watching on socials last night. I saw the jumper leads come out, and I wondered whose car was actually getting the jump start. And, well, turns out it was Nixie's, looking for a new battery. And if she can go all the way here, well, she'll certainly be able to afford a new battery.
Absolutely.
Live action in the water at the moment. It is Kobe Enright in the red in first place with a 4.4 and a 5.17. Just under halfway through this heat with just over 10 minutes on the clock. Paige Harrop with first priority sitting out there in the blue. She is remaining nice and patient here, Robbo.
Plenty of time. We've hit the halfway mark, so Paige will not be panicking. She knows the situation because today, lighter winds, they'll be able to hear the scores out there and understand what they need to do. And Paige is aware that she doesn't really have a score on the board, a 1 point ride, that's nothing. And yet Kobe Enright, under priority, she can stay busy, she can rack up a few scores, and she's got a very smooth transitional style. Similar to her first wave, it hasn't really stood up and offered her the opportunity to go vertical and get the big power moves in, but she's staying busy out there, and she has 2 scores on the board, and the 5.17 is definitely a decent score. 4.4, it's a backup at this stage, but she'll be wanting to get rid of it by the end of the heat. And Paige Harrop, again, patiently sitting out there and wanting to use priority to best advantage. So plenty of time left, just on 9 minutes, and an intriguing heat as we look at the surfers getting ready for the next heat.
No bias, but there's one of your favourites.
Yes, Surf Coast surfer, and I'm impressed with the way she's developing. She was very good on the Pro Junior circuits, and she's made the transition into the higher level QS events really smoothly, and watch her progression.
That was Ellie Harrison that we were talking about, coming up in heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. But live action in the water. This is Paige Harrop on a bomb of a left-hander. Can she get around that section and get a good turn in? She carves back into the pocket, weaves her way into that power source, waiting for the steeper section. Looks like she's got the connection here, Robbo.
Yep, she used priority well, and she finishes off there. I'll be interested in the score. She had to work her way through those first couple of sections, and she found a good pocket mid-wave, and then she finished off well. So interested in the score. I feel it's a good wave, good start. Could be the best wave of the heat. I think it's close.
I just feel like on this wave for Paige, it felt like she really had to just manage the wave rather than focus on her surfing. There's so many lumps and bumps through the middle of that. I just feel like that was probably the biggest obstacle on that to getting a good score. So there we go. Last to Paige Harrop in the blue, a 3.67. Nothing too critical, but she's got a number on the board. Now chasing a 5.9 to take first place. The 2-person heats is still a 50-50 progression, but it means one person will move on through to the semi-finals, which will be surfed in a couple of hours.
And you called it correctly, Britt. She had to manage that wave. She struggled through the first few sections of the wave, and that's why the score is just a 3.67. She never really found the opportunity to unload her trademark bottom to top turns. So Paige has thrown the dice, used her priority. We're down to just under 7 minutes. There's still plenty of time. But right now, Kobe Enright holding priority, holding a 5.17 and a 4.4. I've mentioned it before. They are the 2 top scoring rides of the heat. And with priority, Kobe's in a good position out there in the lineup, and 6.5 minutes remaining. Paige Harrop in second position, a 3.67. Yep, it's a backup score, and she needs a 5.9 to try and go to first. So a lot to play out in this quarterfinal number 2.
Absolutely beautiful day here at Boomerang Beach. Despite the onshore conditions, still plenty of action in the water and plenty of energy in the ocean for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is, of course, our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. Great to have VISSLA partnering with Surfing New South Wales again on this QS leg of events. They've been doing it for the last 4 years, so great to have them back on board. And if you want to open another browser on your webpage, if you're tuning in online, be sure to check out VISSLA.com and also SisterEvolution.com. That is their sister brand. And grab yourself some products. surfing accessories, wetsuits, clothing, they've got it. And they are also environmentally friendly there, Robbo.
And you need another app on your phone. You always need the great apps, Camplify. Highly recommend you download that app and have a look at it. It's incredible.
Yeah, Camplify, of course, our naming rights partner of this QS 3000 event. Thanks to Camplify, Australia's largest van sharing community. Chasing swells has never been so easy. Hire a camper van from the widest range and cruise the coast, searching for your next set in style. So be sure to download that app that Robbo just mentioned. It is called Camplify.
And if you've got a van that's set up for camping, I think there's a separate app as a van owner that you can download and start up another business. Why not?
It's almost like the Airbnb for van life.
That's exactly what it is. And it creates opportunity, it creates business, and it creates affordable options for people to be able to do great things in life. And I think it's fantastic. Here we go. Paige Harrop in the blue, sorry. And that one coming unstuck. So Paige is, we're down to 4 minutes now, so interesting stage of the heat. Paige wanted more out of that wave for sure.
The first time in this 4-day event that I've actually witnessed Paige Harrop faltering a little bit. She's been in form this entire event, and now into the quarterfinals, I just feel like there's a few little errors starting to creep in.
It hasn't worked out for her. The waves haven't cooperated, and she's in second place. But she knows the situation. 5.9, call it a 6-point ride. That's what she has to get at this stage. That's what she'll know, and she'll dig deep and she'll confidently get herself back out in the lineup and look for that 6-point ride.
And she knows how to get herself back there. She was on tour from 2010 to 2014, and then she actually dropped off tour for a few years and re-qualified back on tour in 2018 and 2019, and then dropped off again. And then the COVID landscape kind of kicked in, and well, Paige Harrop, she's looking to qualify for that main stage again. She's the current heat leader on the QS Regional Series at the moment, and looking to make a charge on that Challenger Series for that World Tour spot again. But, well, she's going to have to get past Kobe Enright. She's currently in first place in this quarterfinal, and she's also a savvy competitor from the Coolangatta region. Surfs for Snapper Rocks. Great natural footer. I just love this Kobe surfing. She's quite tall, but she just seems to find so much flow in her surfing, and she gets a lot of extension through her turns, which I find a lot of surfers really compress, whereas Kobe gets great extension out.
Okay, Paige Harrop had a look at that left and decided not to go.
Will there be another opportunity in quarterfinal heat number 2 for Paige Harrop to move on through to the semis and continue her charge here? The Australasian Oceanic QS Series. She's sitting in second place, chasing a 5.9. She does have second priority. She's trying to scratch into that one, not able to take off. And I wonder how close by Kobe Enright is. And there you go, on screen, making her way over to Paige Harrop. She does have first priority. So Kobe, sitting nice and tight. 1.5 minutes on the clock.
The Kobe's remaining calm and cool. She's allowed Paige to paddle for those few waves, and they haven't turned into waves at all. So, but if a decent wave comes, no doubt Kobe will play that priority card. Looking at this one, both surfers looking at it. What do we do? And here we go. No. So, priority change. With just on the 1 minute mark. How significant will that be? Paige Harrop now holding priority out the back. Paige chasing a 5.9, call it a 6, and we are into the Mad Mex last minute of the quarterfinal.
Well, either way, whether or not Paige Harrop gets the score, that was still a mistake there for Kobe Enright. She's not going to be wanting to do that in the rounds once she moves on through to the semi-final. If she gets through this quarter, tiny errors like that can be so crucial, just leaving the door wide open for her fellow competitor. 20 seconds on the clock. Will Paige Harrop get another opportunity? Not able to paddle into that one.
And we're down to 10 seconds. It's looking good for Kobe Enright at this stage as we count it out in 5 seconds. Paddling, and I think the time's done. Heat's over, and Kobe Enright doing a victory lap back to shore. And she's through to the semi-finals. It's a good result for Kobe. We'll go to break now. We'll leave Boomerang Beach, but we'll be back very shortly for quarterfinal number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly from Boomerang Beach.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there. Not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to Boomerang for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000, our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. We are now into the women's quarterfinal heat number 3. We have Ellie Harrison up against Zali Kelly, and what an exciting match that fifth one's going to be, Robbo.
Yeah, absolutely will be. These have been two standout surfers of the event right throughout, and that last heat we saw Kobe Enright. Earlier in the day, Britt, you put the pressure on me and you made me select 2 surfers that I thought could win the event. I went with Kobe Enright. I also went with Xavier Huxtable. They're both into the semi-finals. How did your selections go?
Yeah, look, I feel like you know the answer to this one, and yeah, both my selections got knocked out this morning. Should have done
There we go, and it's the same with Adam Hennessy's selections as well. So, but here's a good start for the surfer in blue. And I believe behind her, Ellie Harrison also picked off a wave. So both surfers in action early.
17.5 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time remaining. Quarterfinal heat number 3 of the women. They are 20-minute heats. Priority is at play. We're now into 2-person finals. Moving into the semi-finals, we'll move into 25-minute heats. And then for the main final, 30 minutes as we watch the Destination New South Wales replay of Zali Kelly. Beautiful first turn, linked it straight into a second, almost lost it, but managed to get the recovery and somehow got around the section for a little bonus end maneuver there as we watch the replay also. For the Victorian, Ellie Harrison carves into the pocket. Not much else on offer on that one.
Yep, the surfer in blue's got the better of that exchange, and I like the wave. I think it's a decent score. There it is, a 5.83. That is a decent score. She had a lot to deal with on that wave. It served up a lot of chunky sections, but she dealt with them precisely and found the good moves on the inside as well. And a 5.83 is a good start for the surfer in blue, Zali Kelly. Ellie Harrison, she took a wave, but the wave did not deliver, so she got out of there, no damage done. She's back out the back and with priority. So Ellie Harrison summed it up really quick. This is not the right wave to stick with. I'm out of here and I'm back out the back. But a decent start for our surfer in blue, Zali Kelly.
We are back in south corner of Boomerang Beach. This is where we've held the competition for the previous 3 days. We're now into finals day here at Boomerang. Beautiful part of the world.
I have not been at the event in the previous years, Britt, so I'm not sure where they've held it on the beach. Has it been at the southern end, or have they been in the middle? Have they been at the north end? Has it always been at the southern end?
It's actually been both, North End and South End, but speaking of previous years at this event, Kobe Enright, she has performed and she's performed again this year. Kobe, you won quarterfinal, you're now into the semis. How are you feeling with finals day?
Hi guys, yeah, I'm stoked. I feel like it's been a while since I've made it past the quarters, so yeah, I'm stoked to make that heat.
Moving on through into the semis, what are your intentions for not only this event, but the rest of 2023?
I mean, obviously I would love to make a final. I think that getting past the corners has been such a little hump for me that I just haven't been able to get there, so I'm stoked to be in this semi. I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable out there. I felt a little wobbly in my other heats, so just going to cruise, hopefully get a couple in the next one, and then, yeah, see what happens.
Okay, surfing woman on woman now. It's not four surfer heats anymore. Is it better out there with just one other competitor in the lineup?
I think so, yeah. It's pretty tricky out there. There's kind of a lot of waves breaking everywhere, and there's not one direct spot, so I think it's once it gets to man on man, especially with people like Paige, she's such a good heat surfer that sometimes little things can go your way, like priority in that heat. So, yeah, I mean, only one other person out there, you can't complain.
Okay, so you've won your quarterfinal, you're through to the semi-final now, Kobe. Don't rest on your laurels. We wish you well in the semi-final and aim for that final.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Okay, so Kobe Enright, my selection early in the day, and she's headed in the right direction at this stage, Britt.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't tell her you were her selection, because then it might have added that little bit of extra pressure.
I would have put the Moz on her. Yeah, no, I won't do that.
We have a Destination New South Wales wave replay of Zali Kelly. This is the first wave of the heat, and that's her first score. Surfer in red also got a wave as well. So just a quick two waves here. Zali Kelly with the better of the exchange so far. Quarterfinal heat number 3 here at Boomerang.
She was determined to get through to that end section and find another functional move, and she did it. That's why she got the 5.83. It was a good wave, and here we have a takeoff, but she's out of there. I think that was the surfer in blue again. No surfer holding priority and a lot of white water to deal with out the back there, so I'll be calling on their fitness, strength, and they want to get back out in the lineup, and they want to get their priority sorted as well with just under 13 minutes.
We do have a high tide around 12:15 today, so the water is starting to make its way in on this bank. Still an hour or two before it hits the high, but I just feel like conditions are starting to pulse a bit, Robert. I feel like the swell's got a little bit bigger.
I think this is the best day of competition for wave quality. I feel like this right bank is running off nicely, and it'll probably improve throughout the day, and we'll get just a magnificent finish to the event. But you were mentioning earlier they've been at the north end, they've been at the south end in past years. Have they ever been in the middle?
I'm not 100% sure there, Robert. I've been to every one of those events, but from memory I can't remember if we were on the middle bank at all. Maybe one year, but yeah, most years it's been the northern corner, and then we've ended up in the southern corner.
That's how good the beach is. Here we go. Our surfer in red, Ali Harrison, waiting for this wave to stand up. What she got? Beautiful turn there on the end. Heads right now. Will she get a connection through on the inside, a bonus section? She's looking for it. Wants to get there. She's there now. Watch this. And a nice finish.
Excellent surfing there from the Victorian in the red. That is Ellie Harrison, and well, that's the wave that she's been searching for. There is 11.5 minutes on the clock, and she's opting to paddle back out. She was only looking for a 4.27 to take down Zali Kelly. As we watch the Destination New South Wales replay, talk us through this one, Robbo.
Okay, well, here she goes. She's onto the left and looking at it and analysing it. Here it stands up. Great move, well timed, and now she's off to the right. And she can see further down the line than what we can see. She knows it's going to stand up there, gets into the position and finishes off superbly. So smart surfing. She's a savvy competitor, Ali Harrison. And look at the score that's dropped, Britt.
There it is, an 8.33. Judges rewarding Ellie Harrison, and well, it was worth it, that's for sure. So Surfer in Red goes into first place, quarterfinal, heat number 3 of the women. That means Zali Kelly now in second place. She's chasing a 4.51, but I feel as though she's going to need more than that by the end of this heat, because Ellie Harrison, she is in fine form. Only looking to drop a 2 from her scoreline to improve her lead. And just watching that replay back, Robbo, and I have noticed it with Ellie surfing over the years. Particularly, she's got the board shorts on, she's got the hair up, but her surfing style reminds me so much of a young Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, she's smooth, stylish, and yeah, it's that natural ability. She has it. And look at that. Timing and big moves. And yeah, I've never thought of it that way, but you're right. And look at her moving through to the inside and finishes really well. I'm impressed with how Ellie is developing as an all-round surfer. And 8.33, that's an excellent score. And it was another one of those waves that went left and went right.
You have talked about it the last 4 days, and you've been so impressed.
I need to shut up about it. Yeah.
No, I feel like you need to paddle out there, Robbo.
Oh, well, one day maybe.
As we watch live action in the water, this is Zali Kelly. Can she get the number required? Can she move on through to the semi? She's got a big ask in Ellie Harrison sitting in first place. Zali Kelly, you can't rule her out because she is more than capable of locking in big numbers as well. She waits for this thing to stand up on the inside, racing along that section, gets the finish. Can she get a bonus here? Great surfing there from Zali Kelly.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to be excellent, but it's definitely going to be a good score to get her back in the game.
She's going to go back to the lead. That's significant in itself. And yeah, Zali Kelly, she's a very experienced competitor, and she will lead this quarterfinal after this wave score drops, put some pressure on to Ellie Harrison. Look, airdrop there from Zali, and finds more moves on the inside. That's her best wave, I'm predicting, and I'm predicting she goes to the lead. Wait for the score to drop. The judges obviously thinking about it, and here we go. Ellie Harrison knows that she's probably in second and knows she needs to get another score on the board. Nice, smooth, transitional surfing, and kicks out of there. Intriguing heat playing, and the score hasn't dropped for Zali, so clearly the judges are checking the replays. They're breaking that wave down. They know how important it is, and it's an intriguing quarterfinal. Zali Kelly was never going to lie down in this one, even with Ellie Harrison scoring that 8.33. Zali has posted a 6-point ride. She's in the lead. Ellie Harrison now requires a 3.5.
There you go, Ellie Harrison. She got a 4.5 on that last wave. So just like that, the situation changes again for the women's quarterfinal heat number 3. It is back-to-back here with Ellie Harrison and Zali Kelly, who will take the win in the next 7 minutes, wanting a spot in the semi-finals of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. We are on the edge of our seats here, Robbo.
And that is how mature a surfer Ellie Harrison is, because she had the 8.33. She would have seen Zali Kelly take off on that wave. She would have recognised that, yep, she's off down the beach. She's probably taking the lead. I need to get to work. And she's got to work straight away, posted the 4.5, and is back in front. So Ellie Harrison, there's a lot of good thinking processes going into how she surfs. So we'll go to the Mad Max recap, because this has been a fantastic quarterfinal number 3. Talk us through it, Brett.
Here is our Mad Max recap. Thanks to Mad Max, Zali Kelly opened up with a mid-range 5. It got her a number on the board. Somehow got around this section and got the bonus on the inside. That is the surfer in blue. But Ellie Harrison, she has been the one to watch. Carves into the pocket. This was her first wave. There wasn't much on offer there, but this is here. This is her 8. She kind of faded left and then right. Critical surfing here from the surfer in red. Belts that first section. So just such strong, effortless style. And look at her there. She just looks so confident, composed, and She had a read on this wave. She knew she was going to get this section, and she made the most of it, Robbo.
Yeah, that's great surfing. That was really clever surfing. And look at Zali Kelly here. Put the pressure back on Ellie Harrison with a really good ride. Working it through, staying busy. There's an airdrop turn here that we'll see in a critical section as it stands up on the inside and milks it for all it's worth. And this puts Zali Kelly back in the lead, but within seconds, Ellie Harrison on this left-hander, she knew she was probably in second, and she's done enough to put herself back into the lead with a 4.5. So a seesawing quarterfinal in progress. It's not over yet, that's for sure. Zali Kelly is in second position. She has work to do. A 6.84 for Zali is not a giant score at all.
It isn't, Robbo. Well, she locked in a 6 earlier, so she just needs another 0.84 to take first place. But at the moment, Ellie Harrison, she has just strung these waves together, strung the heats together, and just showing us that she wants on in to that Challenger Series. But first, she has to get through the qualifying series regional leg. Such a great young competitor from Victoria.
But she doesn't have priority. Zali Kelly holds priority. She'll know precisely what the situation is. She needs a 6.84. She holds priority. We have 4 minutes remaining. So, yep, this quarterfinal is well and truly alive.
See the big ship out the back there on the horizon, making its way north. So we are in a beautiful part of the world. Plenty of things to see here, Robbo.
Plenty of things to see, plenty of things to do. Camplify van with your boards and your fishing rods would get well utilised right throughout this region.
It certainly would. And well, we are at Boomerang Beach, thanks to Barrington Coast and Mid Coast Council, two of our supporting partners. Barrington Coast is the new tourism destination name for Great Lakes, Manning Valley and Gloucester, with this region spanning 10,000 square kilometres from its highest point of the Barrington Tops to the Pacific Ocean right here at Boomerang Beach. There is so much to explore beyond the ocean here and on the beach. So check out the website barringtoncoast.com.au or follow them on socials at Barrington Coast. There's places like Hawk's Nest, Seals Rocks, they're just around the corner.
I love Seals Rocks. Have great memories of camping there. It's a beautiful beach. We spoke about this beach and where they've surfed in the past years. I just wanted to make that point because the entire beach holds great sandbanks. You're surfing from the north end to the south end, and I recall having my best waves at this beach right smack bang in the middle.
Every single year. It's one of my favourite places to visit, not even just for an event, but just for a holiday. It's such a beautiful area, and there's still a lot of it is untouched. And I just feel like every year for the event leg, we score waves. Like, it may be onshore now, but there's banks here, and at the end of the day, it comes down to the banks and the swell, and we've got both of those.
And it's a favourite of the surfers, and it's awesome that it's gone to QS 3000 level because it's such a quality event. So full thanks to all the partners that have come together to make this such a great event, and you know, the QS 3000, it's perfect for the surfers. Okay, we're down to under 2 minutes, so it's right at the pointy end, and what have we got here? A takeoff.
Ellie Harrison in the red. This is the current heat leader. She is looking for another excellent number to shut the door on this quarterfinal. She's got a good runner on the inside here, Robbo.
Oh, under priority, she's picked off a great wave. She needs to get rid of the 4.5. She's more than done that. And like I said, she is a very savvy, clever competitor. And she's showcasing, you know, what she's made of out here. And I think she shut the door. I like the term, and I like the wave. And look at that, 7 points now. Zali Kelly, the requirement in the Mad Max final minute is a 9.33. So, you know, that was textbook competitive surfing from Ellie Harrison.
Well, you said it there, Robbo, textbook. And personally, I feel like Ellie Harrison, she's put together a near perfect quarterfinal. She took off on an early wave, which wasn't a number, but straight after that, she locked in her 8.33. She then watched fellow competitor catch a wave, knew that she needed another score, got the 4.5, and then with a minute left, she's just shut the gate under priority with the 7 and made it harder for this surfer here. That's Zali Kelly. She's now chasing a 9.33, and that's not going to be it with 25 seconds on the clock.
I know, I've been super impressed. Absolutely super impressed with Ellie Harrison surfing. I hope she doesn't rest on her laurels. I'm sure she won't. She'll take confidence into the semi-finals. She's probably one of the younger competitors in this event, and I love it. So that's the end of that heat. We've decided that quarterfinal. We'll go to a break now, but do not go anywhere. We'll be back at Boomerang Beach for the final quarterfinal very shortly.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Well, welcome back to Boomerang for finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000, our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth by Adam Hennessy. Dimmy, what an exciting day here at Boomerang.
Yeah, big day and intriguing morning so far, both men's and women's. And right now, Ellie Lampkin taking on Rosie Smart. So big quarter-final. One of these competitors going to get themselves a minimum of a semi-final. And yeah, whoever gets through this heat, it is game on. Let me tell you, there's been some excitement in the quarter-finals. I watched a bit of the last two while I was out of the booth and just really intrigued by the way, you know, it's all changed. The pace of the actual heats have changed because it's gone to the two-surfer format. So I do believe we've got Ellie Harrison down there in the area. So Ellie, great to speak to you again, and another win. You must be absolutely delighted moving into the semi-finals of this event.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Yeah, it's really fun waves. It's probably easier than this morning, less wind. So yeah, I was happy to get a couple and move through.
How is it out there? Is it getting better as the, I mean, the tide's probably at its fullest right now, but how does it feel out there? Does it feel like the pace of the swell is still there for you guys to, women to attack on?
Yeah, there was plenty of waves coming through. There's kind of like a right little double up towards the rocks that I was trying to sit on. I felt a little bit lost sometimes, but then ones would come a little bit wider, and yeah, I guess that one at the end, I just sat a little bit wider than Zali and yeah, got that one, but it was a bit touch and go, and you can't really stay sitting in the same spot.
Elliot, it's Britt. I was in the commentary booth with Steve Robbo watching that heat, and I said to Robbo, you put together an almost near perfect heat. You took off on one early and it wasn't a number, but then you locked in your 8.33. You watched Zali catch a wave knowing that you would have gone into second place. You then got a 4.5 quickly and then waited until the last minute to take off on that 7 under priority. Like, you couldn't have done it much better. What have you been working on leading into these event legs for 2023?
Well, last year through the QSs and then going into this year to Worlds, I kind of realised my wave selection is horrible. So out there and like in practice heats at home, I've just been trying to practice to wait and sit there until like a good wave comes. I guess I went that first one, that was a bit of a mistake, and then I was like, all right, I got to stay sitting. Zali's got a 5, I got to get a good wave here. And then lucky enough that 8 came, and it was kind of a left into a right, and then I wanted to quickly get a back up just to put pressure on, so I got that 4. And then at the end of the heat I was like, oh, like I've left the door real wide open, so I just tried to get another score, and yeah, lucky enough I did.
So you got plenty of fans online, and you got a great support base. If you want to send a shout out to anyone, you know, on finals day, because you're into the semis, it's a big deal, Ellie.
I just say hi to Mum, brothers, aunties, uncles, my grandma, Dabba. Hi, thanks for watching, and love you guys.
Well, we're wishing you all the best. Get some refueling done, get ready for the semi-final, because we feel like you're in really good form, and best of luck moving forward.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, very well played heat. Like when you think about putting together the perfect heat, yeah, there was a situation at the start, but Ellie's clearly identified the fact that she needed to work on wave selection within heats, but I felt like in that heat she was completely in sync with the ocean.
For sure, Timmy, and that's why I mentioned it. Like it's shown through. Like you can tell that she's done a lot of work there, and she did recognise and identify that previously her wave selection was terrible, and she said it herself, and she's done the hard work. She's gone home and worked with her coaches and spent time in the water practicing those things, and yeah, we watched that heat unfold, and she, even just talking about it then, she knew exactly what she had to do.
100%, and in this heat right now, the surfer in blue with a 2.67 and a 1.10. So Rosie Smart out there with first priority. Ellie Lampkin trying to just build on her performance so far. So with just on 7 minutes elapsed in this heat, there's still plenty of time on the clock, and I think when it comes to the two surfer format, it's so important about what you actually do with your priority and how you utilise it, because you know you don't want to be caught towards the back end of a heat needing a small score and being second in the rotation. So it's going to be interesting to see how this quarterfinal number 4 plays out, but it looks like the wave's getting bigger. Feels like it's pulsing.
I did say that to Robbo in the last heat as well, Dimmy. We've got that incoming tide. I think it's around 12:15, so there's more water on the bank, but I did say the same thing. It just seems like there's more energy in the ocean, and it is getting bigger. Save the best to last.
Oh, of course. That's how we roll here. Here we go. Surfing red up and right in on the backhand. Rosie Smart into that first turn. I love the pace she sets on the backhand. She's been really impressive through the course of this event, and she knows exactly how to read the bank. And unfortunately, you did speak about that high tide, so that is going to play a part. And I feel like after, you know, when we go to the other side of the tide, it's definitely going to get better and better as the day progresses and we head towards the final. Here we go, Ellie Lampkin.
Surfer in blue.
Again, really nice transition on the rail, and well played, because she nearly lost momentum and probably nearly got bucked off that wave. But yeah, got 2 turns in and just trying to get rid of that 1.10 in the New South Wales government replay. Isn't it great to see the goofy footer taking on the natural footer, just that difference in approach? And I feel like from a judging point of view too, it gives you a good insight into exactly what the judges are looking for in these heats. And we spoke earlier when it was a bit smaller during the event. Was it an advantage on the rights being nice and coiled up on your backhand? But I feel like when the waves are bigger, it really gives the athletes an opportunity to really unload as we see these scores lock in. Last of blue, 4.33. First of red, 3.17. Of course, massive shout out to Johnny Mossop and all the crew up there at VISSLA, the New South Wales VISSLA Pro Surf Series 2023 underway, 4 events. What a great brand, and I've got to say, they always deck us out in the best gear, and it's so comfortable. Get onto their website, check it out, and they have been such a dominant supporter of this series over the years, and it's great to have them involved. So massive shout out to everyone. I'm sure they're up there in the office sort of doing a bit of work, but also sort of gravitating towards what's going to be a really exciting final day.
It is, and for anyone else that's tuning in online or just watching the broadcast and got a computer or a phone in front of you, be sure to head to VISSLA.com. Yeah, everyone, they're attached. They're an extra limb these days. But yeah, check out VISSLA.com or SisterEvolution.com. That is the sister brand to VISSLA. Great product. Accessories, wetsuit, clothing, you name it, they've got it.
Well, they certainly have in bucket loads, and it's quality too. It's yeah, it's great to have them involved, and of course, the final event of this series is going to be down the VISSLA Sister Revolution Pro down in Avoca Beach, and traditionally we've actually always got good waves there. So the Sister Evolution, if you think back to last year, wow, what a final that was down there. Macy Callahan taking on Molly Picklin. That was incredible. There's going to be a lot going on in the next month or so when it comes to qualifying for the Challenger Series events, but right now it is all about current situation in the water. It is the surfer in blue with that 4.33 and a 2.67 holding the first position at the moment, Britt, but Rosie Smart only needs a 3.84. She opened up with that 3.17. I felt like her strength over the course of this event has been her ability to identify those really nice clean rights.
You're right there, Dimmy. And well, Rosie mentioned in a couple of interviews she likes surfing waves like this, and she's from Sawtell in that Coffs region, and she doesn't mind a bigger wave. And
it's wild and woolly.
It does get wild and woolly. I feel like it can be very similar up there as to what we've got here at Boomerang today. And Rosie Smart, great competitor in this New South Wales region, but as is Ellie Lambkin from the Newcastle region, who will move on through to the semi-final.
Yeah, we've got a stellar lineup already. The first three athletes into the semis for the women's. We're going to go into the men's very shortly. Here we go, surfer in red, kick in. But you can see that just a little bit of a high tide situation there where too much water on the bank. You're not allowed to sort of get herself into that wave. So with 9 minutes to go, yeah, exciting series of events. So we move on to Port Stephens for the next event in a couple of days. The action just keeps firing up for us, and then we're down into Sydney into Maroubra, and then of course, as I said, Avoca is the final event of the series. Here we go, surfer in red up and right in on the backhand, just trying to negotiate that first little boil as she gets to work. Rosie Smart, and as I said, just the patience she shows. And what about that? That was such a good line she took into that turn, into another turn. Fantastic second manoeuvre, and up there, that was so well ridden, that wave, and just the patience, the maturity she showed on that ride alone just shows you what kind of, just how much of a talent she is. That's incredible.
As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, caught a little bit of a bobble to start with, but got the recovery and just stuck with the pocket of this wave. Drives hard off the bottom, hits the lip, just really pushing with that back foot. And I just love how she waited patiently with those bottom turns. She wasn't erratic. She didn't try to move too much. She just held her composure throughout those turns.
It's so important not to go early in those scenarios, and I love just the, as you said, just the depth of that bottom hand turn really gave her that sort of that line into those two turns, and it created the speed. And what I loved was the stability of her surfing in that scenario. The judges lapped it up at 6.67, so that puts Rosie into the lead. And the second wave now is to build on that 3.17. So impressed with the read of the ocean for a surfer from Coffs Harbour. As you said, she'd be pretty much used to surfing. All these competitors love, power, and they love waves that offer up those opportunities. But I feel like, surfers, some would have a real advantage when it comes to certain conditions. And I feel like Rosie's just had that sort of really great read on the ocean during the course, not just today, but just the whole event.
As we watch a couple of sets roll on through the lineup, will Ellie Lambkin be in position? Well, she's not. She's duck diving through those waves. While we've got a little break in the action in the water, just remember for those tuning on in, if you're wanting to watch the presentation after the finals today, be sure to have a look at Surfing New South Wales Instagram, because the presentation will be hosted live on their Instagram. So it's at surfing_New South Wales. You'll get notified when it gets live. So stay tuned for the entire day. This is going to be an exciting day of action for finals day here at Boomerang Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our final quarterfinal of the women's, then moving into the men's, and then into the semis and finals. It has been jam-packed, full of action the last 3.5 days. Excited to see that there is swell for finals day. I feel like this is the best day of conditions so far. Given the conditions, we do have an incoming tide in just over an hour. Will be the dead high. More water will hit this bank. Just under 6 minutes on the clock. At this stage, it's the competitor in the red, Rosie Smart, still in the lead with that 6.67 and a 3.17. Ellie Lampkin in the blue, looking for that 5.52, but I feel like Rosie Smart, she's going to make her way back into the lineup, Dimmy, and look to replace that 3.17 from her scoreline.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the next couple of waves for both surfers are going to really set the platform in this heat, as we see the surf in red now trying to get herself back on another wave. And again, just early doors, it looks really nice. And oh, wow. You saw the board sort of come off the feet, and how she was able to control that was pretty incredible. So that was well done from Rosie Smart, because at one stage I was thinking that board was going to flip.
That was absolutely insane that she managed the explosion of that wave. I felt like she kind of just placed the board up there, but then just had to hold on as she made the landing. I don't know how she stuck that one. She would have been clinging on with those toenails. I originally thought it was going to be a left.
And watch the separation here. Oh, she had to do so much work. And I think her compression rate in that scenario played a massive part. She was able to get nice and low to sort of take the impact of that wave. So that is really well done for Rosie Smart with 4 minutes on the clock, because that can be a tricky scenario. You can get injured in that scenario for sure.
Sure, and there it is, a 7.33. So judges rewarding Rosie Smart. It was certainly a critical section. Degree of difficulty was high as we watched that again, thanks to Destination New South Wales. Talk us through it, Dimmy.
Yeah, really nice setup move, but it's this, into the lip and just free falling, and the compression rate really helped her to keep that stability level. And the judges lapped it up. It was a 7.33. So right now, Ellie Lampkin, unfortunately, in a really heavy situation. She needs a 9.67 to get on through this heat, and with priority, she can break it down in 2 waves. So she basically needs 2 sevens or 2 low sevens to get on through. But in one hit, she's going to need a near perfect ride, and that's going to be really hard to do on a day like today.
Yeah, it will be, Dimmy. We're just over 3 minutes on the clock. Quarterfinal heat number 4. But yeah, you talked about heavy situations. Not only Ellie Lampkin in a heavy situation right now, but Rosie Smart, she handled that situation superbly.
Yeah, definitely. I love the control of it, and her ability to back that situation too. I mean, hesitation in surfing, it can be, you know, such a heavy thing when it comes to, you know, am I in danger, put my body at risk? But that was pure class there, because she attacked that section, and even though it was so heavy and, you know, there was a little bit of disconnection there, she was able to compress and really hold a line and ride out of that quite easily. Classy.
Even just to hold her composure body-wise, like on her way down, she got hit by the lip, and then as she landed, it also exploded.
That goes to the training as well. Just have that core stability, the ability to, you know, to basically take that impact. And we're going to go through it one more time. This looked like a left, but she went right, and just here, like, it was such, you know, the power of that wave and the most critical part of that wave, that the dynamics of that was allowed her to get that 7.33. So right now, the surfer from up on the far north coast, or the mid-north coast I should say, in the lead, courtesy of a 7.33 and a 6.67. And it's been an impressive campaign. And like I said, for someone, you know, just coming into her own when it comes to pro juniors and QSs, she's ultra impressive, Britt.
She is. I've watched Rosie over the years through the Surfing New South Wales junior leg and the performance programs, and yeah, she has been impressive from a young age. And last year she won the Oz Open Surf round 1 in Coffs, and then she went on to win the final at Bondi and netted herself $10,000.
Bought a car.
Bought a car,
How
18.
good.
What more could you want leading into 2023? I feel like she's...
Did she buy a Camplify van? What do you reckon? After this event, she might have enough money to buy one.
I don't think she did, but I mean, it could be on the cards now.
Yeah, it certainly could be great to have them involved in this event. We are into finals day, 1 minute to go in quarterfinal number 4. We're going to be rolling into the men's quarterfinal, man on man, and it's going to be intriguing to watch how these athletes go about their business. But right now, with 40 seconds on the clock, it's never say never in surfing, but it is a tough ask for the surfer in blue to get it done now.
Yeah, 30 seconds. We are well and truly into that Mad Mex minute. Thanks to Mad Mex for bringing us all the healthy Mexican food.
Oh, what's for lunch? Let's think about it. It's probably a burrito. You'll love those burritos. But, you know, you get a variety of burritos too. The chicken, the beef, vegetarian. You've got to love it all. As we wind down another exciting heat, it's been a clinic for Rosie Smart. And, wow, I've really enjoyed watching that heat. The way she went about it was exciting. We're going to throw off to a break, and we're going to be back very shortly here at Boomerang Beach for finals day. We're excited. Don't go anywhere.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. We are in the quarterfinal number of the men's. It is Taj Stokes taking on Q Butler. So, wow, the Trans-Tasman rivalry continues, but let me tell you right now, it has been an impressive campaign for both these surfers. Robbo, you must have been, you know, we've been talking the praises of Taj Stokes, but the surfer from New Zealand, wow, hasn't he been putting on a clinic as well?
Look, the surfer from New Zealand, across a few events, I've been super impressed with. TK Huku Butler, he's a powerful unit, and yeah, we can look for some big moves here. And this guy, Taj Stokes, he is a precise, busy surfer, and well, that's not the start he wanted, but won't be any worry to him because, as we mentioned earlier, he's a very active surfer in the water. He'll be out there catching plenty of waves, and these are amazing quarterfinals that are coming up. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, definitely. You identified earlier the thing that's impressed you about Taj is, you know, run through this event has been his ability to be so busy and so dominantly busy when it comes to picking out the eyes of the best waves. So this is a great way to kick off quarterfinal number 1. But as you said, the dangerous surfer from New Zealand, Q Butler, what a serious competitor he's become. I've watched him over a number of years develop, and he's always had that power game, but I feel like this year could be the year that he breaks that mould, gets himself onto the Challenger, and you put this guy in really good waves, and he's going to absolutely tick some boxes and tear the joint apart.
He is, and right now he's probably leading the New Zealand charge. He's the new face of New Zealand men's surfing, and yeah, this is going to be a great quarter-final.
All right, we've got Rosie Smart down in the post-heat interview area. Rosie, I'm delighted. That is such a stellar performance. Congratulations. That was a clinic. Well done.
Thanks. It was like kind of hard out there, but if you just picked like the little inside ones that doubled up, you managed to get a couple turns. So happy to get through.
Now that one wave, that 7+ wave, that was a really critical section. And how did that feel underneath your feet? Because that was a really pivotal point in the heat, and the control you showed was just so much class. And here it is, Robbo.
Yeah,
We've got this on the screen.
I didn't think I was going to make it, and then yeah, I managed to make it somehow.
And you found those really nice connections on the right. I feel like the kind of pace you've been setting on the waves has just been critical to your performance. You really feel, and you look from a visual point of view, so comfortable out there. How do you feel?
I'm just pretty happy to make it this far, honestly. The waves are fun, and it's good that I think it's a bit better than yesterday now. It's good that it's improved throughout the day. So yeah, I just hope I make it through the next heat.
Yeah, well done, Rosie. Tell me, you're one of the younger competitors in this event, and you come up against another relatively young competitor in the semi-final, Ali Harrison. Have you surfed against Ali previously?
Yeah, I surfed a heat against her the other day and she beat me, but yeah, Ellie's been doing pretty good as well, so it should be a good heat.
Okay, well, you've got a semi-final to prepare for. We wish you the best of luck, and keep up the great work out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Rosie Smart. And talking about, guys in good form, as we were at that interview, we saw the power of Q Butler just loading up on that left, and a 6.67. And we spoke about just the dynamics of this guy surfing. It's so, well weighted, and I love the fact how vert this guy gets on his board. And look at this turn, Robbo, just releasing the tail, fins out, great control, and locks in a 6.67. That is such a good way to start this heat.
That's what he's made of. Power, precision,
speed and flow.
Yeah, he has. He's got it all. And here we go. I reckon this is Taj Stokes. And that's a good opening move. Snaps it in the pocket there. So here's the comeback wave. Nice smooth transition from Stokes. Through to the inside. He wants to finish off strong. Will he get the connection here? No, but plenty of work done there. Plenty of work.
Yeah, mate, that was really well read. And again, I just feel like Taj has just had that magical run when it comes to picking the best waves in his heats. And again, he's so strong, that first move into the pocket.
Yep.
And I love the way he just opens up and just really leans into that inside rail, just working really hard. You can see how much water Robbo is displacing on every turn. So he's really putting a lot of pressure on that back foot and surfing right to the criteria. And again, he's just found himself another gem of a wave.
Perfect way to answer back.
Look at that, Robbo, an 8-point ride. Wow.
Better than perfect way to answer back. So, yeah, Taj Stokes. He will not lie down.
No, and as we said, this is game on in these quarterfinals. Here we go. Butler up and right in now on the forehand, driving off the bottom. And a lovely line into that first manoeuvre. Again, just fighting back. So this is going to be tit for tat out here for sure. And he's just patiently waiting now for this thing to grow on the inside. But I did love the line he took into that first turn. And again, just showing that, that great ability to flare with control in the way he goes about his body movements.
Yep, there's the reply. So TK Butler's going to go to the lead, unquestionably. So he's got 2 good scores on the board. Taj Stokes has an excellent score on the board. So interested in what this wave scores. It's great.
Robbo.
It's powerful, it's precise, it's smooth, he connects well. He's doing all the right things, and it's going to be a good score.
Yeah, definitely creative, innovative, and as I said before, I just love how much flair and control he possesses in his arsenal. But yeah, his power game is next level, and again, you know, he's just locked in another score, 5.83. It puts him into the lead, but, you know, with Taj's 8-point ride, it's such, you know, a confidence boost when you're going against someone like Taku Butler. You know you got to bring it, and these guys are certainly bringing it, and they're wasting no time getting waves. Look at this thing. Wow, again, Taj into another great section, leans into it, identifying the down the line, and I feel like the waves are starting to pump.
Hammered that last turn, Adam. He hammered it. I was waiting for the hammer to fall, and he hammered it there. I liked it.
Axed it. Just really went hard at it.
Freddie Mercury would have liked it. What did you think?
I really love how clean these turns are. And what I like, we haven't seen a lot of emotion from Taj over the course of this event, but just check out when he lands his final manoeuvre.
Bang.
He felt that. He felt how good that was, and you could see him you could see it in his body language. That felt good, and that's going to be another good score. And what a heat. What a way to start the quarterfinals at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is where it starts to get very serious for these athletes, and these guys are putting on a show, Robbo.
Yep. The judges will be analysing that rider, Taj Stokes. No, I've got no doubt that he's going to the lead. It's just going to be interesting to see what sort of lead he's building up, in my opinion. It's the judges that know what's going on. Look at that. It's another really good score for Taj Stokes, a 7.57, and Taku Butler requiring an 8.9. So Taj Stokes, yep, I'm impressed.
Wow, he is definitely on point today, but yeah, Surfing Blue with priority has plenty of time and can lock in a 9 every day of the week, such as the power and the skill he has. But this is such a great way to kick off quarterfinal number 1, because I feel like the ocean is starting to, you know, play a part in it. It's offering up plenty of opportunities, and these guys are the best of the best, and what they're doing is they're really, you know, wasting no opportunity. Whatever's in front of them, they're attacking, and that's what we want to see in the quarterfinals, especially when you consider how many points are on offer and the importance of trying to get yourself into that top 9 to qualify for the Challenger Series event. So the next couple of events on the VISSLA Pro Surf Series are only 1,000 events. And but if you can get away here, Robbo, it's 3,000 points, and that is a massive chunk of your qualification position.
I loved it when I saw that this event upgraded to 3,000 QS.
Same here.
Because the venue, you know, it delivers quality waves, and it's been a really successful event, and you love to see the partners of the event going, how good is this? We're going to make this bigger and better. And the surfers love it. All the staff here at Boomerang Beach, we feel like we're on a holiday.
We certainly are. And talking about the athletes, when you talk about this series of events, and they identify Boomerang because of the quality, and they said the upgrade has been so good because not only are we at one of the best beaches they feel on the series, they also say that the points now are so key.
They are. It's critical. I was thinking about the entire... Okay, let's go to the Mad Max replay. Adam, talk us through these waves. We need your coaching skills and understanding of what's going on here. Talk us through it.
Yep, Mad Max brings it to you, and here we go. Butler just setting the tone for this heat with a nice ride. I love the pace of this 3-turner, and that last turn where he just releases the tail, but then Taj Stokes power into the pocket, and the read of this wave too. And I love the way he used that rail then to really forcefully put some water into the air, and lovely read. And this was that 8-point ride, Steve, where he just absolutely went to town. And then there was another exchange from both surfers. Here we go. The Kiwi up, and look how deep he was into that pocket. Nice transition on the rail, sets the tone of this wave, comes around, patiently waits for it to line up and gets to work. And like a tradesman, he just finishes off with a lot of flair. And then we had Taj Stokes, just the, not the surprise package, but let me tell you, this guy has been one of the stars of this event. The read, his ability to put the power through the motion and really get into every corner And that
was the hammer.
The hammer.
That was the hammer. I've been waiting for it.
I'm excited, let me tell you. That was 4 great waves.
Yep.
And right now, mate, with 6.5 to go, we are down to the last minutes of this quarterfinal number 1. It is up to the surfer in blue. He needs an 8.90. Taj Stokes with an 8 and a 7.57. And Takiru Butler with that 2-wave combination and needs a pretty big number. But there's enough time, Steve,
He's
to get
very
himself
capable.
2 waves.
Yeah, he's very capable of getting an
Now, this thing-
8.9. He's a
Oh.
power surfer, and power is where you get those high, excellent, outstanding scores. And don't count the Kiwi out.
Yeah, 100%. This has been the battle of the power surfers, hasn't it, really?
It
and
has.
And it's great. The visual, you know, it's just amazing to watch these guys go hammer and tong, and here we go. I do believe he did lose priority in this scenario as well when we were at the recap. But, yeah, I love the rail work from both of these athletes. And this is why these surfers are in the quarterfinals, because they are, yeah, at the top of their game right now.
They are. Absolutely.
5 to go, and we're going to round into quarterfinal number 2. So it's going to be a big afternoon, Robbo. So don't go anywhere if you've just joined us. It is quarterfinals, both men and women's, semi-finals, and we're going to go to 25-minute heats and then 30-minute finals. So there's a lot to play out today, and I think the most important part for the surfers is how they adapt to refueling their bodies, keeping the energy levels up, and really also have the ability to switch off in between heats.
Yes, and and just keep upping the ante.
We talk about it, just going through the gears.
Don't feel satisfied that you've made the semi-finals. Don't rest on your laurels. You know, there's a trophy to be won.
Big points, big
It's all
prize
about
money.
the winner.
Yeah.
And I find those surfers who are really, really hungry. Yep, you've made the semi-finals. Don't rest on those laurels. You've got to chase the big prize, and that's what's going to happen here today. We will crown 2 champions.
When you consider someone like Taj Stokes, if he can make a final, it's going to be a big thing for him, because right now he sits in 14th position on the ratings.
Wow.
He's already had a 5th placing at one of the Indo events last year, so he comes into this in good form. And just in front of him is the Kiwi in 13th. So these are big important results for both these surfers. And pretty sure Takiru Butler already has a second he has at the last event. So
Yes.
he comes in the ultimate kind of form guide.
Yep.
So these guys are looking to get themselves into that top 9. And that's the importance of where they sit on the ratings right now. They're just outside the bubble. But as I said, you slap a 3,000 points into those in the ratings, and these guys are going to jump right up.
And all eyes will be on the rankings post-event, because they want to make the top, is it 10?
Top 9?
Top 9 to get into the Challenger Series. Too much mathematics for me, Adam. I can't
I
cope with
study
it.
it all day.
I know you do.
And I love it. I just love, I love the pressure it puts on these athletes, because, they're professional athletes, and we want to see them perform under pressure, as we see. Here we go. Up and right in blue. Goes to the air. Look at that, Robbo. Nice. Front side, and now trying to work this inside. Can he get over that little inside corner?
Unfortunate.
No.
Yeah, I know. Look.
Innovation.
He will go for it. He will go for that 9-point ride. Don't worry about that. He just needs the wave to link up, and he'll put it all out there. This looked like it was going to be a great wave. That's the way you want to start if you're chasing a 9-point ride, but then it hits deep water. Paul Kelly, deep water.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I love the risk he took in that wave, in that scenario, and the speed he got from the line he took into the air too. So very impressive with 2 to go. But yeah, we know what he brings to the table, and the fact that he was able to, have a crack like that under pressure just shows the skill set he actually has.
He will. He'll have a crack no matter what. He's only got less than 2 minutes to do it. Taj Stokes with priority as well, and he's extremely well positioned in this quarterfinal. Number 1.
What do you do in this scenario if you're red? Look, sometimes it's about what you don't do with priority and what waves you don't take. So do you move back towards where the surfer in blue is to put pressure on him, because you don't want to open the door. As we see here,
here's
look
the
at this
open
thing.
door. Watch this. Whack. No.
Wow. It's an interesting scenario, because it's like you want to be out the back for an opportunity, but he's sitting on an 8 and a 7.57, so maybe as an athlete and from a strategy point of view, you want to move yourself in to put a little bit of pressure, because you do not want to open the door, and you definitely don't want to let your fellow competitor out of your sights.
No, that's true, especially when it's a competitor like Butler.
Pretty sure he got a 6.07 for that air.
One move,
So
yep.
one move.
And that was out the back. If it had lined up on the inside and he hammered away, well, yeah, he can get those scores, we know. But his time's running out for him now. He doesn't have priority. You can see where he sits in the lineup. He's not giving up. He's trying to race back out the back. But my gut instinct tells me that he's going to run out of time. And quarterfinal number 1, Taj Stokes looking very, very good. In fact, he's taking off on this wave, having a go at it. Couldn't get into it, lost priority. Don't think it's going to matter at all.
Will there be another opportunity? But
here he goes.
There he goes. Up and right in, serving in red. Is this a victory lap with 5 seconds to go? Flying down the line, and watch this. Nice clean turn on the backhand and into it again. And wow, he looks so comfortable in these waves, and his performances has been impressive. And I love the way he's been able to adjust as he's gone through the draw, and he's definitely starting to bring those big, big scores in. As we throw off to a break, quarterfinal number 1, he'll be delighted. Taj Stokes into the semi-finals here at Billabong. Boomerang, I should say, on the mid-north coast.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. We are in the quarterfinal number 2. Mikey Clayton-Brown from Merriweather taking on North Shelley's Joel Vaughan, two of the rising stars in Australian surfing, and this is an intriguing battle.
As they all are, these quarterfinals, they're amazing, and I think we've got Taj Stokes ready for an interview. And Taj, what a great way to get through that quarterfinal. You got that excellent wave score relatively early in the heat. How were you feeling throughout that quarterfinal?
Yeah, it was a bit tricky at the start. Didn't really know where to sit, and got a first wave that just was an absolute burger. And I just went back out the back, reset, and managed to get those 2 waves pretty much in a row. So yeah, it was pretty good.
I've said it before, but mate, you are so impressive on your read out there. Like, I just feel like every time you take off, you know where the position is, and you know what the ocean's going to give you. Is it, from the visual, is it as easy for you as it is for us to watch? Because you are absolutely on point.
Look, it's a little tricky. Like, there's a lot of lumps and bumps out there. There's a lot of waves like washing up from like the headland, like bouncing back. making it a bit tricky, and it is hard to know where to sit. I think I've just got lucky for a couple times, but yeah, yeah.
Talk us about taking on Takia Butler. Like, you know, it's such a strong competitor. Both of you guys actually sit 13th and 14th on the ratings. Have you had to go up against him much because he's such a strong, you know, powerful surfer in his own right?
Yeah, I don't even think I've had a heat against Kihu before, but I just thought it'd be a really good opportunity for me to see if I can match it with those Challenger Series guys. Like Kihu was on the Challengers last year and he did really well. So yeah, I just really wanted to go out there and give it my best shot and see how I fared against the those Challenger guys.
I know you had a quarterfinal in Indo last year. Is this your best result on the QSs so far?
I won a 1,000 in WA in about October last year, but I'd say this is probably up there with one of the best. Yeah, semi-final. So the 3-star, 3,000. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
Mate, we'll go back, rest up, mate, because you are seriously on fire today. We're so excited to watch you in the semis, and best of luck moving forward, Taj. You've been absolutely one of the stars of this event for sure.
Yeah, thanks heaps, guys.
Yeah, what a performance. He just gets better and better. Every time he hits the water, it just goes to a new level, new gear, raises the bar, and that's what you got to do to win. And talking about raising the bar, here we go. The New South Wales government action replay. Mikey Clayton Brown attacking that first section with plenty of flair, Robbo. And what do you like about this one?
Well, the first turn was really strong, and he's got more work to do on the inside. He's obviously going to find something here. Watch it. Another beautiful turn, and he gets more out of it as well. And you can see why it's gone up into the 7-point rides. 3 very strong, well-timed manoeuvres. Mikey Clayton Brown, there's a lot of pressure on these guys now.
Yep.
I mean, they're where they want to be. They're up into the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and that dream of getting onto the Challenger Series it's a dream that's alive. And
100%.
It's there for them to grab. So I can feel the pressure building in these surfers. It's on.
Here we go, Joel Vaughan up and right in, and talking about experience on the challenge. This guy's got plenty of it from last year. And again, just setting the tempo, the pace of this wave. Vaughan looking to get in that pocket, really extending. See how much water he just placed there from that one turn. Just the timing was immaculate, and that wave not offering a lot. But I did like the flow of that wave from the outside. He got some really good work.
There's some superb manoeuvres here. This is going to be a score.
First one. Wow.
Look at that. That is precision timing. Smooth transition. The wave's standing up for him. Every opportunity he gets, he's pulling off big moves. The judges are going to like it. I can feel Ben Dunn talking to his judging panel saying, look at this turn, look at that turn.
Yeah, identifying, you know, the separation of difference as well. And I did speak to Dunny last night, and he said these guys, the women and the men, have put on a clinic when it comes to their ability to put the board in the right spot. He was ultra impressed, and as you said, they would have pulled that wave apart, dissected it, and there it is, an 8-point ride. First ride of Joel Vaughan. Mikey Clayton Brown, a 717. Exactly what you'd expect in the quarterfinal, Robbo. You know you're going to get the best surfing from the best surfers, and these guys have delivered.
I love it. Yep. They were 2 very good rides, and Joel Vaughan in particular, I haven't seen a lot of him, but what I'm seeing now, I'm going, here's another Australian surfer coming through the ranks with serious ability.
Yeah, definitely comes from a surf-mad family, the Vaughans, and they've all got talent. The younger brother, Huey, definitely a rising star of the Grommet ranks, but Joel, his maturity, you know, he's been setting this platform for a couple of years now, and like we've watched a lot of Vaughanie, and both him and Mikey have definitely been standouts. But I love that attack, that first turn, and just how clean he was, and just the tempo as he waited for this thing to line up and coming hard off the bottom and really throwing a lot of water out the back there, and the judges lapped that up, Robbo.
Super impressive. As I mentioned, I don't know a lot about him, but Adam, you are an encyclopedia on surfing in New South Wales. Tell us more about Joel Vaughan. Where's he from?
He's from North Shelley. Very, very, strong club. Got a really good support base, as we see Mikey Clayton Brown. He's from Merriweather, and as I said, I've seen Joel, travelling around, very similar to the Wright family back in the day, where all the surfers, all their children are so strong in the water, and they sort of push each other. But he's such a laid-back character. He's pretty funny, but he's definitely got so much skill. And from a very young age, he was identified as one of the rising stars of the junior circuit, and now he's starting to put that together, piecing the puzzle together on the QS ranks as we see Mikey up and riding. But yeah, ultra impressive. Went to the World Championships this year for the juniors, and just an unbelievable competitor already.
I need more information. Where's North Shelley?
North Shelley's on the Central Coast, mate. That's what happens when you're from Vico. You've got to learn these things, mate. They are one of the strongest clubs, if not one of the most, if not the strongest club in Australia. They're ABB champs. They've got so many great surfers. Of course, two of their women are flying high in the World Championship. Molly Picklin and Mace Callahan, both from the same club.
That's why I turn to you for all this information, Adam. You are an encyclopedia when it comes to surfing in New South Wales.
Look, it's probably an indication of I don't do much else in my life, but no, great club, great community. They've got such a strong, base of juniors, and when you see them at teams events and when it comes to the club format, no one is as passionate as, in my eyes, than North Shelley. But right now, it is Mikey Clayton Brown. It's just locked in a 3.50, but yeah, Vorney out there with an 8, Nita 2.67, and that's the great thing about commentating events like this. I've seen both these competitors since they were very, very young, and just to watch their development, not only as athletes but as humans, it's great to watch. And I feel right now that our region in Australia, not only in New South Wales but overall, we're in such a strong position. And you can see the results starting to happen on the Championship Tour event, where it's been dominated by the Brazilians the last couple of years. I feel the Australian wave, not the Brazilian wave, is about to explode very shortly.
Can we call it an Australian storm?
100%. I love it. I'm confident we're in one of the strongest positions we've been in a number of years.
I agree with you, Adam. And it's the groundwork from organisations like Surfing New South Wales that put these not just event together, they put series together. And this is a series in its own right that serves all of Australian surfers really well, and in particular New South Wales surfers.
And it's so good to have companies like Camplify who come in and make a difference, supporting these series and these events. The Barrington Coast Council, of course, Destination New South Wales, and I think for Surfing New South Wales, their connection with the New South Wales state government over the last, say, 5 years has really helped nurture this series, along with VISSLA, who are just incredible supporters of making sure there is things in place for the next generation.
Yep. And the crew at VISSLA have a lot of experience. They're core surfers and they know how to produce amazing surfing hardware and fashion wear, and they do it with an environmental conscious attitude, which is really good as well. Under 9 minutes remaining, both these surfers have one proper score in their score line. Vaughan has the better of it, an 8-point ride. Mikey Clayton Brown not far behind with a 7.17. Two significant scores. It's going to get down to the second score.
100%, and I feel like Mikey's sort of made that, that move a little bit further deeper than Joel Vaughan, as we see Vaughan up and riding. Nice clean transition on that first turn, get into work. Lines are back up, stays nice and tight to the power source. Is this wave going to double up? He's trying to get over the top of this little ball, but is he going to be able to do it? And look how much energy is moving there. And out the back, Mikey Clayton Brown, look at this wave. Robbo just holding the rail, just keeping that rail engaged into the lip, and finishes off so strong. That's an incredible ride on a bigger set. Let's see what happens out the back on that one.
Yep, well, how's that for wave choice? Like I said, those first wave scores, yes, Vorney got the better of it, but not by much. And these second waves, pretty sure that the surfer in red's going to get the better of that. So this quarterfinal is well and truly on. Some big turns here. Cracks that nicely. Nice grab rail cut back. And finishing strongly as well. It's going to be interesting. This is a close quarterfinal playing out before our eyes. The judges will be dissecting these rides and working out who's in front.
And the other thing, Robbo, is the paddle battle. Now, Mikey is going to get himself back out into the
With
lineup
priority.
and with priority, and that's going to be critical. But I felt like those replays sort of identified, you know, what he brought to the table. A bigger set, 3 good moves, and there it is, a 7-point ride. So from that last ride of Joel Vaughan, he now needs a 6-1-7. I don't know if there was enough meat on the bone. Really good surfing, and there's going to be more opportunity, but we'll have to see what the judges think. It's going to be close, but from first sort of thoughts, I just thought maybe it's going to come in under, and not based on the surfing, but more about the opportunity that was available.
The score's delayed. Clearly, they're analysing it in the judging tent.
And that's the great thing about going to the 2-surfer format.
Yep.
The judges get a lot more time to really dissect each and every wave. And for the most part, they've got replays. They can have a look back at different scenarios. But yeah, that wave of the last red, a 7-point ride, it puts him in the lead. But we are waiting on an important score from Joel Vaughan. Really nice surfing. And I would have loved it if he got that little inside corner to work with.
He didn't get it. And he tried to get it, it didn't come together. So, yep, this is an intriguing battle out here. Absolutely intriguing.
Well, they are having a big think about this wave because it is so critical in the outcome of this heat. Here we go, Joel Vaughan again, up and riding on the forehand. Nice line into this turn. Nice, clean transition on that first manoeuvre, but down the line, not offering a lot of opportunity. So he kicks out, he'll get back in there. And the thing with that too, Robbo, was that he didn't have priority. There was, you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and from that point of view, and it leaves Clayton Brown from Merriweather out in the lead and with first priority with just under 5.5 to go.
Yeah, and I would say that Joel Vaughan needs the 6.17. That's what he's looking for. And we've almost hit the 5-minute mark, and we know a 6.17 is not a big score for Blue to get. So Clayton Brown holds the lead, holds priority. So that's a good position to be in. Joel Vaughan in the blue holds the top scoring ride of the heat. An excellent 8-point ride, requires a 6.17 and now has second priority.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the positioning of Joel's going to be. He's deciding to go on the left now, so you can just see him getting busy, and sometimes that's a ploy just to sort of make the other surfer aware about what's happening under this priority situation. So Mikey's pretty stellar. He's not going to get sold into anything he doesn't want to take, but this is where, you know, these different kind of scenarios play out with priority, especially in the 2-surfer format. And right now, all the aces are with the surfer in red, but such is the skill set of Joel Vaughan. You know, we know that with 4 to go, there's so much more to be played out in a heat like this.
Plenty of time, as you said, 4 minutes on the clock now. That's enough
an
time.
age
In a heat. In a heat, it is, yep. It's about 20% of the entire heat's time. So, Joel Vaughan.
Well, you can see now that both surfers are starting to move around the lineup, and I think for the surfer in red, it's more of an indication of making sure that he doesn't leave the door ajar for someone of the class of Joel Vaughan.
There'll be plenty of North Shelley board riders watching this heat.
Oh, mate, Jess Grimwood, she'd be online for sure, fellow commentator and expert analysis. Yeah, she'd be there, and yeah, all the camo and all the crew at North Shelley. And as I said, you know, there's such a big part of the grassroots sort of community where it comes to board riding. Former champs of the ABB
Watching
right now.
Watching closely.
Here we go.
Good use of priority, Adam.
Well,
maybe not.
Well, that wave looked really good when it sort of
Yeah.
came onto our screens, but it sort of went into that fat dead section.
Joel sold him in. He sold him in. He said, "I'm going this if you're not," and he made him.
Bad car.
Yep, he made him commit to the wave. Now Joel Vaughan has priority. He has 2.5 minutes on the clock. He has a score to get, a 6.17.
And when you think about what he's been, laying down.
Yeah, he can get that
over the course
easily.
of this event alone, he just needs an opportunity. He can do that in one turn.
Yeah.
In fact, we've seen, waves go into the excellent range for one turn. So that was well sold. But I felt in that scenario, Mikey Clayton Brown had to roll the dice there. He had to pull the trigger.
Yep. 2 minutes. 2 precious minutes. With priority sits Joel Vaughan. See Mikey Clayton Brown, he wants to know what's going on from the beach commentary perspective.
Yeah, definitely. This could be the shortest or the longest 2 minutes of a surfer's career right now. We're thinking about the logistics of, one of these surfers making a semi-final minimum of a QS 3000. And from a regional standpoint, there's only one more 3000 after this event, and then a 5000. And there's the father of Joel Vaughan.
Oh.
Papa Vaughan, we call him.
He would be very, very nervous
out.
watching the seconds counting down, looking to the horizon, looking for some lines to come through. I can't see them at the moment, but something's got to pop up, surely. It's been 3 minutes that he's sitting there with priority.
This is where you are from a standpoint, from a competitor. You need to start thinking. You need to start thinking really hard on your feet, because even one opportunity, even if it's a smaller wave, you don't have to wait for a set. If there's enough, time and enough placement to put your turns, Joel could easily get the score. But right now, for the first time, I feel like the ocean's it's gone a bit quiet. But you can see Joel moving around. He's not going to be left short. He's going to have a crack at something for sure. But he also is well aware that he needs a 617. So that's not just a takeoff in a couple of turns. You need to do something pretty smart.
Is this a lump? Is this a chance, this one? Maybe? I hope he gets another shot at it. It's like 20 seconds remaining. It would be great to see him get another opportunity, but I don't know. I'm getting less and less confident that it's going to come.
It just looks slower right now, the waves.
And we're into the final 10 seconds. No. Well,
wow.
Well surfed, though, by Mikey Clayton Brown. Very clever heat. 3, 2, and 1.
Joel will be disappointed, but he's put up a great fight against a young bloke who is starting to make waves on the QS. He's such a strong competitor, and he's into the semi-finals. We're going to throw up to a break very shortly. We'll be back for another quarterfinal of the men's, and it is Mikey Clayton Brown moseying on through the semi-finals.
Welcome back to beautiful Boomerang Beach. We're at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. We're into the quarterfinals. It's fantastic action here. I welcome back to the commentary area Britt Nichols. What a day it's been up to date, Britt, and we're looking forward to these remaining quarterfinals and into the semi-finals.
Well, what a start here for Mikey Madonna. Within 2 minutes, he's just locked in a good number. I feel like Mikey he's been finding momentum each heat throughout this event as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Bit of a frothy start to this wave, but it started to grow on the inside, and Mikey just throwing everything into these last couple of turns. Solid surfing there from the man in the red from Lennox Head. And I'm tongue-twisted coming back in here, Robbo.
They were two well-timed, well-executed moves. It was on a smaller ride, and the scores come in at a 5. I sort of get the score, but we can see the power, precision, and great moves from Mikey Madonna from that wave, because I think he caught a 0.5 at the start, was probably left in the middle. That thing's popped up, he's taken it, he scored a 5 on it. So yeah, we saw what he's got on a relatively poor wave, and he scored a reasonable score on it. So interesting start to the heat. We have our surfer in blues, Xavier Huxtable. I'm a bit tongue-tied now. He's our surfer from Victoria who had a sensational round of 16 heat, and he's into the quarterfinals as well, and he's the power surfer. He's a very powerful unit. As you mentioned, he's all-round sportsman. He's quite an AFL player. You'd love AFL, Britain, wouldn't you?
I grew up around rugby league there, Robbo.
But you'd now love AFL.
I did live in Victoria for 6 months. I was previously dating someone who was pretty into AFL, so I began to love it myself, but still feel like rugby league is at the core.
Here we
I've
go.
grown up in New South Wales.
Look at that for power. That first turn was all power and complete. He wants the inside connection because he's got some points on the board from out the back. He doesn't get the inside connection, but I'm interested to have another look at this first turn from Xavier Huxtable in the blue. He's a strong unit, I can tell you.
Pity he couldn't get that inside connection, because I feel like he did open up strong through that first turn out the back. Is of course quarterfinal heat number 3 of the men. We have Mikey Madonna in the red, Xavier Huxtable in the blue. Up next in quarter number 4, another massive matchup on paper. Jarvis Earl, highest king.
I know. I saw that earlier and I thought, wow, these are great matchups. All surfers that have made it through to these quarterfinals are absolutely deserving of their position. They're all capable of winning. There's a score for Xavier Huxtable, a 4.9, and that was based on just one big opening move. Couldn't get the connection. Have a look at this. Whack. Bottom through the top turn was superbly executed. He needed the connection. It didn't come to him, which was unfortunate because it could have easily gone into the excellent range, but he just didn't get the link up. 4.9, 5 points for Mikey Madonna. Early days. So, yep, this quarterfinal number 3 is off and running, and we will see some big scores, I am very sure.
Oh, we're about 20 minutes off the high tide. I feel like the wind's backed off a bit here now, Robbo, at Boomerang.
It is. It's a beautiful day. Best day of surfing at Boomerang. Great waves, great sandbanks. They've picked out the best bank on the beach. It's handled all conditions, small, big, onshore, howling winds, doesn't matter. It is a quality wave at the southern end of Boomerang Beach, and have a look here. Xavier Huxtable having a good think about this wave, and he's committed and he's off and riding. Watch this boy, this man, as he links through to the inside. Wave not delivering a lot. He'll try for a strong finish. Not sure it's the wave he wanted, but under priority, I guess it's reasonable.
Well, Mikey Madonna, just lays into that right-hander as he belts the second section end again. Strong surfing here from the man in the red. Mikey, he is on absolute fire. I feel like he knows what Xavier Huxtable is capable of, and Mikey took down a few big scalps in the previous round to get through to this quarterfinal. And he is looking confident. He's looking solid on his feet too, Robbo.
He is. 3.5 for Xavier Huxtable's second ride. Now, that's a throwaway. Mikey Madonna, I feel, is going to get the best wave of the heat so far. And we have the winner of the previous quarterfinal, Mikey Clayton Brown. Mikey, that was an intense quarterfinal. Right down to the final few minutes, it was really, really close. How were you feeling out there in that quarterfinal?
Yeah, I was feeling really confident. I had a really sketchy heat this morning where I had a 6 and just got a 2 back up, but squeaked through. And after I dropped the 7, first wave, I just knew I needed to get another wave, and it was really scary after Joel sold me on a bit of a lemon, and for the last 5 he had priority, so I was just sitting there biting my fingernails, but yeah, I'm glad a wave didn't come through.
Yeah, I know. We could see that. You were raising the hands for information from the judge tower, and we noticed that Joel did sail you into that wave, but you posted 2 7-point rides. You must be feeling confident going into the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's my best heat total for the whole comp. I feel like I've just kept building each heat, and yeah, I'm feeling really confident going into the semis.
Okay, it's an important event for you. There's big rating points, there's big prize money on the line. What's your goals out of this event and into the next few events?
Well, I really want to win. I've made a QS final before, but I've never won one, so I'd be really stoked to win one and just really gain momentum for the next... I've got the comp at home next week, and then, yeah, for the next 3 and 5 star, you know, I just want to keep the ball rolling and hopefully get some good results there.
Well, we can clearly see from what you've answered there that you're not going to rest on your laurels. You've got an important semi-final coming up. Go away, prepare, and we look forward to seeing you in that semi-final.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was such a close quarter-final. It could have gone either way. I think I saw a good wave ridden in there as well.
As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, that was Mikey Madonna. This is the one we did see before that interview. He's also had another one in between. There you go, look at that. It's just flawless surfing there from the man in the red. And here it is. This is the one that happened during the interview, Robbo.
Wow. Look at that, open the shoulders. That is superb technique. So he's racking up the scores, rapid fire surfing.
He is staying nice and busy. That's the man on the screen there in the red, Mikey Madonna from Lennox. He's locked in a 7.17. He's backed it up with a 5.33. And at the moment, Xavier Huxtable in the blue in second place, the Victorian. Well, he's chasing a 7.6 if he's wanting to move on through this round into the semi-final. Just over 10 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time remaining.
It's an open equation for Xavier Huxtable. He's either chasing a 7.6, which we know he can get easily, or he's thinking, I need to get rid of the 4.9 and the 3.5 and get a massive 2-wave heat total. So he'll have both options in the back of his mind. We've just hit the halfway mark, but it is a good start for our surfer in red with a 7.17 and a 5.33. Every chance he'll get rid of that 5.33 and increase his heat tally, which at the moment has him in the lead. Surfer paddled desperately for that wave, couldn't get it. I feel that was the surfer in blue. Shouldn't be any damage done. He hopefully will get out the back and regain priority, which he does.
There you go. First priority with blue, second priority for red, just over 9 minutes on the clock. And, well, Mikey mentioned it, the next event is at home for him, Mike Clayton Brown. He's from that Port Stephens region. Now, that's our second stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We'll then be heading to Maroubra and finishing off with a QS 3000 at Avoca on the Central Coast.
Yep, a fantastic series of events. The VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2022.
Great to have VISSLA back on board this year. As a series naming rights partner, they've partnered with Surfing New South Wales on QS events for the past 4 years. They are an amazing brand, doing amazing things with around 80% of VISSLA's product range made of environmentally better materials. They're going down that sustainability path, and I feel like they're really leading the way in the industry for that.
They are. And their hardware gear, their fashion gear, they're core surfers behind the scene, and they know what surfers need, which is a great thing. And they're developing surfing right around Australia.
As we watch live action in the water, that is Mikey Madonna. Beautiful wrap into the pocket. And again, can he get a critical turn to finish with and really close the gate on this quarterfinal? He is just going from strength to strength here, Robbo.
He's had a dream heat. He's been a wave magnet out there. The good waves have come to him and he's capitalised on all these opportunities, and he's making life very difficult for the surfer in blue, Xavier Huxtable, making life extremely difficult after this ride. So it's not impossible, but this guy's capitalising on a series of really good waves. And Xavier Huxtable is sitting out the back. He'll be frustrated now as well. But no need to panic. You can post the scores. I think we're waiting for a score for Mikey Madonna to come in.
Will it improve on his lead? He's looking to replace a 5.33 as his low score, and if he does, that will increase the requirement for the surfing blue. Xavier Huxtable sitting in second place, wanting to move on through to the semi. We're into two-person heat, so we've still got a 50-50 progression, but one surfer will move on through. 20-minute heats at the moment, but moving into the semis, we will have 25-minute semi-finals, and then for the main finals, 30 minutes.
That's not far off. We've got an afternoon of action coming up.
And also a reminder to stay tuned for the presentation after the finals. Surfing New South Wales will be streaming that live on their Instagram. Make sure you head to Surfing New South Wales. Their Instagram handle is surfing_New South Wales. Watch those champions be crowned.
And they will be deserved winners because it's been a fantastic event with a fantastic field. We just wonder who they'll be.
Time will tell. This is our last day of the event.
So it looks like Xavier Huxtable's still chasing that 7.6. And he has priority under 6 minutes. He has confidence because this morning he scored waves in the excellent range. And these waves are good. Pick off the right wave. There's plenty of potential to get the big scores. And Huxtable has the power game to do it.
Here he goes. This is the man in the blue. Xavier Huxtable looking for a score. Well, that's not going to be it, Robbo.
No, in and out quickly. Hopefully he hasn't damaged his priority situation.
Where is the competitor in red?
Big separation, so Huxtable should be able to maintain priority. Yeah. So no damage done there for priority. And Xavier Huxtable, he's searching for the 7.6. Now I think he'll be starting to think it's a one-wave situation. That's my main go-to. And it needs to be an excellent score that I have to get.
Certainly capable of locking in those excellent numbers. I just feel like he just needs the opportunity and he'll get the number that he needs. Has been tricky on this bank, Robbo, just finding that positioning and the right waves that hit the bank.
Oh, we saw the last heat, Joel Vaughan, in that final 3 minutes, he needed a very average score for his ability and he just never got the opportunity. Didn't come to him. Let's hope that's not the case in this heat. We like to see the surfers having all their opportunity. That's why we go down into man-on-man and we give them plenty of time so that we get the fairest possible outcome. But sometimes the ocean's not kind to you.
Has certainly slowed up with this high tide. Almost at the high. It's in about 10 minutes. I feel like this could be a changing of the tide here in the water, not just with the literal change in the ocean, but just in this heat. I feel like it's just gone really quiet, and like the last heat, it happened as well with Vaughan. He sat for 3 minutes. So I feel like once we kind of get past this high tide, then it'll start to get a little bit more consistent as that water starts to move back out.
And that's a surfer's knowledge that you're displaying there, Britt. On the ebb tide, things sometimes slow down, and that may be what's happening at the moment. Once the water starts to move either in or out, action starts to happen. But we've still got 3 minutes. There's time for Xavier Huxtable. And we know what he's made of. He'll chase that score no matter what. Just give me the opportunity. That's what he'll be saying to himself. Give me the chance and I'll go for it.
Mikey Madonna in the red in the lead. Well, he'd be looking at this 2.5 minutes thinking, please go flat. Please don't break. I don't want any more waves to come through.
I'm happy if nothing comes through. Watching, there's a bit of a lump out the back there. Huxtable will be looking at it. It doesn't look like it's going to break. 2.5 minutes all of a sudden. Shortly we'll be under 2 minutes.
Couple of boats out at sea there. Beautiful day here at South Boomerang, just south of Foster. This is part of the Barrington Coast. Thanks to Barrington Coast and Mid Coast Council, our supporting rights partners, in a beautiful part of the world. This region actually spans 10,000 square kilometres from its highest point at the Barrington Tops right down to the Pacific Ocean, right here at Boomerang Beach. So be sure to check out barringtoncoast.com.au and find yourself just a little hidden gem along this coastline.
Clock's ticking. We're down under 2 minutes. It's ticking away. Huxtable sitting out there, has priority.
Will there be one more opportunity as this set starts to make its way to the lineup? Xavier Huxtable in the blues chasing that 7.6 as we approach the Mad Max minute. Victorian, will he get the number? Similar scenario from what we just saw with Joel Vaughan. The ocean has just gone quiet.
Watching here, Huxtable has to go. This is a bit of a wedge. There's a chance here. Look out. Surfer in blue, slashes hard, has to get the connection. He will get it. He's capable of big stuff, so look out. Smacks that hard, breaks the fins out, rides out of it. He'll get some points. I don't think it's going to be a 7.6 though. And Mikey Madonna getting a good wave. He's going to finish hard here as well. Rides out of that superbly. As we get down to the final 20 seconds, both surfers finishing on the shore break. They've called it a day. And I would say, unofficially, Mikey Madonna has advanced through to the semi-finals, as with 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 seconds remaining. Surfer from Lennox Head, they meet on the shore break. There's some great sportsmanship, Brittany.
There is big hug for both those competitors. Looks like it will be Mikey Madonna moving on through, unfortunately bowing out Xavier Huxtable. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here for all the live action of the men's quarterfinal, heat number 4.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Oh, Welcome back to the beautiful Boomerang Beach for finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. What a quarterfinal we have on our hands. This is our final heat of this round for the men before moving back into the women. A look at this matchup. Jarvis Earl, Pius King. On paper, this could be the main final.
100%. All these quarters are definitely, all these servers are capable of winning big events, and we saw Mikey Madonna taking out Xavier Huxtable in that last event. I know the Victorian had a lot of support online, but Mikey has just been in good fettle, just in fine form, as we see Caius from deep on the peak just trying to get busy and sort of making his way across towards the north and out the back. Jarvis Earl, the world junior champ, up on a nice looking wave. Look at this. Nice first clean wrapping turn under the lip. Now he gets to work. I love the way he extends through the body there into another turn and just keeping the flow of that surfboard down the line. So Jarvis Earl, the surfer from Cronulla, the Shire, it will be lit up.
The Lura board riders will be going nuts.
100%. Well, they've always got something to cheer about. They're pretty much sports mad, and I don't know about their footy team, but
no comment, because
no
mine's no
comment on
better.
the Sharks. I mean, I come from Manly, please.
My team is no better.
We're going to win a premiership in 2088.
You were going to reverse the clock to get back to your premiership.
Yeah, I know. So we have Mikey Madonna down on the beach right now after a great performance in quarterfinal number 3. Mikey, congratulations. That was a really great matchup, you versus Zabe. So well done, buddy.
Thanks, Tim. Cheers. Yeah, it was fun out there. Yeah, my heart's beating a little bit. Zabe got the score there in the last minute, and yeah, I'm just a little bit
Hey, mate,
on the puff.
You must be feeling good, but you look nice and relaxed, and I feel like you're setting a good pace for yourself on this final day. A win at a 3,000 event would be a huge deal, mate, and I just feel you're ready to explode. Do you feel the same way? You just look so much confident in the water these days, and as I said earlier in the event, I just feel you're getting stronger and stronger every year, and definitely this year there's a difference in the way you're going about it.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely change up my approach a little bit, but like I said, I'm just trying to, make sure the little things are right, and yeah, just really trying to enjoy it. I think the last few years, not that I haven't enjoyed it, but I feel like, I've put a lot of pressure on myself. And, this year I'm just trying to improve my surfing and the little things, and I feel like it's coming together. I'm just happy to move through another heat. Hopefully keep it going.
Talk about the waves out there. How was it out there? Is it changing? Is it slowing? I feel like it's slowing up a little bit, but how are the waves out there?
Yeah, it's changing for sure with the tide starting to drain out or nearly at its peak, sorry. Yeah, it was definitely changing. It moved a lot closer in, and the better ones were sort of near the shore. They had the most energy in them. That's what I was trying to target. Yeah.
Hey, Mikey, in that last heat that you just got through, it was noticeable that you were nice and busy and you allowed yourself that opportunity to be on those best waves as they came through, whereas Xavier, he kind of was a bit slower, sat a bit longer. What was your approach leading into that quarterfinal?
Yeah, just that, just try and ride some waves and give myself some opportunity. Anything that I look like I'd be able to, at least get one big turn on. I was sort of just trying to, once I caught one at the start that wasn't very good, and once I got into the second priority, I was never really in first priority the whole heat. I was just trying to, work over those insiders and, just try and better. And like I said, it was a little bit of a sticky situation in the end. There was 2 minutes to go. I could see the sets coming. And I wasn't going to lose in another quarter. That's for sure.
Hey, mate, now you're in the semi-finals. You get an extra 5 minutes. That plays a part. Is that going to give you a little bit more room to move, a little bit more spacing out there with the 25-minute semi-final?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's another 5 minutes up your sleeve to I guess, just be patient and just try and pick the eyes out of it. And yeah, don't need to change much. It's just another heat. I'm just enjoying my surfing, and yeah.
Mate, we are enjoying exactly what we're seeing from you, buddy. All the best. Refuel, get ready for the semi-finals, and we wish you all the best moving forward. Mikey Madonna on a tear.
Cheers, guys.
Yep, I love it. He's so more relaxed. That's the one thing I've noticed. I know him personally, and I know the family as well, and I feel like he's maturing, and he has said it in the past. He gets a little bit overstressed as we see Caius King up and riding. We saw multiple waves being ridden by Jarvis Earlbrett before, and Caius fighting back. But yeah, I think there's a certain change up in Mikey's attitude and the way he goes about it, and he talks about it. Sometimes he can be his worst enemy with you know, getting a little bit rattled, but I feel like all these surfers, as they develop and as they move through their careers, they learn to deal with that. Because there's so much going on between the ears when it comes to being a competitive surfer, as you would know. You've got to be able to, you know, shut those little things out and just focus on the now rather than what else can happen. So as we see a replay of Jarvis Earl, this is his first one, I think. And really nice surfing, and just the speed and the pace this young guy sets is just incredible. And this is why he's the World Junior Champion.
And another one here for Jarvis Earl, the Cronulla man. Great first turn, straight into a second. Absolutely no downtime. Manages the wobble well to get in another last connection there. But Caius King, he entered straight back. Bit of a carve to set himself up for this section here. I just love how he faded back into the pocket to get the connecting turn.
So well read, that wave. Just he set such a really solid pace, you know, like the read and just how, you know, it was between the transitions that I loved too, the way he set up that next manoeuvre, and a 5.37. So game on here, a 6.33 and a 5.33 for the Surfing Red. Hole's first priority, of course, these 20-minute heats are priority. And I was just interested to hear Mikey's assumption of, you know, what happens when you get that little bit extra time. But realistically, the scenarios play out exactly the same. It's just more time on the clock to win or lose.
It can work for or against you. Exactly, Dimmy. That's kind of what I was just thinking then. It's like you get an extra 5 minutes to either be in the winning position, or you've got an extra 5 minutes and you're losing the heat.
It's really like to think about, you know, Mikey was a little bit gassed then.
He was exhausted. Watching him with that post-heat interview,
he was gassed.
He did well just to compose himself to actually talk to us, because you could just tell he had to think for his answers, and he was a bit frazzled after that situation. The last 2 minutes, Xavier got a wave, and he just wasn't sure.
He set it, but he didn't want to lose in another quarterfinal. He's had a number of wins. Pretty sure he's won a couple of 1,000 events, but yeah, like it's intriguing to watch exactly how they sort of set their energy levels and the importance of being able to, you know, switch off between heats. And yeah, he was definitely a little bit gassed after that one because they got that wave. But you know, such is the potency of their training and the way they go about it now. I feel like, you know, their recovery time from an athlete standpoint, it's so much more better than it used to be back in the day. So he'll recover, he'll refuel, get something into his body, and make sure he's fueled up, ready to go for the semi-final. But definitely there was a certain energy at the end of that heat. He was relieved.
It's like you were talking about before, Dimmy, you know, it's what's between the ears, and it is that mindset and the mental game. And, you know, like not only was that a physical aspect where he was drained, mentally that was exhausting for him. So just to be able to recover physically, but then also mentally to just switch off for a little bit, refuel, get some energy in, and then go hit the semi nice and fresh.
You've got to feel sorry for the support crew. I know Mikey's old man very well, and Tone would have been doing it tough when he saw Zabe take off. And but yeah, it's part of the game. It's part of what makes this sport so, you know, incredible to watch, because there's so many different things that can play out in a very short period of time. And like Mikey sort of had a really good grip on that heat, and it only took that one wave at the end for someone of the skill set of Xavier Huxtable to turn that around. And you go from, you know, being in the winner's chair to absolutely trying to work out exactly how that unraveled. So with 9.5 minutes to go, just over, it is Jarvis Earl. in the lead. But the thing for our Kais King, he's been in good form, as we see Red up and right in, and he only needs a 6.3 prior to this wave. But Jarvis up. So what's he going to do on this inside corner? And he's going to kick on out. So semi-finals of the women's, the two surfer format, 25-minute semi-finals for both men and women's. First event on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And we are at beautiful Boomerang Beach for the QS 3000, the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. It's been such a pleasure to be here and be amongst it and just watch the development of these surfers and the kind of level they're starting to take it. And I feel like, you know, bring on the challenges. We're going to max it with the best in the world for sure.
For sure, Dimmy. I just feel like the Australia Oceanic region is such a strong region worldwide that half the battle's just getting through this series. Like, you look at the names in the draw, and this is a prime example in this quarterfinal. This is a QS 3000.
Yep.
Let alone a challenger.
And you only have to think back to that interview we did a couple of days with Sarah Bowen, where she said, I'm not getting any points out of this series at all. But the fact is, the competition in this region is so world class that to come here and sort of work on different things and work on her heat strategies and the comp she gets out of competing against our best surfers in this region, she didn't care. Yeah, she'll get good money for winning, but she also saw the just the purity about exactly what our region has when it comes to quality and depth of surfers. Here we go, we've got a Mad Max recap. But yeah, it was interesting to actually, you know, pull apart that interview that day. Here we go. What
we watch the Mad Max recap. This is Jarvis Earl from Cronulla. Beautiful first turn, straight off the bottom into another top turn. Finishes off strong, gets the nose up and over the lip. Gets a little foam climb finish as a bonus. He then took off and went on his forehand. Massive turn there, straight into a second, no downtime. Got a little hung up, but somehow made his way through the wobble and just had the perfect read on that wave.
And this is Kais King up and right in on the forehand, as we said. Just lovely read and just patient. But once he gets going, that board just goes nice and vertical into each and every corner. And again, just setting the tone on this ride and putting himself in a position where he's got a score on the board, he's ready to roll, and he doesn't need a lot to go to first. So the Mad Max recap, great to have that available. So he's got a 5.37, so it is the second best wave of the heat. He only needs a 6.30 to go up. But yeah, you said it, just the tone and the angles and the lines he took in between those things. And here we go. It's like Jarvis got another wave on the left. Oh, wow. Are you kidding? What about he laid into that thing and up onto the foam ball once more? Two-turner.
I feel like that first turn, that is definitely one of Jarvis Earl's go-to turns. He makes it look so easy too.
Yeah, but I also reckon that, you know, it's so flary that the judges have to throw something at it. He makes it look easy, but he does it with such skill that, you know, it's going to hold him in good stead moving forward.
He knows that too, Dimmy. He's well aware that he gets the number when he puts it in.
You know, they're targeted moves where, you know, they really go to that and they rely on that in these kind of scenarios. And that last wave was a 6.5, so it extends the lead, so it makes it a little bit more tricky for Kais King. These are 7 4 6, but yeah, it's incredible to think that, you know, the amount of power he's pushing and just the effortless nature of his surfing, it's so visually inspiring for a young Grom to watch him go about his business.
For sure, I mean, he's still quite young himself. He's only 18, but I just feel like, you know, I say it's one of his go-to turns, and I say it's one of because he's got so many in his arsenal, and I just feel like Jarvis is the type of guy who reads a section for what it is, and he can just pull out exactly what he needs at the time.
He's got so many moves, he needs a second bag to carry to a contest side, because once he opens up one bag, it's full of tricky moves. He needs a second one just to carry it around. But yeah, he's got the full variety of repertoire, and that's what, you know, part of the criteria these days. And I just love the way these guys drop socials as well. All these surfers drop socials, and you see them go from that sort of competitive beast into that free surfing scenario. But I feel like when they come back to the competitive side of their careers, they come back even more confident, and they try things that it's not through to the beach anymore. It's just really let loose, as we see the surfer in red having a look at this wave up and out without priority. So nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's going to be really important, Britt, for the next wave for Caius, because again, he's been caught a little bit short when it comes to how many waves he's been ridden, but he knows he can get a 7.46 in his sleep.
It's unfolding like very similar to the previous quarterfinal. Mikey McDonough, he took the win and he stayed nice and busy. He said himself he was in second priority the majority of the heat, and he was just hunting the lineup and allowing himself that opportunity. And it was a bit of a slower heat for Xavier. He got a score at the end, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. And I just feel like this heat has unfolded pretty similar. Jarvis has been fairly busy in comparison to Caius King.
I think too, Britt, having not that dominant priority in these heats can free an athlete up a bit. Like you can actually just, instead of really having to overthink it, you sort of can have a crack at most things. So that's an interesting scenario there. He sort of had a look at that wave, but I don't think he had a real paddle at it. But yeah, you said in that last heat with Mikey, he felt like he was behind in the rotation the whole heat, so he didn't have that pressure of having first priority and having to calculate exactly what he wanted. And for sure, in scenarios like this and in waves like this, that can be a real advantage as well.
For sure it can work to your advantage. I feel like some competitors can have priority and it can work against them sometimes. They become too selective, too patient, and they start to say no to waves that they potentially should have said yes to. So like you said, sometimes being in second priority, it does take the pressure off, knowing that you're not waiting for that perfect wave to come through.
Yeah, it's definitely a mindset with priority and without priority, and you can just see the busy nature of a surfer who has a little bit more freedom. But when the whips get a cracking, you want to make sure that you have the ability to be on the best wave. So right now, that is up to Caius King. He needs a solid number. You see Jarvis sort of trying to get in his grill there, getting in his mindset, maybe making him try to sell him on one as well. And that is part of the game we play, as we see the surfer in red. You can see he might look frantic, but that in itself is quite the sort of skill set when you're surfing a priority heat. He may just be doing that to make Caius a little bit of aware where he is, and also to maybe sell him on a bad one.
How often do we see the old selling someone on a bad one, Dimmy?
Seriously. You see it at the championship tour level and you just go, how did that just happen? But it's such a tricky situation, because the one you don't take is the one that might cruel you.
It's like the FOMO, your fear of missing out. Do I just go anyway? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that is a big one. FOMO is always, there's a flip side to it, but yeah, definitely that's what we love about priority, and we love, that scenarios, the way they play out is a certain skill in itself. Yeah, the surfing's a skill, but yeah, how you utilise and how you work it to your own advantage sometimes is critical in the outcome of a heat. As we head down towards the 1 minute mark, we are nearly through quarterfinal number 4 at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. For the men, we are into the women's semi-final 2-surfer format, and it's going to be an outstanding series of semis, and then we've got the men's semis and then the finals. So once we hit this finals, Britt, we're going to have an extra 5 minutes on top of the semis, so a 30-minute final. And let me tell you, they have worked hard. Whoever makes that final has had to battle through 3 rounds today, and that is in itself mentally fatiguing.
What I found just interesting as you were talking then, I was just watching the screen, and Jarvis was originally on the north, Caius was on the south, and then all of a sudden they just paddled past each other and did the transition. Now they're just complete opposite ends of the bank.
This is going to be interesting, because I can see the surf in blue. I feel like this wave could line up. He's decided to go left, so he's on the backhand. First turn. This wave not really opening up. He needs a 7.46. Is this going to be the score? It's going to have to be something huge on the inside. And dear, he's trying everything.
I think he knows that that's not the 7.46 that he's chasing, but still an excellent performance from Caius King in the blue. Unfortunately, bowing out in that quarterfinal to Jarvis Earl, the current WSL World Junior Champ and the current leader of this QS qualifying regional series at the moment.
Has a good ring to it, that.
It certainly does, as we look to move into the women's semi-final, heat number 1.
We'll be thrown up to a commercial break. We'll be back very shortly. We're excited. Semis are on. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because it is finals day here at Boomerang Beach.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to the beautiful Boomerang Beach for finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. Well, we're now into the women's semi-finals, heat number 1. We have Nixie Ryan up against Kobe Enright, and here is the replay from a wave that was caught in that commercial break.
And Nix up and right in the surfing red on a good looking wave, just pacing herself as this wave rolls off down the bank. We are past the high tide point, and what about that? Unfortunately coming unstuck, so not the way she wanted to start, but there's so much time on the clock. We have, what do we got, 25-minute heats, and I do believe we have the World Junior Champ down in the post-heat interview area. Well done, Jarvis. You must be stoked with that. And it was a little bit slower than we thought it would be, but you must be delighted to get through the semis.
Yeah, so stoked to get through that one. It's always good to get to the man-on-man heats. It just comes like a surfing battle, but it was definitely tricky in that one, like pretty slow, but I was stoked to just get a couple fun double-ups and, yeah, get the win in that one.
Jarvis, you mentioned that it was slow through that heat. The heat before yours with Mikey, he kept busy. Xavier was a little bit slow. Was that something you took note of before you paddled out for your heat?
Yeah, for sure. I saw the tide coming in. It was moving in a bit onto that inside bank, so I decided to try get a few quick ones at the start and then end up getting one under priority. So yeah, I was just like a bit of a busy heat and ended up finding a couple corners.
I want to ask you about, utilising your priority, Jarvis, and having that freedom. I feel like when the waves are like this, sometimes having the freedom without priority is actually an advantage because you get to move around and sort of really try to identify different kind of parts of the bank. Is that correct?
Yeah, I love being under priority. I can just try and make some opportunity for myself, on the inside ones, and yeah, try. Although you're on the smaller waves, I think you just have to try surf a bit hard and you can still get some good scores.
You'd have a heap of support coming from down in the Shire, mate. You want to send a shout out to anyone at home?
Oh yeah, just thanks to everyone back in Cronulla for all the support and Mum for coming up with me. It's been good really all this year. So yeah, thanks to everyone at home.
You haven't got much of a turnaround until your semi, mate. What do you do in between heats here? Just get out of the sun and refuel?
Yeah, probably just a little bit of water, a bit of Red Bull, and then back out there for the semi.
Well, congratulations, mate. A stellar performance into the semi-finals. We look forward to seeing you coming up very shortly. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks guys, I can't wait.
Well, his future is about as bright as the sunnies he had on.
Oh, mate, he's leading the QS. He's the world junior champion. He's got the world at his feet, but he knows this is just a stepping stone into the future of where he wants to be. And it's easy when to identify talent, but there's so much more that goes into the complete package to get it to where he wants to be ultimately, which is, I'm sure, on the championship tour. But a lot of different scenarios have to play out, and right now Kobe Enright, who's been on an absolute belter, she has been so impressive in this event, and over the course of this series she comes in, I think, ranked number 3, and yeah, she's put together just a consistent run of results. And going back to Indo, and I'm pretty sure she's just come off a 3rd up at the Tweed Coast Pro, and she's one of these surfers from Coolangatta that has always had this, you know, had a name that people will look and go, yeah, she's seriously going to be a great surfer, and she's starting to really mature into that role.
She is, Dimmy. But, well, Nixie Ryan, she's had similar runs over the years. Kobe and Nixie, they've competed up against each other a fair few times now. I feel like they're used to this situation leading into semi-finals and finals. So it'll be interesting to see who will get the better of this first semi of the women's. Still just over 18 and a half minutes remaining. They're no longer 20-minute heats. Semi-finals now into 25 minutes. And the main final, well, that'll be 30 minutes. So extra time for all competitors as we watch live action in the water. Nixie Ryan wraps into the pocket. And again, just waiting for a steeper section where she can get critical. Beautiful style here from the surfer in red. Cracks that last section and just can't quite ride out of it.
Yeah, I love the control through those first couple of manoeuvres, but from Nixie Ryan, she had a lot of rail game to give there, and unfortunately could not land that last turn. But like you said, she's another one of these athletes who really start to stand up. But people are taking notice. I mean, from a regional point of view, we know she's good. And look at the style and just the amount of rail she sets there. She's so patient, so centered, ready to roll. And this is a good-looking wave. Unfortunately, Brett, just at the end, you can see that little bit of a wedge played a part in her coming unstuck there. But a nice rhythm and flow to her surfing. That's her second ride. She's got a 317. She'll be backing that one up. But yeah, she's the defending champ. A little bit of pressure comes with that too, but also on the flip side, you know, you always have those great vibes about this venue. A venue, if you can win at a venue, you see so many times on each of these different tours that surfers come back and basically win multiple times at the same place because they have an affiliation and a really solid connection with that.
Yeah, the main word there I feel like was connection, and I just feel like surfers, they create a deep connection with the place, and they've got good memories, good feelings, and they know the lineup, and I feel like there's just that energy that they can kind of develop with a certain area. And well, Nixie Ryan, she's been here before, she's won this event before, looking to take this one home again. Last year it was a QS 1000, we've upped the ante this year, it's a QS 3000, so a lot more points on offer now too, Dimmy.
Oh, 100%. And she sits right on that bubble at the moment. She's in a really good position. I think she comes in ranked 10. And yeah, she's definitely a standout of this event. And Kobe Enright's just been ultra patient. And I feel like that extra 5 minutes gives everyone the opportunity to just settle down that just 5 or 10% more as they sort of try to identify the good waves. And I felt in the men's quarters at times it was a little bit sleepy, but going off, you know, the change of tides in the last couple of days, it's definitely got better as we've gone through the day.
Yeah, we've just gone past the high tide mark now, so it should start to make its way back out. And as you mentioned, conditions should improve as the afternoon continues, and I feel like we've saved the best to last, Dimmy. We started the first 2 days with smaller but clean conditions. Yesterday was a lot bigger, but a lot bumpier on the face with that onshore wind. And I feel like today we've still got the swell. We had winds this morning, but I feel like the wind has really started to back off. And once the competitors are on these waves, they've got a lot cleaner face to work with now.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like what's been ultra impressive from everyone over the board has been their ability to adapt and to the changing conditions. And as a competitive beast, that's what you've got to do. And we're into the semis now, so we're down to basically 4 surfers in both divisions. So you know coming into these semi-finals in the men's and women's that these athletes have been on point and on song. And yeah, we've enjoyed it because just such a variety of different kind of conditions. And that is half the battle. But the waves, for the most part, and the scores have just been exceptional.
So we wait for Kobe Enright to take off with 14.5 minutes remaining. So 10 minutes has gone by. And the surfer in blue yet to catch a wave. Nixie Ryan in first place. She's locked in 2 waves, a 3.17 and a 5. It's still highly achievable for the surfer in blue at this stage to move on through to the main final, because that is what they're looking for right now.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they've been pushed a little bit towards the south on this bank, but she's identified this wave and up and right in. Kobe Enright, strong surfer with big moves, and she's going to put it right up there. And can she ride out? She's now going to go back to the backhand and try to finish off. And that was impressive, Britt, because she had a lot of froth and bubble on that wave. She had to negotiate. So that is going to be a start, but I like the way she set the tempo, set the pace, and that will give her a lot of confidence. And the great thing about these 25-minute heats, so much opportunity and so much time. So talk us through this one, Britt.
Here we have the replay of Kobe. Just a carve into the pocket of first turn. Comes from the middle of the wave for the second. Manages to hold on and gets a finishing turn. Nice and compressed to ride out of it. One thing I noticed with Kobe surfing, well, I'll talk about live action now because Nixie Ryan, she's up and riding. Carves into the pocket. She's got a good-looking wave in front of her. Nixie from Lennox just putting on an absolute show here at Boomerang. But back to Kobe, one of the things I like about her style is just, like, she's quite tall, but she gets so much extension through her turns. And then watching her on that last wave, she had the extension, but when she had to compress and get low, she did it perfectly to make
Here
the
we go.
completion.
Last wave of red. Check this out. And I love the aggressive nature as she just set the tone early in this wave. And that turn right there. Look how much rail work. And that would have felt good. You could just see the way she, jumped off a board there. She would have just been hooting herself. And there it is. A nice score for the last of red, a 6.83. And Kobe Enright opens up with a 4.87, still game on. But yeah, I love what you're talking about, the biomechanics of Kobe surfing, the fact that she extends, but for a lady to be probably over 6 foot tall, she actually has got such a strong compression rate as well. And I reckon that's such a great thing for your stability when you're actually competing. And that comes from a lot of training from a young age too, learning how to compress, learning how to coil, but also having that ability to open up your wingspan and really elevate your turns.
Well, both these competitors, Nixie Ryan and Kobe Enright, have both grown up on right-hand point breaks. Kobe Enright, snapper rocks. Nixie Ryan, Lennox head. Very similar waves in different ways.
Yeah, similar waves, similar, probably not similar crowds. Lennox can get busy out there, but it's not like snapper. But yeah, exactly. And I think that's a great training ground for both these surfers who look very, very comfortable on these rides because it's like a mini point break. But yeah, they look ultra comfortable out there, and such is the standard they've set. Semi-final number 1, down to 11 to go. So the next part of this scenario will play a massive part of the income, the outcome of this event, of this heat in itself.
Yeah, with Kobe Enright sitting in second place but holding first priority, it does get dangerous for Nixie Ryan. However, once Kobe takes off on a wave, Nixie's going to end up with priority again, and that's where it'll get interesting. And it's going to have to be a smart move with what happens.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see Nixie on the inside there. That was a solid set. So that's a great indication the waves are still flowing through. And yeah, you can see she's down towards the south. Fabian Wright is a little bit further, Nixie is south, is north, and Kobe is south. And I feel like some of the bigger scores have come from those waves that have come closer to that corner. But again, it'll be interesting to see what happens because she's going to have to use a priority with intent if she's going to actually get that 6.93, and here she goes. Here she behind the section, a little bit deep. You can see that from the wide angle. So that gives out priority to Nixie Ryan. So she'll be delighted with that.
Well, with just under 10 minutes remaining, it's still a lot of time on the clock for this situation to change. Even watching Kobe's last wave, on screen it looked like it was going to be a left. And then she just faded back to the right. And that just goes to show, like, the experience and I think the habits of taking off behind the rock, maybe. Yeah. And, like, she could see that running down the line, but knew she was going to be able to get around the section. We watched the Destination New South Wales wave replay. It's the first check turn.
This was that first wave. And what I loved about this ride is how quick she transitioned back to the backhand. But here we go, the current heat leader up and riding, using that rail to her advantage. Coming deep off the bottom again, setting the tone, setting the pace. That is silky smooth. And into another turn and a lot of flair. That is definitely, I believe, going to push that second score further out because I felt like the rail work and the just the nature of those aggressive manoeuvres, it's so easy on the eye. The visual of that too looks spectacular.
I agree with you, Dimmy, as we watch Nixie just getting rolled by a couple of those waves. Hopefully she's all right, but yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I feel like she's just really starting to find her groove here at Boomerang again, and she's locked in a 7.67. So there you go. Nixie Ryan, the defending champ of this event. She is in first place. That leaves Kobe Enright in the blue, chasing an almost perfect number as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Talk us through it, Timmy.
Wow, it's so beautiful on the eye, the way she just uses that rail, the technical side of her surfing, and that flair at the end too, just to really send a message to the judges. She's pushing as much water and throwing as much as she can into each and every turn, but she's got such a beautiful technical style, and the way she actually gets that rail working and creates that speed down the line was magnificent on that last ride. And here we go, a fight back wave for the surfer in blue. Nice carving turn to start with. Will this thing line up for Kobe Enright? She opens up the wings on the second turn. She's trying to keep herself nice and centered into the power source of this wave, and it is going to start to line up. So good looking wave, bit of froth on the face, but I love the technical side of that ride for the surfer in blue. So well ridden. And she's going to have to break that down because she needs a near perfect ride, Britt, but I feel she can do that in increments.
I feel like one of the things for Kobe here was just how frothy and foamy this wave was. It didn't have a clean face for her to work with. She managed to hold on, but I just felt like she couldn't really push as much as she might have wanted to on the first couple of turns. She certainly made the most of that as she worked her way through the inside. That's certainly going to get her back in the game and chip away at that requirement. Well, it's a 5-point ride. She's still searching for a 9.5. It's a big ask out here today at Boomerang, but she's certainly capable of getting that number.
Yeah, I think the scoring potential was hindered there by, like you said, the texture of the wave itself. So the surfing was good, but it didn't allow the sort of clean nature of Nixie Ryan's 7.67. You just saw that silky wave face, and she just carved through a series of really nice turns. So the surfer from Lennox Head really putting on a show, the defending champ, and we spoke about it before, just that connection with a venue and how comfortable she looks out there. So wow, we could see back to back, but it's still a lot to play out because Kobe Enright has been on an absolute belter during the course of the series of events in this region. So it's still game on with 6 minutes to go.
This is, of course, finals day here at South Boomerang Beach. We have been here for the last 4 days now for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is, of course, our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023.
Yeah, definitely, and great to have Mad Mex as a proud partner with Surfing New South Wales across the Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and to make people aware of their sponsorship program. The Mad Mex Fuel for Life sponsorship program is comprised of a team of junior athletes across surfing, skateboarding and motocross, all working together to achieve their ultimate goals. Great to have Mad Mex involved and all the partnerships that make these events possible. And we are down to the most important part of this heat, the last 5 minutes. We've seen so many heats change on a dime, and of course the Mad Mex 2-for-1 burritos. It's lunchtime right now.
Lunchtime. I am starving. So scan that QR code on screen, grab yourself some 2-for-1 burritos thanks to our partner Mad Mex. They are absolutely delicious. You can either eat the two to yourself or you can share if you really want to. Maybe even save it for dinner.
Yeah, definitely. I've done that multiple times over the last couple of years. We've had Mad Mex involved, and it's so great to have such a fresh, everything that comes together with these events. Mad Mex, fresh food, and athletes need fuel. So, it's great to have them involved in the event. Of course, the 2-for-1 deals are also a bonus as we head towards the last 4 minutes of semi-final number 1. We are starting to get into the real, serious side, the serious nature where these massive points really make a difference in qualification for the Challenger Series. That will take place, starts in Australia at Snapper Rocks first up, and then this year we've moved on locations from Manly up to North Narrabeen, and talking to the surfers, I feel like they're excited about the opportunity to have a crack if they get in at Northie, because that is one of the most iconic and famous destinations in the history of our sport.
It is, and it is such a world-class location. I'm excited to see who qualifies on the Challenger, just to actually watch that event and just watch the surfing go down at a place like North Narrabeen. I think it's great that they've actually moved that event there. And the first event, Dimmy, as well, like Snapper Rocks, I feel like there's no more incentive than those two events in itself to qualify for that Challenger Series.
How excited would you be knowing that you're going to surf Snapper with just 3 other surfers in the water, and just the different locations and the ability to surf these prime locations? I feel like it's the CT at a mini level, you know what I mean, with the actual locations they've been dishing up for the Challenger Series last year. It proved an absolute winner, and we are so excited to run these regional events to give these surfers the opportunity to then progress into the next level and ultimately into the World Championship Tour. And the one, I was thinking about that when you were talking, I was thinking the guy who I really feel suits that place if he can get into the Challenger is Morgan. I feel like Siblick sort of had a real connection down there. Remember when they ran the CT down there? I felt like it was a strong performance, and like I said, to have such a prime location, it's probably the best wave in Sydney, and to have it back in Narrabeen is going to be big for the community as well. Here we go. Oh, Nixie just gets absolutely engulfed.
That was going to be a big takeoff, but she wasn't able to make the drop. She hands priority over to Kobe Enright with just under 2 minutes on the clock. Kobe still chasing for a 9.5. That is a near perfect number, because the highest possible total that a surfer can get for one wave is a 10. So she's looking for close to perfection.
She can definitely do it. It's just opportunity has to appear before, and the thing we've said before is that time, the clock, 1 minute 20, can be a killer, as we see the surfer in blue in the lineup with first priority. But let's talk about Nixie Ryan, and just her performance just overall has just been exceptional. A 7.67 and a 6.83 under the pressure of a semi-final just shows the maturity level she's carrying and the confidence she has in her own ability these days, and it's great to see. And she is the defending champ, but we've seen many heats go right down to the wire, and if Kobe Enright, such as her skill set, if she gets the opportunity, she's going to pull the trigger and have a real go at it.
We are into the Mad Mex minute. We were talking about it. Grab your burrito. It is lunchtime. 30 seconds on the clock. This is women's semi-final heat number 1. Moving into the main final, looking for a spot. Well, it looks like it's going to be Nixie Ryan, but anything can happen. Still 20 seconds in this heat. Coming up next, we have another exciting matchup between Ellie Harrison and Rosie Smart.
Wow. Battle of the next gen. It's going to be an amazing heat, but right now, only 5 seconds to go, and by all indication, it's going to be the surfer from Lennox Head who gets the job done. What a performance. Nixie Ryan, the defending champ, into the final, goes back to back. That in itself is incredible. Wow.
Concludes that heat. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of the women's semi-final, heat number 2.
My name's Rolly. I'm from the northern beaches of Sydney. I love making coffee and I love picking up rubbish. Oh, and I love surfing. That's probably an important one, right? Yeah. As surfers, we have such a unique experience in the ocean and almost begin to develop our own language with it. Having Surfing New South Wales and the weight of the EPA behind the New South Wales government's Stop It and Swap It campaign, it's great because it formalises the issue and it really connects with everybody at this first touch point of how much waste we're producing in the first place. Stop it and swap it so that surfers get to surf in a cleaner ocean for generations to come.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the semi-final number 2 of the women's, and straight into it is the surfing red, just leaning on that rail, just really looking solid. And again, just that sharpness of the surfing being laid down, and look at that, just into the lip. Welcome back, Robbo, and we are in for an absolute smoker here. Ellie Harrison off to a flyer, Rosie Smart from Coffs also in this heat, and what a way to start for the surfer in red.
Dimmy, I saw that first turn and yeah, that was incredible. Let's have a look at the replay. Watch this combination here.
What about
power, style, yeah. Now, I mean, she's getting acceleration through those cutbacks, and I've been super impressed with Ellie Harrison, and finishing off superbly as well. That is a great start.
That is some serious rail work, and a 6.83 for Ellie to kick off her 25-minute semi-finals. Of course, we're talking through the fact that we're allowing the competitors, the athletes, an extra 5 minutes to find their groove, to be a little bit more picky, but I'm pretty sure Ellie would have identified she wanted to get something on the board really early, and very smart move, because that was some serious rail work.
Yes, and these are 2 of the younger competitors on the QS. One of them's going to go through and meet the defending event champion in the final. So a good start for Ellie Harrison. She's been a form surfer throughout the event, and she goes into this semi-final with a great start to the semi-final with a 6.83.
You can see Nixie Ryan down on the beach there getting congratulated by her entourage, and should be feeling really good. I think for Nixie now it'd be all about refueling, getting herself set for the final, because yeah, she is the defending champ, but no matter who she takes on, it's going to be an incredible final, because we have 3,000 points up for grabs when it comes to qualification, and the standard of women's surfing in this event has just been astonishing to watch. It's been next level, and you only have to look at that opener for Ellie Harrison, laying the foundation, and a 6.83 locked on in.
The surf expert on the commentary panel is Britt Nicol, Adam, obviously, and she commented earlier that she feels like Ellie Harrison has a very similar natural style to the greatest woman surfer in the world, Steph Gilmore.
Wow,
The similarities.
That is such, you know, what a compliment.
And you don't get a compliment much better than that, no matter what. But I do see where Britt's coming from. There is a very natural, there's a lot of natural talent, there's a lot of...
Especially that rack.
Yeah, there's a lot of connection and smoothness to her surfing, and she generates speed very comfortably. So, yeah, exciting future.
All right, we've got Nixie Ryan down there, the defending champion. She's in on another final. This time it's QS 3000. Nixie Ryan, congratulations. That was a clutch performance. How are you feeling?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm super happy to be in the final again this year, and yeah, the waves are super fun at the moment, so I'm excited to catch a few more.
And what about that heat, how it played out? I felt like you wanted to get busy early. That extra 5 minutes, does that help or hinder you in the scenario like that?
Oh, yeah, I was just trying to get busy early, like started with a 3, but I kept pulling on like my first few waves, so I just went out the back and like told myself to reset and like take it easy. And yeah, the extra 5 minutes is definitely a help out there, especially when it's like a bit of a paddle and like a bit bigger. But yeah, super stoked.
That clean right you got would have felt really good, because I felt like that thing just wedged up and offered up plenty of scoring potential. You must have felt really excited when that popped up in front of you.
Yeah, it was just like one of those little doublet ones, but yeah, it was super sick. And I don't know, I just wanted to land one on my feet and make it, so I kind of went a bit easy, but yeah, it was good.
I want to talk about your connection with Boomerang. You're the defending champ, and we speak about overall athletes, you know, having that connection with a certain venue. You look ultra comfortable out there. What would it mean to go back to back today?
Yeah, the conditions are super similar to home, so it's kind of good. Like I always surf in front of the pub, super messy, and that's definitely helped with me connecting out there with this break. But yeah, I'd love to win back to back. That would be amazing. But yeah, just see how it goes and catch a few more waves and get busy. Yeah.
Well, you're into the final, and you've got that opportunity to win back-to-back. You've also got the opportunity to get 3,000 points. We wish you well in the final. Go away, rest up, and get yourself ready for that final, Nixie, and good luck.
Thanks,
wow, what a performance.
Thank you. Bye.
It is a big one.
She is ripping, and yeah, like she said, the opportunity to just have another heat, get an extra 5 minutes on top of that 30-minute final, and she'll definitely be thinking about it right now, refueling and working with the coaches and trying to identify what she's looking at. But yeah, if surfing is such on point at the moment, she's going to be so hard to stop, as we see. Talking about someone who's been on point already at 6.83, this is Ellie Harrison, who we spoke about before, comparisons to the great Steph Gilmore, and you only had to look at that opening ride and how low she got and how much rail she engaged and how much speed, you said it, how much speed and flow she got out of that turn. It was like the rail work set up the speed line for the next carve, and such is the skill she has. So, yep, can't be more stoked than when someone says, yeah, you're looking a little bit like Steph. Yeah. That'd be the ultimate praise.
Acceleration through the cutback was super impressive to my eye. It really stood out. And, well, it's a good start, but there's still plenty of work to be done. Rosie Smart, young competitor. She's on the Pro Junior Tour. She's into the semi-final here. Here we go. We get another look at this. Watch this area here. Speed through that cutback.
Wow.
Smooth, stylish, on point. The actual wave here wasn't great, but the surfing is very, very good and stylish. She gets a good finishing manoeuvre, and that's why she still gets a good score, a 6.83.
I just think that's visually so good to watch, because how deep and how low she got on that first manoeuvre. It's a big thing about the way they train, and I think the advancements in training in the last 5 to 10 years, she just held that line so sweetly, and the timing and her biomechanics of those turns were near flawless.
Yep, they were. She's had a great Pro Junior career, and she's progressing onto the QS rapidly.
So we're down to 16 minutes ago. Massive shout out to VISSLA, who are the naming rights of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Great to have John Mossop and all the team involved in this event, of course. The action just keeps on coming. We've got a couple of 1,000 events coming up very shortly. One in Port Stephens, then we're off to Maroubra, and then we come back to the Central Coast for the popular Sister Evolution and the VISSLA Central Coast Pro 3000, and
what
then
a way to finish the series on the Central Coast, and then we have that grand final.
Surfest.
Yep.
Wow. That is going to be intriguing to watch. We saw last year, both in the men's and women's, we saw a lot of surfers jump out of the pack in that last event with that 5,000 and basically get themselves a spot on the Challenger. That is the ultimate goal for every single one of these surfers, and right now, Ellie Harrison looking very switched on, powering through the water, strong arm movement, 6.83 to open up with. She's looking to consolidate, but she's got a tough heat on her hands with this young gun from Coffs Harbour who has just been ultra impressive.
She has. She's having a slow semi-final at the moment, but I'm sure she'll turn that around shortly because, she's been revelling in the conditions, Rosie Smart, and she'll just want to get her scorecard going. It won't take long. And Surffest closing out the qualification for the Challenger Series. Surffest just been a institution in competitive surfing in Australia. It's always there. It's always important. It finds its place. A couple of years ago, when we were struck down by COVID, up stepped Surffest with a championship tour event. They were there for the sport. They always are there for the sport. It's a great community. It's got an incredible surf culture. There's been incredible surfers out of there. Warren Smith heads up that Surffest, and
the longevity of what Warren has created at that event is amazing.
Yep.
And he's an icon as an administrator in my eyes because he just goes about it every year, and he's so passionate about that event. And when you think of some of the surfers who have gone and won that event, it's just the who's who of professional surfing.
Yep, we all love Warren, we all love Newcastle and the event. We look forward to it closing out the qualifying series, and it's action aplenty in the coming month, and then it just rolls on.
It's the sport that keeps on giving.
It does.
I was just thinking, when do we get downtime? Probably for about 3 weeks in Jan.
Yep.
But that's the beauty of it. It's such a world-based sport now that there's always something to watch, always something to get excited about, and it's even great to watch other regions sort of trying to identify, from a fan's point of view, who's going to be the next gun to come out of Africa, out of Brazil, out of the US. It's an intriguing kind of scenario where you got these regions now, Robbo, that have got these programs with the regional qualifiers, and you'll see the next big name come out of those qualifiers as they explode onto the world stage.
And the sleeping giant, Asia.
It's coming to the fore.
Absolutely. What's going on in Indonesia, Japan, and the broader regions of Asia? Some of the best waves in the world. They're developing surfers. Indonesia last year at the Olympics, the flag bearer was Rio Waida. They recognise just how massive surfing is, and they recognise that they've got fantastic surf in Indonesia, and they've got surfers coming through the system that are on the big stage already. So surfing's on a juggernaut, and it's a global sport, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger.
How good is it to see Rio in the elite ranks?
It is.
Has it surprised you over the years that we haven't had more from that region sort of, jump out and make the elite ranks? Because I just think the waves over there are so good, and there's so many rippers out there. When you go to Bali, you see the intensity of how many good surfers is pretty great to watch.
Yep. It's on a growth path. There's been a lot of energy put into the region over the past 5 years, and it's paying dividends, and we're just going to see it happen and grow. And some of these surfers there's a lot of dual sanctioning from the Australians into the Indonesia region, and that's because, why wouldn't you? Some of the best waves in the world. Nias, Krui, it's unbelievable what's going on over there.
The athletes were loving it last year, as we see a surfer in blue, Rosie Smart, up and riding on the forehand. She wants to get off to a start. It's been slow, but look at that turn, Robbo. Nice Projection into the lip, rides. Can she ride out? And I think she can.
rides out.
She might even get this inside corner to work with. So nice start to that wave, but unfortunately on a bigger wave and a bigger set that ran away. But yeah, that was impressive one turn, and we've seen some big scores laid down for just one turn. So it's not about length of ride these days, it's about the critical nature of each and every ride. We did see Ellie Harrison also
Yes,
on a wave out the back.
we might
so
get a
this will be
replay of that
interesting.
shortly. Here we go.
Here we go, one turn.
Here's Rosie. Big smashing turn and hangs on, which is significant. So good. This will get her on the scoreboard. Nearly got through to that end section, and watching here, I think that was Ali Harrison. So that wave's not going to count at the end of the day.
Yeah, so that's a good way for Rosie to get off to a start, because there was only one opportunity and she did not waste that at all. And that's one of her great strengths, is it's just how much core stability she has in the surfing, and to be able to hold that compression through that really difficult section was impressive. So that's going to give her a bit of confidence. She's had a slow start, but you only need two waves, and that's the nature of the game. Sometimes it can come late. It doesn't matter how you get it done. You just got to get it done, Robbo.
She's on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so she's definitely on the scoreboard, and yeah, we'll see what the judges think. So right now, best wave of the heat so far is that surfer out there in the lineup, Ellie Harrison, again looking to go left. Now she fades, and it's a tricky lineup because there's so many lefts and rights. You sort of at times sort of can overthink it, as we see Ellie up and out on that wave. So we'll see what the judges think of that last exchange. But the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000, we are in the semi-finals of both men and women's. We're going to round out champions this afternoon. That last wave, one turn, Robbo, 5-point ride, and that puts her back in the game. So Rosie Smart now only needs a 3.61 to put herself in that position to get into the final. So this last 9 minutes, mate, we are excited to see what transpires here.
Yep, Rosie's got priority as well. Ellie Harrison has a 1.77 in her scoreline. That's got to go, and Ellie will know that. That score's got to be taken out of the equation. That was a solid turn from Rosie. She hangs on these big moves.
Consistently too. That's been the nature of the beast for Rosie during the course of this competition.
We saw her in the quarterfinal pull off that amazing move, which she hung on to, and she did a similar thing there. A critical move and managed to ride out of it. Holding priority, plenty of time, 8 minutes, no panic yet. Both surfers are looking for significant second scoring rides. Ellie Harrison has a bit of an advantage at this stage because she's got a 1.83 margin on their top scoring rides.
Yeah,
so
that in itself is an advantage
it
and
is
significant.
Yep.
That's a great spread as you identify the two best waves of the heat. And right now, the surfer in red without priority, and this is the thing, we spoke to Mikey Madonna about it before, sometimes not having priority in this scenario can be such an advantage because it just frees you up a little bit and gives you that opportunity to search.
And find a wave.
And sometimes you can find that little gemstone in the search. And that's what I mean. It's such a mindset. It's such a hard scenario to play out when you have priority and trying to make sure you make the right decisions. And that can be difficult, Robbo, under pressure.
Can be. Oh, surfer in blue holding priority, chasing a 3.61, that's nothing. And the surfer in red under priority, looking to get rid of that 1.77, and looking to get a decent second scoring ride on the table and making it that much difficult. Stakes are high, a position in the final is what's on offer here. The 3000 QS, those opportunities don't come at you every day. That's where we're at right now.
So right now, as we speak, Ellie Harrison is in second position on the rankings. So really strong performances, very consistent over the board. She's had a number of 9 placing and a number of 5th places as well, as we see
Here she
Ellie
goes.
up and riding.
She's throwing the dice out here. wants to get the connection, desperately wants to get the connection. She gets it. Nice turn there. Works her way through. Beautiful cutback. She wants another turn to really make this score count. Falls off at the end, but some work done at the start. I don't know what the score is going to be, Adam.
Yeah, I think it's going to be in that mid-range. But yeah, for someone like Rosie Smart, she comes into this event ranked 39.
Wow,
and
she's going to jump up the rankings.
Oh, she's seriously going to make a move. And, you know, if she can get through this into the final, it's going to put a big dent in some other people's aspirations. But yeah, this is her third event for this year as we see Ellie up and right in. Nice turn, fading down, but unfortunately, I think it was more about the final manoeuvre that she left a little bit of meat on the bone. But overall, I felt like that the read of that wave was really solid, and it's not going to be a huge score, but it's definitely going to better a situation.
It's not a bad score.
It's a 5.77.
That's a good backup.
That's a great backup.
It makes the equation for Rosie Smart relatively difficult. A 7.6 is what Rosie needs. We know she's capable of that. 7.6 is a significant score to chase down. And Ali Harrison also has time to try and elevate on that 5.77. So again, clever surfing from the surfer in red. She's a good competitor.
She's got such a mature approach. And as we see the surfer in blue, we're just talking about Rosie Smart. Nice way to start, just sort of setting the pace of this wave. Will it line up a bit of froth and bubble on the face, but she's been impressive with her reads on these waves. And again, Robbo, just nice and vert. So that was a lovely final manoeuvre. There was not a lot prior to that when it came to the vertical nature of that ride. But yeah, the read was good, and she definitely set herself up for that inside section. We have a Destination New South Wales action replay, nice rail work. Just trying to read where the wave was going to stand up on the bank, and as she does that, she starts to wind down the line. Then you could see her engaging the fins off the bottom and into a really nice top turn and finishing off strong. So that's a nice wave for Rosie. Yep, 6.23.
Yep, and look at the margin now. It's narrowed down. She only needs a 6.38 now. So good move from Rosie Smart. She didn't get to the lead, but she's put herself into a situation where getting to the lead's a lot easier than what it was. So, yep, these smart competitors, and 3.5 minutes remaining. That's plenty of time. You can see Ali Harrison. She wants to know what's going on. Let's recap this heat, please, Adam, and talk us through these waves. Give us the technical understanding.
So really well, this is the one we were getting really excited about. Ellie Harrison just leaning into that rail, just so beautiful to watch and technically flawless. And like I said, what was really impressive about this ride, Steve, was the amount of speed she calculated down the line to get into this corner. Lovely ride. So what a great way to start. Rosie Smart had a slower start, but this move right here put her right into the pocket, and she got a 5-point ride on that ride. And then we saw Ellie bounce back as well. And it's been to and fro in this heat. It's been so fun to watch. This is another ride for Ellie Harrison, just tradesman-like performance, trying to get over the ball here. Now find some open face, nice snap in the pocket, great read. And love the patience as she came into that second manoeuvre and just come unstuck at the end, but that's okay. And then we had this ride, that last wave, winding away through on the backhand, the young gun from up there at Coffs Harbour, and I love the chip shot she got into this last manoeuvre, and just really nice and vertical, Robbo, and that's why we've got such a great tight heat unfolding before our eyes.
It is. Rosie Smart has put herself in contention. Under 2 minutes, only requiring a 6.38. Ali Harrison wants to shut the door. And there was a nice move there from Ali. I didn't see the outside work, but interesting heat. Leaves Rosie Smart out there chasing a 6.38, and we know she is so capable of getting that.
There we go on the backhand. Ellie up and right in, trying to wind her way through this little dead section. A really nice connection on this one turn. Will it better her second wave or even better her first wave? What about the way she kicked the tail out? So such a nice clean turn, but I don't know, I felt like her other rides maybe been a little bit stronger, but we'll see what the judges think.
No, she's opened up the gap.
Oh, there you go.
That was a good, powerful turn on the backhand, a 6.83. I figured, yep, very likely to increase her lead there, and she has. And for Rosie, in the Mad Mex final minute, she's looking now for a 7.67. So again, Ali Harrison, there's a smartness about the way she surfs these heats.
There's a real mature attitude and approach to it, and I feel like the more momentum she gains, the better she's going. I feel like she's built into it from yesterday, and today she's already surfed 3 heats. It's going to take something big for the young gun to get the job done, but a 7.67 for Rosie Smart. She's been on an absolute tear, so she's definitely capable of it. But again, Robbo, time is the enemy, and it has just been such a mature approach for Ellie to put this kind of performance down, sit in really high up on the ratings, and the reason she's up there is because she's so good.
Yep.
It's as clear and as simple as that. Yep. So it's been a stellar performance, and I think that is going to be the end of it.
Yep, well done to Ali Harrison. She's going to move into the final. She's going to take on the defending champion, so she'll be preparing herself for that. We go into the semi-finals of the men's.
And a massive congratulations to Rosie Smart. What a performance from the young gun.
It was awesome. Don't go anywhere. Come back, because we have some sensational semi-finals coming up. We're going to go for a short ad break. Stick with us and come back for these semi-finals.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to Boomerang Beach, one of the best beaches in Australia, and we are at the pointy end of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. There's Ali Harrison. She's into the final. She's happy, but there's work to be done because she faces Nixie Ryan, the defending event champion, in the final. But we do have one final decided. Now we have 2 semi-finals. Adam Hennessy, tell me, who's in the water and what can we expect?
Well, this is going to be a great matchup in semi-final number 1. It is Taj Stokes taking on Mikey Clayton-Brown. These guys have been exceptional through the course of this event, and we've spoken about it before. The absolute ability to be on the best waves has been a standout kind of scenario for Taj Stokes. But Mikey Clayton-Brown, he just continues to take the big scalps, and he's going to be ultra dangerous. We've got the Merriweather surfer taking on the surfer from the Sunshine Coast. This is going to be a brilliant matchup for semi-final number 1 to see who goes into the final of this QS 3000 event, and already you can see the guys trying to get themselves in position for this set. But yeah, we're excited. So we've got a final, the defending champion taking on Ellie Harrison, Nixie Ryan taking on Ellie Harrison in the final of the women's, and who is going to be the first man to step up and get himself a spot on the podium for the men's.
Yep. And high stakes here. You win this event and they are really down to the pointy end. You get a win here, you're well on the way to the Challenger Series.
100% you are. This is a big deal.
Yeah. Such an important event. This event is building its credibility. It's been upgraded to a World Surf League QS 3000, and that is super significant, and it deserves high status because it delivers great waves year in, year out. Surfers love it, the staff love it, everyone loves it.
Yep, big day, and this is what it's all about. It's right now, it's the business end of the competition here at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. Great to have such an iconic brand involved in this event. Just get onto their website and check it out, and it's the way to go. It's the dream that keeps on giving when it comes to getting yourself maybe a Camplify van and travelling around the coastline and maybe even visiting this beautiful landscape that is beautiful Boomerang Beach. And I do believe we have a post-heat interview as we see the boys getting busy. Taj Stokes up and right in, Ellie Harrison in the post-heat interview area. Another stellar performance. You are just building and building, and that was clutch out there, Ellie. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Some fun waves out there, a couple rights. I did get a little bit lost again. I'm just kind of getting stuck in that middle section, but yeah, I got 2 good ones, so yeah, it was enough to get through.
So you're really well placed on the QS at the moment, right? A win here would elevate you even further. It's such an important event, and you must be so excited now to take on Nixie Ryan in the final of this event. Have you matched up against her before?
Yeah, Nixie and I have done heaps of heats together. She's my real good friend, so yeah, it'll be so good to have a final with her. Yeah, it'll be good for points. I have been not really looking at it much, but I'm in second, so hopefully it's improve my spot, and yeah.
And the Challenger Series this year is your goal. You're very close to it. You must be feeling it, and it's an important final that comes up.
Yeah, that's the goal. Yeah, one step closer every kind of result I get. So, yeah, just going through the motions and, yeah, see how I go.
Well, look, good luck in the final, Ali. We've been super impressed with how you're surfing. Reset and chase that dream. We love what you're doing, and good luck as you go into the final.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Very calculated, and she knows what's at stake here. And talking about what's at stake, this guy has been an absolute wave magnet. Robbo, Taj Stokes, has again locked himself a wave in the excellent range to start a heat. This is ultra impressive, the way this guy has been able to read the banks, read the conditions, and just attack with his amazing forehand ability. It's great to watch. An 8-point ride, wow.
Yep. Some surfers have that ability to find waves and keep busy and find the best waves, and that's what Taj has been displaying. And 8-point ride starting off your semi-final, exactly what you want.
That would really feel good when you paddle back out, and it also put that little bit of pressure back on Mikey Clayton Brown, but don't underwrite this young guy. This guy's got so much game. He's so patient. He's the Iceman. So for Taj Stokes, that 8-point ride, it's going to feel good, but he knows that it's game on. This is a semi-final of a QS 3000 at the WSL level of the Australian Regional Qualifier, and there's so much riding on this, Steve.
What's happened here is Mikey Clayton Brown is facing the exact same situation he faced in the quarterfinals. The surfer he was against, I think it was the Joel Vaughan, scored an 8-point ride off the bat. And Mikey Clayton Brown was unfazed. He came back with 2 solid scores and ended up winning that quarterfinal. Comes into this semi-final, and his competitor opens with an 8-point ride. Identical score, excellent score. It could phase a competitor easily, but it's not. And Mikey Clayton Brown sits there with priority, and Taj Stokes sits there with an 8-point ride.
Yeah, serious start to this heat for Taj Stokes, taking on Mikey Clayton Brown. But like I said, it's the same scenario he had before. And here we go, Mikey up and riding. Good looking wave. Off to a start, nice. Setting the pace, setting the rhythm, and really well executed on that second manoeuvre again. Keeping nice and low, wrapping that board around and keeping that pace down the line. As he looks into this inside corner, will he get another opportunity to tag away and get himself on the board? That was lovely execution, but A little bit of a misfire at the end there, but I really like the way he read that wave.
There are some great moves there. He's done some good work at the start and through the middle of that wave. Shame that he just didn't quite finish off, but it's not going to make a huge difference to the score. He's still got points on the board. We'll wait for the judges to bring it up. Most of the work is done on the outside, and we'll wait for that score to load. And I got a feeling it's going to be similar to how he tackled that previous quarterfinal as well. He came back with 2 solid scores.
Yeah, nice start. I would have loved to see him execute on that final manoeuvre just to put a exclamation mark on it. But yeah, nice read, nice start. Taj Stokes out there with that 8-point ride. These heats are 25 minutes for the semi-finals. Into the finals that are going to be 30 minutes in duration, and that last wave of 5-point ride. So yeah, he left a bit of meat on the bone there, I feel.
Yeah, I thought it was better than that, but you know, I'm not analysing it that closely from a scoring perspective.
I think when you actually break it down for the 8 to the 5, Taj Stokes, the surfing red, really exploded with a series of rides, and he finished off very strong indeed.
They were explosive moves from Taj Stokes. I saw that during the interview, and I'm going, wow, this is a good wave. So you're right. And yep, it's a good opener for Taj Stokes. 3-point superior ride on their opening rides is very, very significant. So just under 15 minutes remaining, and this is semi-final number 1. Who comes up in semi-2?
Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, he's the world number 1 junior surfer.
Taking on Mikey Madonna.
Wow.
That is going to be an absolute
And he's been super
cracker.
impressive. Yep.
It's funny, I had to think about that then, because I was so intensely focused on this heat alone. But yeah, that is going to be another outstanding heat. So we've already got the 2 women's finalists, and we're looking to see who's the first surfer in the men's to go on through to this WSL Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000 event. And wow, it's been a pleasure. 4 days of just intense action, Robbo, and the fact that we've actually got it down to a scenario where we've got good waves, good conditions, and these guys are dropping absolute bombs out there, so it's great to watch.
Yep. Best day of the event so far, delivering the best waves, and we're going to crown champions, so another great event on the series.
Here we go, red up and riding. Taj Stokes into another one, and that was a little bit frothy, that one, so it didn't really offer a lot of scoring potential. He'll be back out the back. He's just trying to offload that 0.83 and get himself in a better situation when it comes to the 2-wave combination, as we see our destination New South Wales Rapelet. And this is the 8.
Yeah,
what about the rail work to start this thing? And this turn, again, what about how just much elevation through the body, and love the way he just holds his line through each and every turn, and then he gets this inside quarter, comes off the bottom, and just really sends the message to the judging panel that he's on point right now. And this is that one we spoke about where Mikey, nice start, and that second turn was the money turn, but I felt like just as this thing winded down the line, you know, compared to that 8-point ride, it could have gone up a little bit, but not by much. And I felt like there was a lot more potency to the way that Taj Stokes went about that first ride.
How good's the sandbank? Oh, it's delivering.
Looks like a point break.
It does. You get these long peeling rights that stand up on the sandbank and just giving the opportunity for big moves all the way.
Yeah, wave replay here, and this is Mikey Clayton Brown getting into another wave. Really nice turn under the lip. So had full control on that turn, which was nice. And he's going to try to work his way. So he's just patiently waiting for this to line up again on the bank. These banks are absolutely in the best condition they've been in for the last 4 days, I believe, Robbo. And it's allowing these guys to really unload with multiple turns, and that in itself is a physicality thing where, you know, they're going to have to conserve energy. Do you do the runaround? Do you paddle back out? I feel like yesterday there was a lot more potency in the way that the surf and the amount of sort of water moving in the lineup. Today is a little bit easier. But
I can
again,
get back out there.
you got to consider these women and men are going to surf 4 heats if you're going to win this event. That's incredible.
Yep. Eleven and a half minutes remaining. Taj Stokes has the 8-point ride. Excellent start to the heat. Nothing to back him up at the moment. And Mikey Clayton Brown has the 5-point ride. That could easily be his second scoring ride if he can crack a big score on top of it. Only needing a 3.84 to go to first, but that's not a real situation.
And I feel right now, Robbo, with Mikey Clayton Brown without priority, that will free him up in itself. So he will now be able to sort of move around the lineup and sort of try to find himself a little window of opportunity. Because right now you can see Taj Stokes is intently sitting out there. He wants another score in the exit range to basically try to shut the door. And we haven't really seen a scenario in these two surfer formats where we've had a combination situation. Such has been the intense nature of these battles. You sometimes see on the World Championship circuit, a surfer will dominate, put the other surfer in combo, but we haven't seen that today.
No, they've been tightly bunched all the way through.
Ten minutes to go, so this 25-minute heat is wrapping very quickly indeed. So right now, it is Taj Stokes out in the lead, but they're basically sitting on exactly the same scoreline. In fact, they are. 8.83 to 8.83, but
tied. Yep.
But the thing is, Taj Stokes holds dominance with that 8-point ride. But as I said, it's going to come down to this last-ditch scenario with 10 to go. Who is going to play, you know, the best part of this heat when it comes to that second scoring ride? And I feel like that's been a real sort of adventure for some of the athletes over the course of the last couple of days.
As we hit the 9-minute mark. So the ocean's gone a little bit quiet these last few minutes. Definitely gone quiet because we know how busy Taj Stokes is generally, but this is the longest he's sat out and waited for a wave.
All right, we have 9 to go, and it is right now game on finals day down here at the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We are into semi-final number 1. There you can see that is the smiling assassin, Jarvis Earl.
He's a world champion at the junior level.
Why wouldn't you be smiling?
Yep. He's got a lot of big wraps on him.
Oh, here we go again. Looks like Taj Stokes up and riding. And he's got himself a nice corner as well. Yep. How many times have we seen this in the last couple of days? Here we go, Taj up and riding into a nice pocket to jam away, leans into it, gets the engagement in this rail. And if you're going to say about one athlete who's been able to read the bank perfectly in the last 2 days, he's my man.
Yep, no. Well timed to get that second scoring ride. It's definitely going to increase his tally as out the back. That's the surfer in blue. Got a little bit caught up on the first turn, out on the face, going into deep water. He's out of there. So Taj Stokes, look at that, a good backup score, Dimmy.
6.83, mate, and that has really put the pressure on Mikey now. He's now, Robbo, nearly in a situation where he needs a combination. So needs a near-perfect ride.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to start to think about breaking that down in increments because we haven't seen a lot of scores in that high 9 range so far during the event. So he's got to be thinking about it, and this is going to be the replay very shortly of that last ride. And what I love about that ride was the timing and just the pace he set. So again, it's just been such a clinic watching Taj Stokes, not just in this heat, but just overall, because I felt like he has had the best connection with the bank.
He has, yep. And he outright admitted, he said, this is like any good day on the Sunshine Coast.
This wave, jamming in the pocket, comes around the corner, waits for it to line up, and just like it has been for him, he's just been a magnet for these inside corners, sets it up, gets on the rail, nice and spicy, into the pocket, a little bit of variety and flair, and again, just proving just what a great read he has had on the bank.
6.83, opened up a big margin over Mikey Clayton Brown. As you said, Adam, 9.83. That's maybe a task too big out here, and Mikey Clayton Brown will probably recognise that and be saying to himself, nah, I've got to get 2 waves here to get this score, not the 9.83. Because he's got time, 6 minutes he can do that in. Another few minutes he'll have to change that strategy to, well, it's got to be the one great wave, it's got to be the one perfect wave, but at the moment, probably the preferred pathway is to try and get 2 good scores, and they'd need to be good because Taj Stokes has that excellent 8-point ride and has a very good 6.83. He's in a very strong position. Just under 6 minutes remaining. We have that next semi-final. Getting themselves into position. Mikey Madonna. He's the surfer in red, focusing on this heat. Such a lot at stake.
Yeah, you can see he's really thinking about it, just putting himself in that moment. He does that a lot. He just spends a little bit of time just breathing, getting himself set for semi-final number 2, because this is a massive deal. Mikey taking on Jarvis Earl in semi-2. Who's going to go into the final? Only time will tell, but yeah, these guys have been in good form, so they both come in as, you know, the form surfers of the event, and right now, we're down to a scenario where Mikey Clayton Brown needs a 9.83, so he needs to start thinking about that next move. Can he break it down in increments? Will he go for it in one ride? But I know for the nature of the way that Taj Stokes has been going, you predict he might put himself on another good one. So 4.5 minutes to go. We are at finals day. A massive shout out to all our event partners, of course. Camplify, the naming rights partner, the series naming rights, VISSLA, the Barrington Coast Council, Destination New South Wales, and of course the World Surf League, and our webcast partner, Mad Mex. We've seen the 2-for-1 burritos. We've had the Mad Mex Minute. It's been a pleasure having such a great, fresh brand, supplying all the staff, all the competitors at the beach, and we are down to 4 minutes, Robbo, and it is time, I feel, for the surfer in blue to start to really identify something if he's going to turn the tide in this heat.
He needs a near-perfect ride. Mad Max, everybody loves them. Fresh, healthy.
Oh, look at the crew down there just chilling. Loving it. Not a bad way to spend your Friday afternoon, let's be honest.
Yeah, well, fortunately the front's gone through and all the bad weather has headed up the coast. I was talking to some friends on the phone on the Gold Coast. It's torrential rain up there, mate.
Yep.
We're way better off down here.
100%. We are in
paradise.
Paradise, as we see Mikey up and riding. Is this going to be a good-looking wave? Nice start. And he's trying to get him crossing this corner of this wave. A little bit of bump on it, and you could just see the frustration building in the body language of Mike Clayton Brown there. He just hasn't been able to find the right wave, and he'd be so frustrated right now. But if he does go out in this semi-final, it's been a magnificent run through the event. But you've got to say, just the purity of the performance of Taj Stokes, at 8-point ride at 6.83, and he has had those scores on lock.
He has, all
from
the way
the moment
through.
he hit the lineup.
Yep. He'll be a confident surfer going into the final.
2.5 minutes to go in this heat, semi-final number 1. We already have the 2 female athletes ready to roll for the final. We're going to extend the final out by an extra 5 minutes, so 30-minute finals, and it's going to be fun to watch that. But yeah, right now, it is the men's semis, so Taj Stokes making his way a little bit further in, so he's probably thinking to himself, okay, I've got first priority. I can identify where the other competitor is in the lineup, and it's important just to keep a little eye on him, because you definitely don't want to open the door for someone of the skill set of Mike Clayton Brown. beautiful conditions. It's definitely cleaned itself up, hasn't it,
It
Robbo?
has. Best waves, final day, couldn't ask for more. And we watch with interest this next semi-final coming up. As we highlighted, Jarvis Earl, a super exciting surfer from the Central Coast of New South Wales. He is the #1 pro junior surfer in the world. Recently won that world title, World Surf League Pro Junior Champion. What comes with that, I think, is a very good seeding into the Challenger Series.
Yep.
I think they get some...
A bit like the old
push.
days with the QS.
Yeah, they give him a push into the Challenger Series. He would have qualified for that regardless with a win in Taiwan. We're down to the final Mad Max minute. But Jarvis Earl, exciting, emerging prospect from the Central Coast of New South Wales, where there's no shortage of great surfers on the world stage.
Well, I'll pull you up there. He's actually from Cronulla, but he's from the Shire, Jarvis Earl. But yeah, like...
He's from Cronulla?
He's from Allura Board Riders, 100%. But yeah, I mean, the dominant thing about Jarvis is not only is the World Junior Champ, he's actually the leader of the current ratings. So, he is so dominant right now, and it's such a pleasure to watch. And he's into another semi-final against Mikey Madonna. So it's going to be really fun to watch this next semi. And you can just see Taj Stokes sort of eyeing off Mikey Clayton Brown there.
He
and,
doesn't have to...
He's got the job done, I'd say, and they're going to shake hands. And that is all she wrote for semi-final #1. And we are just continually buzzing by the performance of some.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back to Boomerang Beach for finals day here at Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson, and what an exciting day here, Robbo.
It is, and we just saw that surfer exiting the water. That was Taj Stokes. He comes from the Sunshine Coast. He's been sensational throughout this event, and he is the first male surfer into the final of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. And right now we're into semi-final #2. We have Mikey Madonna, he's in the red, and we have Jarvis Earl in the blue. Mikey Madonna has opened with a 4.17. I'm sure we'll get that replay shortly. Jarvis Earl, I just found out he's from Cronulla. He's a goofy foot surfer. He is the #1 pro junior ranked surfer in the world. Comes with big raps and reminds us all of another great goofy footer from Cronulla, Mark Occhilupo. But have a look at this wave for Mikey Madonna. It was his 4.17. Had a good start to it, but the wave petered out on him. Looking for some work on the inside, but not finding the connection there. So exciting stuff. Taj Stokes, he's been sensational throughout this event. He's into the final of a QS 3000, and super important event for Taj. He'll want to get onto that Challenger Series. It's a dream of any surfer. And Taj Stokes, one step closer.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be a huge moment for him making the final here at Boomerang Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. So 3,000 points on offer. Well, we do have the winner of that semi-final down there ready to go for an interview. Taj, it's Britt Nickel and Steve Robbo. You're into the main final, mate. How are you feeling?
It was a tough little battle there with Mike. He's such a good surfer. Unfortunately, he couldn't really get the good waves. But yeah, conditions are tough, but I'm excited for the final.
You must have felt good on your opening ride there. You opened with an 8-point ride. There's no better way to open up a semi-final. How were you feeling after that wave?
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good. I almost didn't get into it. I just kind of got a little chip in at the top of the wave, and I only just got into it at the start. And then, yeah, I just surfed it. The wave was such a good quality wave, and yeah, it was a really good way to start my heat.
So it's a great event no matter what. You've made the final. I know you want to win that final. I mean, that's first and foremost in your mind. But overall, your ranking must be increasing with such important points on the line here and, you know, chasing you towards the dream of what you're about, professional surfing.
Yeah, that's right. It's hard not to look at the rankings sometimes, especially when my main goal this year was to make the Challenger Series. But yeah, it's just there's still a few more events to go after this one, and yeah, still got to go surf the final and give it my best.
I know, and that's important that you keep your eye on the ball. Look, you've had a great event up to date. You've been choosing fantastic waves. You look really well suited out there. Good luck in the final, Taj. Go in there with confidence, and we're looking forward to a great showing from yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Give it your best. Great surfing from Taj Stokes. He's from the Sunshine Coast. He's into the final. There's all sorts of things that, yeah, would be playing on his mind. It's like, you know, I'm close to stepping onto the Challenger Series. This is like a dream.
Well, he had his brother in the first heat in the early round, so I feel like he's now by his side supporting him, and he's probably thinking to himself, oh, that could have been me, but I'm pretty happy that it's my brother. If it's anyone else, he's made that main final. But who will he match up against? Mikey Madonna up and riding. The man from Lennox Head, he has been in form this entire event. He wraps around into the pocket, looking for the connection, lays into the second turn there, and look at this section ahead, Robbo.
Oh, great move there, and this is a good wave for Mikey. He's going to be trying to join Nixie Ryan, also from Lennox region, into the final. Some great surfers from there, great development goes on in that region. Has a lot of community support and always producing good surfers. Here's a replay of this wave. Gets the link into where the wave starts to stand up, and this is where he gets busy. Nice smooth cut back into the white water. And again, looking for a vertical turn as it stands right up here, and that is a nice, well-executed turn and finishes off. So it's going to be a reasonable start for Mikey Madonna. There's a 4.17 on the board, Jarvis Earl in the blue, and a 4.23 as well for Mikey Madonna. Pair of fours. Pretty sure in his own mind he's going, well, yep, that's okay, but I want to get rid of those two scores before this finishes because I'm up against a very accomplished surfer. And the comparisons have been made, as I said, Britt, between Cronulla's finest ever surfing product, Mark Ocalupo, a goofy footer, and this young surfer, Jarvis Earl. He's had a extremely successful few months. He won the Taiwan Open of Surfing, QS 5000, and he won the World Junior Championships, Pro Junior Championships, so he's living up to his reputation, and we can expect to see a big performance here in the semi-final.
And he is also the name at the top of the WSL QS Regional Series at the moment as well.
Wow.
Jarvis Earl, he is building confidence, and he is certainly a name to watch and a surfer to watch over the years. He's only 18, so he's got plenty of years ahead of him, Robbo.
That is amazing. I went over to Taiwan and worked at that event, and somebody mentioned Jarvis Earl, and I said, who? I've never heard of him. Hadn't heard of him. And then as we got going, I became familiar with the style, the surfing, and yep, super impressive. Emerging into the big ranks.
As we watch Mikey Madonna, just a quick up and out of there. Well, I had certainly heard of Jarvis Earl before that. Done a fair bit of work with Surfing New South Wales and their juniors over the years, and just watched him develop and just mature in and out of the water. And he's got a great support network there in Cronulla.
Yep, and as he goes up the ranks, it doesn't get easy. It doesn't matter how good you are, you've got to rise to the occasion, because the competition gets harder and harder. It gets fierce, as you would know, Brittany.
Certainly no easy feat, that's for sure. You're not only competing against the competitors, but you've also got Mother Nature to deal with as well. We have been blessed with the conditions here at Boomerang Beach. This is our 4th day of the event, finals day of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. I feel as though Mother Nature has provided us with the goods on the last day. Saved the best till last. We started the first 2 days with small but clean conditions, still really playful, a little bit slower. And then yesterday, conditions started to pick up, a bit of an onshore wind, and the swell has hung around all day today.
Mikey Madonna keeping busy, looking for a connection here. He's got that very smooth, stylish cutback. Will this wave stand up for him? It could well. Does get the finish. Doesn't? I'm not sure. Did he ride out of that? I don't know.
I wouldn't give him completion on that one.
You would?
I wouldn't.
No. I was going to say you're being too generous.
Nah, didn't ride out in front of it long enough. Now, Mikey Madonna, he'd know that. He'd know that a 4.23 and a 4.17 is unlikely to win him this semi-final, but you never know, Robbo. You never know. With 15 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes have passed. Jarvis Earl in the blue, sitting out there, out the back with first priority. He does have right of way to anything that comes through the lineup, and at this stage he's chasing a 7.9. Be good to see him lock in an excellent number. I'd love to see these two competitors just go wave for wave. Looks like he might have spotted something in the lineup.
It's a quiet start for Jarvis, but here he goes. He's committing to this wave. Looks to me like it's a left. So he's on his forehand, smacks that first turn, comes out of it. Very powerful, very smooth and stylish. He'll be looking for a big finish on the shore break here. Looking for this wave to stand up. You can see he's keeping busy as he waits for it, so he's racking up points regardless. So that's a good start for Jarvis Earl. I would predict that's the best wave of the semi-final so far. So patience and a workmanlike performance on that wave, and I would think that's the best wave. Strong first turn, timed it well, and you can just see powerful, smooth style, and he milks this wave for all it's worth through to the inside. He was hoping for it to stand up a little more vertical. It didn't, but he still remained busy. So, yep, I'm tipping it's a reasonable start to his final. More than reasonable. 7.33, so there you go, and I'd say the bulk of those points would have been posted in that very strong opening manoeuvre. Jarvis Earl in the blue.
What a way to open up. He waited patiently for that wave, and it was well worth the wait. A 7.33, and I agree with you on that, Robbo. I feel like all the work was done on that first turn. He just had to back it up on that inside, and he managed to get a decent number. So Mikey Madonna in first place, but Jarvis Earl only chasing a 1.07 at this stage to take the win. And these two surfers, they're looking for a spot in the main final. They can't leave anything left in the water today.
That's true. And Taj Stokes, he's already done the work. He's into the final. The Sunshine Coast surfer. We'll have a lot of Sunshine Coasters tuning in, cheering on their man. And the next heat in the water is not a heat, it's a final, the women's final. Defending champion Nixie Ryan coming up against the fast emerging surfer from Victoria as we have a takeoff out the back.
That is Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head. Gets the first turn in, racing down the line, getting around the section. What's he got for us here, Robbo?
Well, it's a mushy wave here. He's got to get over this froth, gets a good inside connection, needs to finish strongly. It could be his best wave. I'm not sure.
That was a look back at the judges.
He did. He wants the score. I don't think that's going to factor into how they throw their score, though.
An 8.67.
Wow.
So Mikey Madonna, it certainly did factor in. He was confident. He was happy with that one.
Okay, I want to see a replay. I may have lost focus on that and not picked up some of the excellent maneuver. Well, yeah, there's a big move out the back. He's raced through on this one. Frothy section there, but again, he remains busy. And a big turn there. And a big finish. 8.67. And yep, he gave the look up and they've rewarded him well.
He
Excellent
knew it too. He absolutely knew it. I feel like similar to what we were talking about with Jarvis's, the work was done on that first turn and exactly the same there for Mikey. He got a big, critical, progressive turn to start that wave and he just managed to get a few more connecting turns on that inside bank.
And he's such a smooth surfer as well. You can lose focus on just how precise his moves are because he's very smooth and well connected. And yep, judges rewarding that with an 8.67. So that's definitely put some pressure onto the surfer in blue, Jarvis Earl. He'll know that score and he'll think, well, yep, I've got to get very busy in this heat. 1.3 spread on their best scoring rides is significant.
And it's interesting in that situation, just thinking of the word you just used then with the pressure, putting the pressure on Jarvis Earl. And I feel like for Mikey, Jarvis got the wave heated and put the pressure on Mikey. And Mikey just is one of those surfers that is able to use that pressure and use it to his advantage.
Motivating.
He's tapped into it.
Yep, every turn well connected and opened with a big one. And gave the judges that look. Take notice, I'm in this game. And he is. He's out in the lead with an 8.67, 4.23 is what he's got to get rid of. I'm sure he'll do that. And Jarvis Earl chasing just a 5.58 at the moment, but he'll know that he needs better than that if he really wants to take out this semi-final. So
just when we thought Jarvis Earl had locked in a good number, Mikey Madonna just went, you know what, I'm going to do one better. As we watch live action in the water, this is Jarvis Earl, the man from Cronulla. Just a quick up and out there. That's not the 5.58 that he is chasing with just under 9 minutes on the clock. First priority now with the surfer in red, who also holds first place. If he can drop that 4.23 from his scoreline, he will make things a little harder for the competitor in the blue. But both these surfers capable of locking in really high scores. So I feel like this is going to come down right to the final minute.
And from what I saw in Taiwan, Jarvis Earl has a very impressive air game as well. He'll go to the air if he gets the opportunity.
Will there be another opportunity? I feel like there will be with 8 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, finals day here. It is the last day of the event. It's all happening at South Boomerang. We are right in the corner for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Thanks to Camplify, Australia's largest van sharing community. Chasing swells has never been so easy. Hire a camper van from the widest variety and cruise the coast. Searching for your next set in style. Be sure to download that Camplify app today. And on screen there, that was Nixie Ryan. She's preparing for her final. She'll be watching the surfer in this heat, Mikey Madonna. They're both from the Lennox Head region. Nixie Ryan, defending champion.
Yep, she'll be excited for Mikey Madonna with that 8.67. Two Lennox surfers vying for wins here.
And there she is, makes her way down the beach, and what a beautiful day here at Boomerang. The sun is shining. It's no longer raining. It's not overcast anymore. I feel like everything has just lined up for the finals.
Shout out to the Surfing New South Wales event crew. They've done an amazing job there. They've had to deal with extreme wind conditions and maintain the site in working order, and they've done that. And now they can enjoy a relaxing day in nice weather. And yep, Nixie Ryan. This would be an important event for her. If she can get a win here, I would imagine that's going to put her right on the cusp of qualifying as well. Out the back, Surfer having a good look at this wave. That's our heat leader. Going right, Mikey Madonna wants to get around this section and get the inside connection. He's just there now, so looking for some big turns. There's one, and another good finish to the wave.
The no claim look back.
Worked last time.
I feel like he was so happy with that last section. It was a critical turn to finish with. Mikey Madonna in the red. We'll watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Bit of a tap to start with as he continues behind the section. Can't quite get to the second section, but he manages to get the inside connection here. Great turn there, and he gets the last one there. Massive turn to finish. He's happy with that. A little bit staunch there from Mikey.
Yeah, he's got attitude, which is good.
Wait for those scores to drop on him with just over 5 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, semi-final heat number 2 of the men. We've already determined our first men's finalist. It is Taj Stokes from the Sunshine Coast, and one of these competitors will be joining him.
And we're down under 5 minutes now, so it's significant time. And okay, we've got a replay here. Let's see what Jarvis Earl's done. Nice opening turn, the wave lining up nicely, but not lining up properly on the inside, so Jarvis is out of there. He's not going to get the 7.18, and I think Mikey Madonna has improved his scoreline. 5.83 for that last rider, Mikey Madonna. So good work by the surfer from Lennox. He's got a nice gap and hold on this heat. It's not huge, but an 8.67 and a 5.83. 4 minutes remaining. Priority's going to be important. Jarvis Earl's got priority, and Jarvis Earl requires a good score, a 7.18. We know that is very much within his capabilities. Under 4 minutes remaining. It's a tight semi-final. But a good move by Mikey Madonna to improve on that mid 4-point ride.
And there has been a change in priority, so judges deeming that Jarvis Earl did make a paddle for that last wave. He's lost priority, handed it over to Mikey Madonna in the red. So this will get interesting with 3.5 minutes. Jarvis Earl, he did mention earlier in one of his poster interviews he would rather be under priority and just catch a few waves and stay busy, but I feel like in a heat like this, in the dying stages, he would not be wanting to have had that situation just now.
No, definitely not.
Mistake there from Jarvis Earl could deem to be crucial as the surfer in the red starts to paddle over to Jarvis. This could become a game of cat and mouse with 3 minutes remaining.
What an important semi-final this is.
Certainly not paddling over to each other to say hello and well done.
No.
Mikey Madonna in the red, Jarvis Earl in the blue. They have been two competitors in form this entire event. It all comes down to this moment to get the spot in the main final. Jarvis Earl had to let the surfer in red go. It's an interesting situation.
Isn't it?
Mikey Madonna keeps him off it.
Okay, but priority back to blue now. Just under 2.5 minutes. And Jarvis Earl pushed the issue there. It's like, you have to go. And he did have to go. Here we go. Surfer in blue. Floats that section. He's going to need a lot more here. He'll want something big on the inside, so keep an eye on this. He knows what he has to do. And that's not what he wanted. So, under 2 minutes now. Mikey Madonna is in a good place. As an 8.67, a 5.83, and more importantly, he has his fellow competitor on the shore break and a long way from the lineup to try and chase down a 7.18. Under 1.5 minutes. Will he make it out the back? Brett, what do you think?
Not 100% sure. There's a fair bit of water on that bank and a lot of energy in the ocean as we watch Mikey Madonna just having a think about that one.
Well, he's got priority. His smartest move now would be to have his eyeballs firmly fixed on the surfer in blue as he comes out the back, and if a good wave comes, hold him off it. The Mad Max final minute. Mikey Madonna is almost into the final. And we see just at the bottom of screen there, Jarvis Earl making his way out the back. Mikey Madonna having a look and, yep, paddling in towards him. We can read their minds.
It's like watching an animal go for its prey. Mikey Madonna just spotted him then.
Yep.
He's eyed him off. 30 seconds on the clock. Will there be an opportunity on the inside here for Jarvis? He's going to have to go big if he opts to take off.
He doesn't want to get too close to Mikey Madonna. He wants to hope that something pops up out of nowhere in close. As we get down to 10 seconds, what a great heat. What a great strategy from Mikey Madonna. He surfed it brilliantly. He got the excellent ride on the back of Jarvis Earl's very good 7.33, and then he backed it up beautifully. He's into the final. He'll meet Taj Stokes. A great effort from the surfer from Lennox Head.
That concludes the men's semi-final heat number 2. It is that man there, Lennox's Mikey Madonna, moving on through into the men's final. We will be moving into the women's final next. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here for all the live action.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back to beautiful Boomerang Beach. This is the Camplify Great Lakes Pro, and if you've just tuned in, you've tuned in at the right time, because this is the finals. And we have the women's final opening up. Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head, Ali Harrison from Victoria, and Nixie Ryan has opened up well. What a way to open your final. And here's a replay of that wave. It scored a very good 6.33, so a great start to the final for Nixie Ryan. Nice smooth work onto the inside, and almost finishes off well, but that's a good way to start the final. Britt Nickel, what do you think?
Oh, beautiful wave and beautiful read there from Nixie Ryan. It would have been good to see her get the completion on that wave. She got a 6.33 from the judges, so I could only imagine where that number might have went if she had got the completion on the inside. But great start here from Nixie. These are 30-minute finals, and she's just caught that wave within 2.5, 3 minutes. So great start.
And I believe we have Mikey Madonna there. So Mikey Madonna, what a semi-final. You posted that excellent 8.6 ride midway through the final. You must have felt great when you finished off that wave. We noticed that you gave a confident look back to the beach at the finish of that wave. How did you feel on that ride?
Yeah, I felt great. I just had to work hard to get around that first section. It gave me one big crack at the back, and I just knew if I stuck with it, I'd probably get a bonus bit on the inside, and lucky enough it did. Jarvis dropped a pretty big score on his way before, so I was behind the 8 ball, and yeah.
You answered back superbly, and surfing against a surfer like Jarvis Earl, you know what he's capable of. You never left it to chance. You backed up that score, and you kept your eye on the ball the whole way. You're into the final. What's it going to mean to you to make the final, and if you could win it?
I'd be stoked if I could take it out, but I got a hard task ahead of me. Taj has probably been one of the informed surfers of the event, and I'm just happy to make another heat and get to surf a final. So, yeah, the waves are fun, and yeah.
Well, you did what you needed to, Mikey. I'm interested just to go back to that semi that you were just in with Jarvis. There was a moment there in the semi-final where he had priority, he paddled for a wave, handed priority back over to you, and then both of you looked at a wave that came through and you used your priority. It looked like he wanted it, but you blocked him from taking off. Was that part of your strategy?
Yeah, for sure. When there's however long to go, 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes there was, I know he's capable of massive scores by just dropping one turn, and that left probably it could have smelt danger for me if he had have hit that end section, and what he's like. His make rate with those airs is pretty high. So yeah, I wasn't taking any chances with that long to go, and yeah.
Well surfed, Mikey. You've got a final to prepare for. We won't keep you any longer. Good luck in that final, and give it your all, mate.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Well, we got 2 Lennox Head surfers into the finals. I'm sure LeBar would be cheering about that. They've probably got it on down at the local Lennox Hotel.
I'm sure they have, and we've got one out in front in the final. Started off well. Nixie Ryan, a 6.33. And her competitor, Ali Harrison, not the greatest start that she was looking for. This wave didn't line up for Ali, and I think she's only posted a 3-point ride, so that's not the start Ali was looking for.
Huge section, just unable to get the completion there, Robbo.
Yeah, that would have made a big difference to that score for sure. With a 6.33 and a 3-point ride, and here we have Nixie Ryan.
This is, of course, our competitor who is the defending champion of this event. She won last year. She had a great leg of events on this VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series last year. Went back-to-back a couple of times, and, well, Nixie Ryan, she's looking to do the same thing this year. Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. As we watch the Destination New South Wales replay, she drives hard off the bottom, carves off the top. Bit of a mid-bottom turn there just to kind of set herself up for this end section. Beautiful style. You can tell that she's no stranger to a right-hander running off a bank.
It's been a great start for Nixie. What a way to start the final. 2 good waves early in the final. She's got a foundation to build on, a 6.33 and a 5.33. So pressure's on Ali Harrison, but plenty of time. These are 30-minute finals, so 22 minutes. Ali Harrison can take comfort in that, and 11.66 total to chase down for Ali Harrison. But Nixie Ryan's off to a good start, and we heard Nixie in an earlier heat interview say
Nixie Ryan doing the run around. Nixie, you so far.
that this is very similar to the wave she surfs out in front of the Lennox pub.
Yeah, for sure, as she's picking up her scores and situation from the beach announcer there. So she's used the opportunity to get the run around, and she's allowed herself to get a situation update. I'm not sure whether competitors can hear in the water today. It seems like they can.
Yep.
But I feel like with 22 minutes on the clock, she's got plenty of time to get herself back into the lineup, knowing what she needs, and just reset and, yeah, try and get this job done in the women's final.
Yeah, there hasn't been anywhere near as many run-arounds today. So, yep, she's taken the run-around. She's been fed the scores, the situation, the time, her competitors' score. So she'll know she's off to a flying start, and she'll get herself out there and try and improve on that 5.33, while Ali Harrison sits out the back with priority and some work to do.
She certainly knows what she needs to do. Ellie Harrison. She is the 2021-2022 Women's Junior Champ for the Australia-Oceania region. And she actually won her first QS late last year over in Western Australia. So she knows what it takes to win one of these events now. It's just a matter of having that opportunity in the lineup. She's currently sitting second on this WSL Regional Qualifying Series rankings.
And I wonder if she goes to first, whether she wins or comes second. So she's certainly putting herself in a good position to qualify. She's having a good look at this ride, decides not to go. Surfer in blue, Ali Harrison. I believe she lives in Barwon Heads in Victoria. It's a beautiful little township. You may have heard of 13th Beach.
I sure have. Beautiful part of the world.
It is, and that gets some very high quality beach breaks on the right conditions.
Feel like it gets a fair bit of swell down there too. So
It does.
So Ellie would be used to conditions like this.
Sure.
At the moment, it is Nixie Ryan in first place, Ellie Harrison in second. Ellie up and riding now, comes back into the pocket, waiting for the inside connection, and she manages to get it. Goes big and gets the completion that time.
Interesting wave. I'm interested in what score drops here. The finishing turn was good for sure. Let's watch the whole wave again. Nice takeoff, drops in. Smooth cut back. Looking for the wave to start to stand up. Stays busy as she waits for it. Gets this connection onto the inside and finishes off nicely. So certainly her best wave. And I'll be interested in the score. It's going to put her in the hunt in a big way.
She's opted to do the paddle out as opposed to the run around.
Yep. The judges will be having a good look at that ride because, yep, there was some work done on the outside. There was some good work at the finish as well. So I have a feeling I'm going to have a stab in the dark and give it a 5.5. But let's see.
Well, we'll know in a moment. These two competitors, they've been up against each other a fair few times in their careers already. They are in the same surf team. And, well, I've got a little fact here. Nixie Ryan won the QS 1000 at Urban Surf late last year, right?
Oh, wow.
She snapped a board, broke her board, damaged her equipment, and she managed to win the QS event on one of Ellie's boards.
Oh, there you go. And there it is, a 5.57 for Ali Harrison. That is a good start for her. So it's put her right in the game now. 18 minutes remaining or thereabouts, and Ali needs a 6.1. And that's extremely achievable for a surfer of Ali's abilities, as is improving on a 5.33 for Nixie Ryan. So that is an interesting fact. But yeah, she borrowed Ali's board to win the final at the Urban Surf.
I wonder if that had happened before this final, whether or not Ellie would have allowed that to happen. I feel like it might have been a different scenario, that one.
Were they in the final at Urban Surf together?
I
That
don't
doesn't work that way,
think
does it?
so.
It's on scores.
I mean, they might have been, but I don't think so. Yeah, Nixie Ryan, she is the defending champ. This was a QS 1000 last year. We've upped the stakes this year. QS 3000, more points on offer.
Now, 5.57 for Ali Harrison. It's put her right in contention now. And it's going to be an exciting last 17 minutes. Ali's been so smart with how she's competed in all her heats at this event, and she's going to call on that experience in these final 15 minutes to try and take the win.
This is still anyone's final. Just under 17 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, finals day. This is the second last heat of today. Coming up next, the men's final. It'll be Taj Stokes and Mikey Madonna. Another exciting matchup. It's been jam-packed full of action here at Boomerang Beach for the last 4 days, and it all come down to these moments here. The main final in the water for the women's. This is, of course, the Camplify Great Lakes Pro WSL QS 3000. Camplify, Australia's largest van sharing community. Chasing swells has never been so easy. Hire a camper van from the widest variety and cruise the coast, searching for the next set in style. So be sure to download the Camplify app today. And if you've got a van yourself, you don't need to hire one of theirs, but you can actually put your own van through the app and hire that out.
You can. There's a separate app for van owners, and you can set yourself up as a business, and away you go. There'll be a lot of interest in your van because you're getting a vehicle to travel around in, and you're getting a roof over your head. You're getting comfort, and it's just a great way to explore the coastline, especially if you're a surfer.
Yeah,
you can get to where the good waves are. It's an absolute bonus. And we are hitting the halfway mark of this final. So interesting. We've got a takeoff out the back. And this is the surfer in blue, Ali Harrison, on a left. And that was a tricky part of the wave. She just came unstuck and fell. So not a great deal of damage done. I mean, it's just gone past the halfway. I don't think the wave was lining up all that well, and that's probably why she fell. Had a few wobbles in it. As priority with Nixie Ryan, so Ali will reset, get herself out the back, and plenty of time to get the scores that she needs.
Everyone watching our broadcast, remember to tune on in and watch the presentation following these finals and watch our winners be crowned. Tune into Surfing New South Wales live feed on their Instagram, surfing_New South Wales. One of our amazing state organisations, Surfing New South Wales. This event would not be possible being in all the hard yards behind the scenes. Give surfers the opportunity, Robbo, to have all of these events in the state.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible. Good for Australian surfers, and it's especially good for New South Wales surfers. So it's a win-win across the board. They do a great job, and I think the other states are following suit. Queensland, Victoria, Western Australia, they have strong state surfing bodies, and they see what's happening in New South Wales and the opportunity they're giving their surfers, and they're following suit. They're chasing down this pathway, this really important pathway for their surfers. And yeah, it's great to see that what Surfing New South Wales has built up over the last few years. It's been amazing. So no change to the situation. It's been a few minutes without a significant change. It's as it is. Nixie Ryan leads the heat, a 6.33, a 5.33. She wants to get rid of that 5.33. Ali Harrison has priority again. She has that 5.57. That is the second highest scoring ride of the heat. And the 3 back up means nothing. What she requires is a 6.1, or if she can get much better than a 6.1, she takes a strong lead. So, yep, interesting final unfolding. Plenty to play out here. Looking down the beach now, the surfer in blue, we have a takeoff. And she's off on the left, looking for this wave to stand up. That's why she pulled herself back into the white water. the waves just hit a bit of deep water, so it didn't work out for Ali. No matter, plenty of time in the heat.
I just feel like the conditions have changed a bit, Robbo, and the lefts look good on takeoff, and then they kind of just fizzle out into flat water. I feel like the rights are the ones that are, you know, have the most scoring potential at the moment, and we've been watching that these last few heats. And Ellie Harrison, if she can clue into that, I just feel like the lefts just twice now haven't really provided her that opportunity.
And the focus needs to be on that right. You can see that right running down the beach. It's produced most of the good scoring waves today. And you're right, there haven't been that many lefts ridden. And the last few waves of Ali have gone left, and they just haven't delivered. So still plenty of time, 11.5 minutes. That's the beauty of this final. They extended it out to 30 minutes to give the surfers the maximum opportunity to get their 2 scoring waves. There's only 2 of them out there. They both have a good score on the board. It's going to get down to what this next score will be.
Nixie Ryan in first place at the moment with a 6.33 and a 5.33. Ellie Harrison in second with a 5.57 and a 3. She is chasing that 6.1 for first. So something a little better than her 5.57 will see her in the lead. But Nixie Ryan on screen, I feel like she's not going to want to let that happen. She's the defending champ, looking to take that title again and continue the momentum into this VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We are, of course, in the southern corner at Boomerang Beach. Beautiful part of this New South Wales coastline, just south of Foster. One of our more consistent locations on this Pro Surf Series.
Absolutely. Those first couple of days when the swell was really small, Boomerang kept delivering, which was great. And it is a favourite location for all the surfers because they know they're going to get good waves. And despite the onshore winds, the waves have kept delivering. There's been some great waves. This final, just a little bit slow, but expect it to turn on. I'm sure the action's going to heat up shortly. You can see a few lines out the back there. Not sure if the surfers have spotted them yet. Spectators are loving it. The sun's back out, the winds have backed off, and the deck chairs are out.
What a beautiful sunny day down the beach.
I like the umbrella, staying sun smart behind there in the deck chair.
They're getting in position for that presentation. See the Surfing New South Wales banner on the table, ready to go. Back to the ocean, those 2 competitors looking to take the win. This is it. This is the final. This is what it has all come to.
We are inside 10 minutes, so we really are at the pointy end now. Close final. Surfer in blue needs a 6.1. Surfer in red needs to improve on a 5.33. And for the last 5 minutes, the waves just haven't stood up on the bank as they patiently wait their opportunity to strike.
Nixie Ryan, well, her battery ran flat in her car last night. She needed a jump start. She ended up getting a lift this morning with the competitor she had in her heat, Emily Burke. They are good friends and travel companions. And, well, Nixie, she's now in the final. I feel like she can certainly afford a new battery for that car, or maybe even buy a new car. Who knows?
At the very least, you'll get a new battery.
So, yeah, great to see Nixie in the final, conserving her energy. She certainly hasn't run out of battery as we watch this Mad Max recap. Nixie Ryan has been on an absolute tear this entire event, and here is why. Surfer in red, absolutely beautiful surfing, great style. She's used to surfing a right-hand point break, and it certainly shows out here at Boomerang.
That was the opening wave of the heat. We haven't seen a wave like that come through in the last 15 minutes. Ellie Harrison, this wave just didn't stand up for her, and her final manoeuvre, which would have given her some significant points, she wasn't able to quite stick. So that was critical. That opener for Nixie Ryan was very significant, and she's backed it up well here with another nice wave that's standing up on the bank. These are the right-hand runners, and they are delivering the opportunity for the surfers to score. Nixie on this wave, I think she delivered a 5.33, and that's why she's in the lead. Ali Harrison, this wave is her best ride. It puts her in contention. Makes it through onto the inside, and this time she sticks the finish. And then she's tried to claw her way into the lead, but the lefts haven't delivered for her. But there's the recap, and here's the situation. They're sitting there patiently, but look at that clock ticking down. 6.5 minutes remaining. Harrison in the blue acquires that 6.1. She's in second priority, and priority, as every second ticks down, priority is going to become more and more important. Nixie Ryan holding the lead, holding priority as well. It's an exciting finish in its own way.
This is exactly what we wanted. We wanted the finals to be exciting. I mean, the whole entire event has been exciting, but the finals, this is how we want it. We want it to be a nail-biter. We want to be on the edge of our seats. We want that adrenaline rush, and at the moment, I feel like both surfers, Nixie Ryan and Ellie Harrison, would have all of their support crew on the edge of their seats, Robbo.
What do you do, Britt? You're an experienced surfer. You've won big events. You're sitting in second place and you need a 6.1. Yeah, in second priority. The ocean's gone a bit flat. What's going through your head?
I mean, Ellie Harrison, she's more than capable. She's got the confidence. She knows she can get a 6.1. I just feel like she might have to start trying to create a little bit of distance from Nixie in the lineup. Because at the moment, Nixie with first priority is going to make it hard for Ellie to catch a wave.
Yep. I wonder if she does try and create that distance if Nixie follows her and doesn't allow her to create that distance. But, yeah, as we hit the 5-minute mark, something's going to happen out there. There's going to be movement. Has to be.
Thing is too, Robbo, as we watch other Lennox head surfer Mikey McDonald on screen, he's preparing for his final. As we are talking previously about Ellie Harrison, she has caught this under priority, looking for a 6.1 at this stage. I can't see it being the number, but yeah, we were talking about it before, Robbo. With 5 minutes at the time that was remaining, it's also a situation of if Ellie just sits and waits, chances are when a set rolls through, there's going to be more than one wave in a set.
True. Yep.
That is Taj Stokes on screen, the man from the Sunshine Coast, into the main final.
So we're now down to under 4.5 minutes. Ellie Harrison will be desperately getting herself back out the back. She'll be in second priority. You can see Nixie Ryan looking at her, eyeballing her. It's getting to that stage where her decisions will be, well, I've got to be near her. I'm not going to let her get the next decent wave that comes through no matter what. He is paddling in and over towards her, so just throws another curveball into the situation. And look, here we go. Ellie Harrison. What will this wave deliver? Good turn on the left, out the back, Nixie Ryan. This is a better looking wave, the right. So we can only focus on one surfer at a time. Nixie Ryan, okay, she's come unstuck. What has Ellie Harrison done on the first ride? Did it stand up on the inside? Under 3.5 minutes remaining.
Nixie Ryan, she'll make her way back into the lineup. Well, I feel like there's nothing lost, nothing gained by Nixie taking that wave. Ellie Harrison did take off. Did she get the score? She needed a 6.1. She looked like she got a good first turn in, but I'm not sure what else was on offer, and it was an insider as well.
4.33, that's not enough. She needs the 6.1. Now just under 3 minutes remaining. She's in the shore break. She needs to get out the back fast. At least she's got some separation from Nixie Ryan, which is A positive, but she needs a few things to go her way now, Ali Harrison, if she's going to win this final. With 2.5 minutes remaining now.
And Nixie Ryan out the back with first priority. It's going to be a long 2 minutes for Nixie. She spots the other competitor making her way out. Could almost start to paddle towards her and just sit right next to her and maybe just paddle next to her.
Yep. I can imagine that's what she'll do shortly as we hit the 2 minute mark. Critical stage of the final. Ali Harrison, what do you do now?
Well, Nixie Ryan, she had a little look, opted not to take off.
Now, will Ali have a look at this wave? It's not standing up at all.
Nixie's starting to have a look where her fellow competitor is. She's going to let her sit on the inside.
Okay, look at this. This is significant. Ali Harrison in the blue. Reasonable first turn. She wants this wave to stand up in a big way on the inside. She needs it to. And it doesn't. Now that is very significant. That puts her down to 1 minute. She's on the shore break. Nixie Ryan out the back with priority and in the lead. And Nixie's having a go at this.
Here she goes. Well, she probably doesn't know what Ellie Harrison did on that wave, so to play it safe, she's going to take off anyway and just surf this for a number. Belts that section. Nixie Ryan looking to do the victory lap here in the women's final of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. An exceptional surfer from Lennox Head. This is, of course, our first event of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series, so great to have VISSLA partnering up with Surfing New South Wales on the QS leg again. Nixie Ryan on an absolute tear here, Robbo.
Yep, and I'd say she's improved her lead as well. Ali Harrison, 30 seconds. She's trying to get out the back, but I think Nixie's probably increased her heat tally on that wave, and the defending champ could be the reigning champ very, very shortly. 6.33. She has two 6.33s. Ellie needs a 7.09. She's not out the back. There's 5 seconds to go. It's all over. Our defending champ from Lennox Head will be the Camplify Great Lakes Pro 2022 champion.
And there she is on screen. We'll soak up that moment, Nixie. What a great start to this VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. It's exactly how she started last year. She is the defending champ, and she takes the title as fellow competitors and support crew make their way down. They're going to cheer her up the beach and give her the victory lap that she deserves. Ellie Harrison also making her way in, the Victorian. She has put on a stellar performance throughout this entire event, but just unfortunately unable to get the wave she was after in that final.
Yep, a great win for the surfer in red. Defending champ and now the reigning champ for 2022. And she is very happy.
Hear them all cheering down the beach. Nixie Ryan takes the win. Lennox Head, they'd be going wild because they've got their surfer in the next final as well. Mikey Madonna, he's in the blue, up against Taj Stokes in the red. Congratulations to that young woman there on screen. Great sportsmanship there between those two competitors. They're also great friends. Having a little giggle at the end there. We will cut to a short commercial break and bring you all the live action of the men's final.
back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
It's in all of us. We're craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Boomerang for finals day here at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro WSL QS 3000. This is, of course, our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. We just wrapped up the women's final. It was Nixie Ryan taking the win over Ellie Harrison. Well, now we're into the men's. This is Taj Stokes. He's up against Mikey Madonna.
Yeah, Brett, and great to be a part of the final. And as we've said before, this guy's been absolutely throwing some massive numbers. Taj Stokes, he's been on fire. The read of the bank, just his ability to find those good waves. And already he's opened up with a 6.33. And I said to Robbo a little bit earlier, but I feel like his connection with the ocean and the rhythm he's been in has just been on point, exceptional, and just first class.
So, talking about first class.
Oh, yeah.
Nixie Ryan, she may as well fly first class now. She's taken the win of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro Women's WSL QS 3000. Nixie, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Super tired at the moment, but yeah, super stoked.
Hey, yeah, speaking of tired, you had to surf 4 times today just to be in that final. I know that you had a flat battery in your car last night, but how did you conserve energy today yourself? You obviously haven't run out of gas until right now. You're exhausted.
Oh yeah, it was super hard. Like, I knew coming into this day, I'd like, if I made it to the finals, I'd have to surf 4 heats. So I just had a good dinner last night and some snacks in the morning and just heaps of Powerade and water throughout the day. But yeah, that really took the gas out of me, but stoked to win.
How good does it feel to go back to back? It's an amazing connection you got with this place. And right now, I'm sure the crew up at Lennox Ballina would be going absolutely mad because yourself and Mikey are both in the finals. It must be so good and you must be so proud to represent that region.
Oh, I'm super stoked. Yeah, we have such good waves at home and such a good support crew. And yeah, cheering on Mikey in this next heat.
And what about moving forward? You're going to go into the next couple of events with a lot of confidence, trying to qualify for the Challenger Series. This must be such an incredible boost for you during the Australian leg of the tour.
Yeah, I usually only do well in like all the 1000, so I'm stoked to make it past like the round of 16 at least in one of the bigger comps. But yeah, I've gained a lot of confidence just throughout the last 2 years and just love taking it heat by heat and yeah, surfing my best and just improving each comp.
Well, you've been in stellar form. You'll be able to buy that new battery for the car. I'm sure it's going to be a celebration and you should be very proud of your achievements because you have been amazing. Well done, Nixie Ryan, the winner, back-to-back champion. What a legend.
Thank you. See ya.
Get some energy in her. She might need another Powerade. She looks completely gassed.
And well, she can just put her feet up and rest now. She used all the energy right when she needed it, and it paid off. Nixie Ryan took the win back-to-back. She's
3,000 points
into the next event.
Wow.
Port Stephens. Well, she won that event last year too.
Wow, she's in fine for it. Here we go. Looks like Mikey up. Nice first turn, wrapping it into the inside corner. So It is the crew from Ballina Lennox who have been on fire. You know, these two surfers have been exceptional in their reads on the waves, and I feel like both Mikey and Nixie have not an advantage, but just a great connection with the ocean. And right now, he's up against it because he has just the man who has ultra impressed me over the last couple of days, Taj Stokes. I feel like his surfing and his mindset and his mental ability to just really focus in on what he's doing out there has really taken his surfing and his competitiveness to a new level during the course of this event.
Well, he came from the very early rounds of this event and worked his way all the way through the heat draw, and I feel like he's kind of been the quiet achiever. He's had a few post-heat interviews, but I just feel like when you're looking at the surfers in the draw on paper, I feel like he's one of those surfers who's just chipped away and just quietly done what he needed to do and then just made it to the final the entire way through this event.
Yeah, you got to consider he comes into this event, I think, ranked 14th. So a win here is going to really elevate his chances. And as you said, he's been sort of the quiet achievement. There's been some big names that have been bundled out the draw, but he is definitely, he's dominated. He's not just got through heats, he's really dominated out there. And him and Mikey have been the two dominant forces, hence the fact they're both in the final. And it's going to be a mad shootout because I feel like their power game and their read out here has been so on point that, you know, both of them know exactly where the good spots on the bank is.
For sure, Dimmy. These two guys have been in form the entire time, and as you said, they've had a great read on this bank here at Boomerang, and as conditions have changed, they've also adapted to what's been happening throughout the last 4 days. And it is a beautiful day here at Boomerang, but look at the separation between these two surfers. The surfer in red, Taj, he's way to the right of the screen, which is on the southern end of the bank. And then you got Michael McDonough on the left of the screen up to the northern end of the bank. So they've chosen to sit in the complete opposite direction of each other.
Yeah, I feel like Mikey's been able to sort of pinch a couple of, you know, wide ones. As we see Mikey having a look at this one, this is going to be critical as well. So here he goes, the natural footer up and right in. Really nice connection with that rail to begin with. Just patiently waiting for this thing to grow and just reading the bank well. Again, just wrapping around, just nice power and flow to his surf and gets it into that power source. And can he ride out? No, that is very unusual that he actually pulled the trigger on that turn and came unstuck. Along, is Taj going to actually fight through it? Yes, he is. But yeah, a good looking wave for Mikey, but unfortunately just at the end of that wave, there was a bit of a bobble, maybe of a catch of the rail, but yeah, really well thought out when it came to where they positioned themselves on the bank. Mikey a little bit further down and Taj up towards the south. So interesting early doors, but 30-minute final, Britt, it gives them competitors a lot of time to think it out, to make the adjustments and work out exactly where they want to sit. Here we go. What have we got here?
We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Mikey just really drawing that first turn out as he fades back into the pocket, gets a steeper section, gets a carve as a connection, and he goes for the big finish and uncharacteristically just not able to stick the landing. The wave just kind of exploded under his feet. Taj Stoke answered straight back. One first turn, straight into a second, laid everything into this second turn, almost got a little hung up, but manages to ride out of it.
Yeah, for both of them, I was just thinking right there, those two waves, when you look at it back to back, could there be a little bit of fatigue starting to come into play? Because neither athlete has looked like falling during the course of today. So you're talking about, you know, the mental and physical aspects of the sport, and both of these surfers have had to fight through some really intense battles, 3 heats. This is the 4th one, so maybe a little bit of fatigue starting to come into play.
And it's been a long day, Jimmy. You know, we started with 20-minute heats, and then into the semis we went into 25, and now into the final it's a half-hour heat. So, you know, these surfers have surfed a fair amount of time throughout today, and there's been a couple of runarounds in there in the mix, and as you mentioned the mental side of things as well. So the fatigue isn't just physical, but it is mental too. And Mikey mentioned earlier in one of the previous heats, he knew that Zave needed a score. He got a wave, didn't get the number he needed, but just that situation made Mikey a little bit anxious and stressed out about the situation. He came to the post-heat interview and you could just tell he's a little bit frazzled and he's a bit drained, but he's been able to reset. And yeah, he's kept his composure the entire way through.
Exactly, and if you look at the two scores, there are 4-3-3 and a 4 missed opportunities for both athletes out there, but still 18 to go. But like you said, yeah, you got to think about all the different scenarios. It's quite hot out there today. It's a lovely day in Boomerang, and let me tell you, these guys had to really think about, you know, how they refuel, how they energise, and both of these athletes would have really solid support staff to help them through that and make the adjustments. But for Taj, this is about the first heat I've seen him where he hasn't locked in like an 8-point ride early doors. He's got a 6.33, but Mikey's first wave was a 5.33. So the point of difference, the separation between the two surfers is really minimal.
It is minimal, and well, it's going to be interesting because the last final just then with Nixie Ryan and Ellie Harrison, it was close. It was still a close final, and I feel like it's going to be the exact same scenario here with 17 minutes remaining. Mikey Madonna, he's only looking for a 5.34 to take first.
Yeah, again, it'll be interesting to see where both these surfers actually sit. You can see Taj Stokes out there with first priority, Mikey with a second priority, and there's a lot of separation. You've said it before, this is intriguing to watch because I feel like Mikey has identified the northern point of the bank as where he wants to sit, and Taj still holding on to that, you know, that firm belief that his best waves have come from deep towards the south and that chip shot into that corner. So this is really good, and it's a battle of the wits right now between these two athletes because there's nothing separating them with 16 and a half minutes to go. And we are into the final of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS3000 event, part of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. So we're excited to continue that venture. We're on to Port Stephens and then down to Maroubra and then wrapping it up in Avoca on the Central Coast. So we've got so much more to give, and these surfers are going to have to identify that, get ready to go again. But right now it is Mikey Madonna up and riding again. Nice, sharp, precise surfing onto the rail, just trying to just keep that board nice and tight to the power source. Working the inside corner, and again, he's going to find this little inside double up, and this time, wow, that was perfection when it came to timing, Britt Nickel.
Mikey Madonna, he was happy with that one. I thought he was going to do the little look back at the beach again, but I feel like he just refrained a little bit. But the surfer in blue, he's going to put a solid number on the board, I feel. It's going to be better than his 5.33, just based on the last finish as well. Nothing too critical to start with, but I'm just so impressed with Mikey's read on this wave. He just waits for it to stand up and gets the section here over the edge, sets himself, puts it up there, and just comes down with the section. Great compression through that lip line.
Yeah, so much speed, and that was, you know, an indication of how perfectly he set himself on that final manoeuvre. And like you said, the start of that wave was a little bit iffy, but I love the flow and the read and the patient nature to his surfing in that scenario. And that last wave at 5.77, it wasn't a huge score, but definitely the bulk of that score came from that final turn, puts him into the lead. Taj Stokes, for the first time in a long time, is behind in a heat. Only needs a 4.77. We have 14 and a half to go, Brett. And I felt like, you know, that strategy of being a little bit wider on the bank has paid dividends from Mikey. And I feel like when you look at that, if you didn't know you're a Boomerang, it looks like a point break.
It does. If you're on that close-up shot and watching the wave hit the bank, it does. It really looks like a point break. The way those rights have been running, it has been pumping here at Boomerang. Even with the onshore wind, it's still been giving the goods.
Exactly, because, I mean, the direct onshore still allows these surfers to have nice, clean wave faces. So, yeah, Mikey Madonna has hit the lead. He's had wins on the QS before. This would be a big one, along with Taj Stokes, who's been that quiet achiever when it comes to, you know, basically getting rid of some of the biggest names we have in this country. And like I said, he's been dropping 8s all event. So Mikey knows that this is going to be an intense battle. You can see 11.10 to 10.66, two-wave combinations. Taj Stokes has the next opportunity, and I'm sure that Mikey will be, you know, he'll be out there just thinking, without priority, I'm just going to mix it up and probably have a crack at a couple of things. So it does free the athlete up. We've said it before, but this guy has had a really staple grounding, and the way he's gone about his heats has just been near mechanical. It's just been epic to watch.
I feel that towards the end of this heat, both surfers are going to end up on the same bank. Last, say, 3 minutes.
Oh, 100%.
So you're going
to get in the
They're going to
grill.
end up on the same bank.
They're going to end up right next to each other in each other's grill, just making sure, trying to put, that's where this priority situation comes into play, where, you can pressure someone with priority and you can make them try to make an error. And that's where the wins and losses come from. You've got to be able to play the game. But it's not always just about the surfing. The intensity of the actual way, we set up with priority these days makes it intriguing for the viewer, a little bit more intense for the athlete.
You're right, Dimmy. I feel like, yes, it's a surfing event, but surfing is only one component of the sport. There are so many different things that factor on in, like you said, the priority, the fact that they're dealing with Mother Nature and the conditions that you don't know what's coming for you. You've got a time that's against you. You've got a competitor. You've got your own yourself, your own mindset. So there's so many different things that can play into competitive surfing. It doesn't just come down to the surfing.
100%. Like, the decision making you got to make is mentally fatiguing in itself, and making the right calls in situations like this where the bank is a little bit broken up can be difficult. But this guy's been on point. Here we go, Taj up and riding again, just flying across these sections, coming from deep behind the peak. And again, I feel like, his ability to find the right wave at the right time has been just such an insight into the way this guy's progressed through his career. Again, into a nice pocket, and does he ride out? I think that's an incompletion there, Britt. But again, I like his theory of getting nice and deep and just getting that really solid speed line down into the corner of those waves. It's impressive. Here we go, Mikey.
Man from Lennox Head, he takes the drop, comes hard off the bottom, carves around that first section. Beautiful surfing here from Mikey Madonna in the blue. There he goes, lays into the second turn. He is really starting to find his form in this final. He wants to take the win. And look at the section ahead. Can he stick this landing, Dimmy?
Again, you could see that double up. It's just thrown him off the board, but you said it. He looks so on point right now. Amazing rail work, but again, just could not execute that final turn as we see a replay of the last red coming from deep behind the peak, getting into the open face, starting to sort of weave that magic that we've been seeing during the course of the event. And again, I'd love to get that sort of close-up of what happened with Mikey. Look at the line he takes, and he just opens up the shoulder, technically flawless on that carve, into another really nice adjustment, just making sure he's got a bit of variety. And it was just right here, Britt, where he goes over the boil, and that wave was so punchy on the inside. Unfortunately, execution let him down, but wow, a nice read in all.
There's both surfers trying to get their way back into the lineup. It's going to be a fight for priority at the moment. Mikey Madonna in the lead and also ahead of the surfer in red as they paddle on out. You can see there must be just a little bit of a rip through the middle of the bank there, because Mikey's just getting sucked straight through the middle, as is the surfer in red. So they have identified that, and they're going to use it to their advantage to make their way back into the lineup. With just under 10 minutes remaining, this is the men's final. The Camplify Great Lakes Pro WSL QS 3000, our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. Great to have VISSLA partnering with Surfing New South Wales again for the QS events. They've been doing it for the past 4 years, and they're not only doing amazing things in the water, but out of the water too. Be sure to check out VISSLA.com or SisterEvolution.com. That is their sister brand. They are environmentally friendly.
100%. Great gear too.
Yeah, around 80% of VISSLA's products are made of environmentally better materials. And, well, you've probably got a pair of their board shorts, Dimmy, but they've pioneered the use of coconuts in the construction of their board shorts. Using the husk of the coconut, they turn it into a thread, which is then blended with cotton and recycled plastics to turn them into boardies.
How incredible.
Surfing
Just
in
helping the
coconut
planet.
husk.
And we're all about helping the planet, and yeah, great to have the crew from VISSLA involved in this series. And as I said, they've been a real staple when it comes to supporting and developing this series over the last couple of years. So big shout out. I'm sure everyone in the office is online right now, just sort of taking in the afternoon. It's Friday, and we've got two of the best young surfers in the world on tap. QS 3000 final, 8 minutes ago. We are really situated in that stranglehold with 11.10 to Mikey Madonna, 10.66. So it's so exciting for your viewer to watch, but pretty intense for the surfers because no one has really had that score in the excellent range, and we've seen these guys dropping big numbers the whole event. Here we go. Red, Taj up on a rare left for him and comes unstuck. So you can just see, we saw earlier in the heat, Britt, where there was a lot of separation, there was a lot of distance between both athletes out there. Now, as we get towards the back end of the heat, you'll see that happen a lot where they'll come and be really close to just the physical presence puts pressure on a surfer indeed.
And at the moment, like Taj Stokes, he is still well and truly in striking distance. He only needs a 4.77 to take the win here in this men's final. The surfer in red, Taj, well, he's got the highest single wave of this final so far, a 6.33. He's just looking to better the backup and take the win from Mikey Madonna. But the surfer in blue, Mikey, I feel like he's still got another excellent number in him before this final wraps up.
I definitely feel right now that that both of these guys would pretty much be gassed when it comes to, you know, the physicality of what they've gone through today. So it's so important to just keep that mind switched on, keep yourself in the moment and just focus on that next wave. Trying to identify a wave that's going to put you into the excellent range, because either of these guys, if they can get a wave in the excellent range, that's going to put the ultimate pressure on their fellow competitor with 6.5 to go. And this is where it gets intriguing. Mikey has first priority, Taj, and this is a pretty unfamiliar circumstance for him when you look at the overall picture of his performances down here at Boomerang Beach. He's been so on point, and he's going to have to fight his way back into this final. And it's a tight battle. Here we go, Mad Max recap. What have we got, Brett?
We have Taj Stokes open with the first wave here. Beautiful carve in the pocket, frothy section. Put it up there and got an inside connection. Drifts the tail and finished off. So great surfing there from the man in the red. I feel like that was his 6.33. Mikey Madonna answered back, just big tail off there. Carved into the pocket, just such a beautiful style.
I love that turn. That just opened up the wingspan, was an incredible visual for myself. But yeah, he just couldn't land it at the end. And he had to come down a lot of little different elevators in that scenario too. So I feel like, Brett, both these guys are just on point. It's just finding that wave. And I feel like with that lower tide too, it's becoming a lot more trickier on the inside.
Yeah, that end section right there, just it's annihilating a few of these competitors. But Taj Stokes, he got another opportunity here. He put it up there. He laid into this section, got hung up a little bit, but managed to get the completion before hitting the eject button. Mikey Madonna, he is staying nice and busy throughout this heat. And as we've been talking about, they opted to sit at different ends of the bank. Mikey worked this one all the way through the inside. He got the completion on this one. Nice and compressed, got the finish. Back to live action in the water. That is the man in the red. That was part of that Mad Max recap. Thanks to Mad Max. They're proud to partner with Surfing New South Wales again across the entire New South Wales Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and to make people aware of their sponsorship program, which is the Mad Max Fresh Fuel for Life sponsorship program.
All right, so we've got to wait for Mikey Madonna. What's he got for us? Here we go. On the forehand, sets it up, nice carving turn. Comes around again, just nice and patient, just not overthinking it. Looking at the inside corner, trying to work through. Now he gets some speed and a lovely elevation into the lip with a bit of flair, and he looks at the beach and says, how do you like that one? So that was a nice wave. And thinking about, you know, the scores and where they're at the moment, I feel like the judges have got this exactly right, because I feel like the best turn of the whole heat has come from Mikey. Everything else has been a little bit similar, so very tight on the scoreboard, but I feel like they've got it exactly right, Ben Dunn and his team. As here we go, a man who's been so good at finding these good wedgie waves, and this is Taj Stokes from the Sunshine Coast. Falls away a little bit technically on that second turn and comes out, and I do say right now, I feel like there is a bit of fatigue starting to set in with these guys, and it's been a big day, but they've just got to hold their ground with 3 to go, and the paddle battle begins.
He was only looking for a 4.97 to take the lead, Dimmy. As you see the kick there in the water, they are scratching for priority. I feel like Mikey Madonna's going to get it. He's furthest out, but it will come down to who judges deem is on the peak.
Yeah, I just love the how it's going to play out for these last 3 minutes. Is Mikey going to get first priority? He has the lead, and there it is. First priority goes to blue, and the surfer in red looking back, trying to work out, did he get priority? No, he did not. And like you said, he only needed a 4.97. I think he was on his way of getting that score, but I just felt like just a little bit of fatigue starting to set in. Really nice first turn. And again, it was one of these waves that I felt was going to really run down the peak, but then it fell away. And you could just see he thought, no, I'm going to get rid of that thing, because he wasn't feeling the score on it.
On takeoff, it looked like it was going to hit the bank well, which is exactly what you spoke of there.
And now the mind games start. Mikey is sitting right on top of him. He can nearly feel his breath just behind him. He knows he's going to shadow him wherever he goes, and this is the whole thing with priority, how you use it. Sometimes it's more about what you don't do with it than what you do with it, and this is going to be intense because it's such a tight final, Brett.
It is. It is still so close. As Taj Stokes has a look at this one, the man from the Sunshine Coast. Has he got a steeper section he can work with? Will it hit the bank? One big turn. Can he get another one in? Huge turn there from the man in the red. He looks happy with that one. What are your thoughts, Timmy? A 4.97.
Wow, he's just conjured up a score from that, I believe. I don't know if it's going to be the 4.97 he needs. It might be. It's going to go close, but I just feel like Mikey did the right thing. I definitely would not have been going that way if I was Mikey Madonna. And but
wow.
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, look at that! That two-turner, a 6.47 game changer with a minute to go. He pulled the ripcord, and the serious nature of those turns, he basically just got a score from a very average-looking wave.
Well, the Mad Max minute hit, and so did Taj Stokes. He got that wave under priority. He sat a little bit further in, and you could just tell on the wave as he was doing the turns, he was throwing everything he had at those turns. He knew he needed a number, and well, the judges rewarded him a 6.47. Mikey Madonna in the blue, in second place now chasing a 7.03 with 20 seconds on the clock. I feel like Mikey be scratching his head like, what just happened?
Yeah, I honestly, from a coaching point of view, you could say, yeah, he should have gone that way, but when Taj was scrambling into that wave, it didn't look like much. It looked like Mikey was, had the right idea, and here we go with 5 seconds to go. Mikey Madonna up and right in. Is this thing going to line up? What about the first turn? Comes off the bottom, into another turn, slashing back. He's going to have to throw more into this thing. A nice looking wave. Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head getting to work. A lovely first turn out the back. Is this thing going to generate enough to get up 7.03? He has done everything he can, and he is saying to the judges he loves it. Wow, what a finish. Are you serious? Is that a 7.03? I'm not a judge. They're going to have to take a minute to really analyse and go back to what Taj Stokes did, and there it is, a 7.57. Are you kidding? A buzzer beater for Mikey Madonna. That is clutch. What a performance, Britt Nickel. That was so sick.
That was absolutely amazing. He took off. There was 4 seconds on the timer, and he knew exactly what he needed to get done. He needed a 7.01. He got the 7.57, and what I loved about that performance, not only the sportsmanship that we see on the screen there, but the fact that Mikey Madonna did not buckle under pressure.
He absolutely kept calm, man, and that was such a big play. And not only for this event, but just moving forward in his career under pressure. Look how stoked he is. Wow, that was clutch. He needed a 7-point ride and got it. That was so good. Well played.
Absolutely unbelievable. It is all happening down here at Boomerang. That is your men's champion, Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head. Well, the two Lennox Head surfers, they took the win in both the men's and the women's. Mikey is absolutely stoked with that one.
Wow, that is next level. That was such a big moment. Taj Stokes. Mikey held his composure, waited, and there's his dad. Oh, look at Tony, so stoked, but he waited and he would have just gone, oh my God, what just happened? And that last crack, he did not falter. He just went absolutely ham on that wave and fully deserves a win at a QS 3000. Congratulations. And a big shout out to Taj Stokes. What a stellar performance. Mikey Madonna winning the final, Taj Stokes in second. That was what finals are made of.
That is the moment we were all waiting for. We've been waiting all week for these finals, and, well, Mikey Madonna, he took the win. That is him on screen. We have a couple of replays here. Just to recap on that last situation, Mikey Madonna looks back at the camera. Thanks to Destination New South Wales for the wave replay. This is Taj Stokes.
Yeah, see, I still think that was the right call by Mikey not to go. Because when he took off, it was just the execution that really got him that score. That was just unbelievable from Taj. And then to have the coolness and that first turn, the way he laid into that turn from Mikey was incredible. Keeping that board on the rail in a clutch performance, just knowing you had to get a 7-point ride, which is so difficult to do in a day like today. And he just held his composure, flew down the light and finished off. And watch this, when he stood up, he felt that big time.
What a moment there for Mikey Madonna. He takes the win. Unfortunate for Taj Stokes. Got the number that he needed, and then Mikey Madonna with 4 seconds on that timer.
He's on the phone, straight up.
Well, we want him for a post-seed interview.
Yeah.
Put the phone down, Mikey.
That was so much fun to watch, and just a real show of force from a young guy who, you know, basically thought he had it, made the right decision, underestimated the power and the flow of Taj Stokes, and then was able to really, you know, reset, recalculate and get the job done. That will feel so special and probably the best moment of his career so far.
I feel like that was probably one of the most exciting moments for Mikey Madonna as he speaks to someone on FaceTime. You can just look at the emotion in him there. He is absolutely loving this moment. And why not? What an absolute performance here from Mikey Madonna. Did not buckle under pressure, kept his composure the entire event, not just today. He surfed 4 times today. Left the best to last.
Wow. Talking about excitement, I wanted a good final, I wanted a tight battle, and it was the battle of the ages, let me tell you. That was so well played out by both surfers. Taj would just be scratching his head going, why wasn't it 10 seconds later that way?
Why wasn't it a 28-minute final and not a 30-minute?
Look at that first turn, just pure power and just carving his way. And what he did, his execution all the way through this ride, not losing any momentum down the line. And even that finishing turn was such an important part of the whole piece of the puzzle. He finished it off. If he doesn't finish that turn, he doesn't get the score. And Mikey Madonna stands up tall. What a performance, what a win. That is well played. Wow.
Johnny Rickson, he's fired up. Just gave him a big hug.
Rico's known Mikey and the family for a long time, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have to compose ourselves. That was so good. And Mikey's going to come up for a post-seed interview, and let me tell you, I'm just blown away by that performance. That was clutch. And that in itself shows you the class of Mikey Madonna and what this guy can bring to the table. Wow. Look at Terry McKenna down there. And let me tell you, my froth meter is at full pace right now. I'm so excited to interview this guy. And Mikey Madonna, that was world class, mate. I'm so proud of you, so stoked for you, under pressure. Pulled it back. Wow, talk us through how you're feeling right now, mate.
I don't know. I was feeling really good all day. I was starting to run out a bit of gas there. In that final, I fell a few times, and that was just a bit uncharacteristic for me for the day. You know, I felt like I was really consistent and finishing my waves off, and I could just tell the legs were starting to fall off.
Talk about that last,
last
couple of minutes, mate.
Yeah, I mean, Taj, I guess, you know, when there's waves like that and Taj, you know, only needing a 5 or whatever he did, it's, you know, I still feel like it's advantage to him because, you know, I can block and I can use my priority, but, you know, that's only a small score he requires, so, yeah.
I actually think you did the right decision. I actually thought it was the right decision when you let him go.
Yeah, I let him go for sure. I you know, didn't look like nothing, and for him it just gave him 2 sections on the inside. But there was 30 seconds to go. I could see some waves coming. I just had to hold my nerve, and the wave that came just gave me one big first section that I could open up on. I'm really confident in that back foot stomp, and I just knew if I could open up with a big first turn and finish the wave off, I knew I could go close to the score. And yeah, you know, congrats to Taj. He was, I think, he's probably the informed surfer all event, and definitely, you know, he had me right down to the wire there. Yeah, I'm stoked.
A really great sportsmanship from you too, Mikey. And just talk us through that moment. Like, Taj did take the lead there for a split second, and you had that last opportunity to get the score. You needed a 7.01. You got a 7.47. But just to see how you handled yourself under that pressure, it was so impressive. You didn't buckle. What were your thoughts on takeoff? I think you had about 5 seconds on the clock.
You know, I don't know. It's a bit of a blur right now because, yeah, there was 5 seconds to go. All I could think about was, you know, I could see, as soon as I powered into that wave, I could see the kink in it, and I thought, oh, okay, it's going to give me one section. And, yeah, I've lost for words, really, to be honest. I'm just, yeah, it's...
I knew you felt it at the end as soon as you landed that last turn, and that last turn was critical when you think about the actual way the score panned out. Mikey, you must be so stoked to have Dad on the beach with you, all the support, and to know that you can actually nail it in such an important moment is such a big confidence boost for you moving forward, bud.
Yeah, for sure. This event was a good one for me. I just felt like I was just in sync the whole time, and I was just really enjoying surfing heats, and yeah, yeah, I don't really know what to say right now. I'm over the moon. I'm the best feeling in the world. I'm gassed, 4 heats. So it's definitely the best feeling in the world. I'm gassed and nothing left. I have nothing left in the tank. I gave my all. And yeah,
mate,
four massive heats today. Yeah. No.
Mate, you enjoy that win, buddy, because that was well deserved. Congratulations, and that 3,000 points is about to go in your pocket, buddy, and that's going to go a long way for qualifying. So well done, brother.
Thanks, Jim. Cheers, guys. Just want to say hi to my mum back home. Love you. Yeah, everyone supports me. My trainer, Woody, my coach, my sports and conditioning, Pete. Yeah, you guys do so much for me, and couldn't have done this without you guys. So cheers.
Wow, what a performance, seriously, like just how that played out. And you can see Mikey taking in a couple of deep breaths. He's that gassed that he sort of can't, like before, I felt like that in his semi, where he was trying to sort of answer back. But yeah, mate, incredible performance from both surfers. Like just such a great effort, a well thought out plan, and both those guys under pressure. You got to say, Taj Stokes needed a score under pressure, and basically conjured up something from nothing. And then it was the power and the class of Mikey Bedotta to bounce on back and get the job done under pressure. That was an exciting final, and what a way to wrap up at a venue that has just been traditionally producing waves after waves. It's been so much fun, Britt. It's been great to be a part of it.
It has been, and well, it was our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We'll be back next week at Port Stephens for the second stop of the tour. We're doing it all again, but we had that clutch performance there from Mikey Madonna, but we cannot forget Nixie Ryan. We've got 2 Lennox Head surfers that have just finaled, and they've both won the finals.
Imagine the pub up there right now. They'd be going crazy.
Going off.
Yeah, it'll be a big night at Lennox tonight. What a performance from both those surfers. Just incredible. And just the nature of the competition here. It's been really fun to watch. World-class surfing from world-class athletes. And yeah, both those surfers, Nixie Ryan, Mikey Madonna, fully deserve victory, and they're going to be able to celebrate tonight in a big way. Congratulations to the both of them.
It is, and well, stay tuned for the Surfing New South Wales live presentation on their Instagram page, surfing_New South Wales. But before that happens, we're going to throw you to a highlights package, and we'll see you at the next event.
Yep, looking forward to it, Brett. Wow, love it.
Ding, ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king. Heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, yo. Full of gas, full of spin. Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down.